This video continues with 240. Chapter 240, Terrifying Correction. Kuroko no Basket, Simulating to Invincibility. 240, Chapter 240, Terrifying Correction. Yuuto treated himself as a whetstone. Akashi knew this, Ami knew this, and Midorima and the others knew this too. Kai's. He naturally knew it well too, but he had no choice. Didn't want to lose, wanted to win. Could only fight with all his might, no way out. Seiho's turn. Yuuto continued to seek Kai's for confrontation, or rather, a challenge. Wildness aura exerted to the extreme, same for the fierceness of red eye mode. Ancient and brutal aura blooming, as if to destroy everything, attempting to tear open Kai's defense in this state. However, people discovered an astonishing fact. Although Yuuto kept losing and was at a disadvantage in the matchup, his condition was getting better. The time Kai's took to dissolve his offense was getting longer. And this speed was very fast, evolving almost every round. What kind of monster is this? Someone stood up on Kaijo's bench again. They were happy for only a short while, but now discovered another cruel fact. Even Kai's in this state might possibly be defeated by the opponent. Not might be defeated, but definitely will be defeated. Genta Takeuchi looked solemn. The king of Seiho hadn't transformed into a demon yet. This wasn't the opponent's strongest state. He could still be stronger. But he still chose to do this. This was Yuuto's composure. Meaning the opponent still believed the match was under his control. In that case, what Kaijo could do now was to reverse the score as soon as possible. Smack tilde. After several exchanges, the basketball in Yuuto's hand was poked away again. In an instant, offense and defense switched. Like a sudden rainstorm on a sunny day, the two switched positions. It was Yuuto's turn to launch a frantic pursuit. Even defeated by the opponent consecutively, he was still confident. His composed demeanor seemed to hold everything in his hands. Speed specialization. Yuuto further increased the specialization intensity. At this time, he was very close to the limit of specialization, reaching the extreme speed he could reach in normal state. This time, Yuuto persisted longer. Feet tapping continuously, every step landing seemed carefully calculated, firmly maintaining distance from Kai's and giving threats. All this was the result of correction. ZZZZT tilde. The golden lightning at the corner of Kai's eyes became more intense. He was about to reach the bottom of the zone lake. His state was about to reach the limit of 100%. Bang 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 tilde. Continuous rapid crossover dribbling, and in this process, the body constantly swayed with it, like a natural dancer. Yuuto's center of gravity was destroyed again, but he recovered faster, resolving Kai's offense with a timely tactical foul. Then, his pupils lost focus. When recovering, he stared at the opponent and spat out two words again. Very simple two words, but making one's heart heavy. Kai's was silent, he knew time wasn't on his side. Kaijo inbounded from the sideline. Sure enough, Yuuto became stronger. The difficulty of breaking his defense increased a bit. But still couldn't stop him. A golden light shuttled under Seiho's basket. Kai's glided close to the rim at extreme speed and smashed the ball into the hoop under Yuuto's chase-down block. It's Yuuto's small meteor jam from before. Like Kareem's skyhook, no one could imitate it. That was the ultimate weapon exclusive to one person in NBA history. But some geniuses, like Magic Johnson, simplified the skyhook through amazing basketball IQ and developed the equally threatening baby hook. Distance to the basket shortened, range inferior to the skyhook, but equally threatening. With a shout, the score was reversed. Kai's hit 5 of 5 shots in the second half, scoring 10 consecutive points. But this was just the beginning, not the end. As he sank to the bottom of the lake and his state reached 100%, Kai's power was finally displayed to the world. No longer obsessed with the generation of miracles and Yuuto, those few geniuses. At this moment, many other players' skill sets were taken by Kai's to use. With the boost of the zone, they displayed unparalleled destructive power. However, the best breakthroughs and the best shots have all been corrected by me. Yuuto knew Kai's had countless weapons. That's why he actively sought out Aomine and Midorima to complete his correction during the break. He actively pounced on defense and actually touched the ball, destroying Kai's crossover. Fortunately, Kai's reacted fast enough to protect the ball in time. However, it could be seen that Yuuto evolved again, becoming stronger than before. This is the talent of Reinhardt, captain of the U17 World Cup US team in Prince of Tennis. If not for being banned by the GM Echizen Ryoga, his future would be unimaginable. Every time he meets a strong enemy, his strength goes a step further, never stopping. Again, Yuuto held the ball, shouted, and rushed out. At this moment, the entire court turned into their battlefield. The two exchanged blows at extreme speed, shadows constantly crossing, overlapping, incomparably intense. The audience was dizzy. Such a confrontation was not inferior to the previous great battle between Seiho and Tu, even more exciting. Yuuto was golden all over, raising his speed to the extreme. Lightning dribble speed actually went a step further. Can actually be even faster. Hayama Katero was dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, at this stage, the lightning dribble could still improve further. This was simply stabbing a knife into his heart. This is Yuuto's unique talent, weakness revision. As long as analyzed by him, any weakness can be corrected, then completing self-evolution. Akashi explained to them. That match a year ago was the most difficult one in his career. But in the future, it will only get harder each time, because Yuuto will become stronger and stronger. Kai still wanted to improve his own state. He could still defeat Yuuto now. But not enough. Far from enough, he couldn't let the opponent be so calm. Little Yuuto. He roared, turning into a golden light, crossing Yuuto's side to kill into Seiho's hinterland. Iwamura and Amuro arrived together, but could only watch the Kaijo ace bring his legs together in midair, switch hands under his legs, and rise again to complete a dunk that could get full marks in a dunk contest. Roar tilde. The sound at the scene became louder, cheers were endless. And Yuuto just silently analyzed, then corrected his own weaknesses. Without a trace of delay. Kai's current state wouldn't last long, he had to seize the time. The secondary personality, Akashi watched somewhat speechlessly. He seems to be worried that Ryota can't hold on. Perfect copy zone. Either one was extremely powerful, bringing huge improvement to players. However, risks existed. The cost of activating them was unimaginable stamina consumption. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the other half of the court. They moved towards each other, entangling again in a breath. Suddenly, Kai's felt something wrong. His brain spun fast. Yuuto's movements were still fast to the extreme, but his actions began to deviate from the simulation in Kai's mind. No longer absolute prediction, there were other results. Kai's felt a chill in his heart, knowing he couldn't continue like this, and decisively reached out to take the basketball. But Yuuto suddenly turned sideways to avoid the steal. Subsequently, with a smack, the basketball flew into Iwamura's hands without him even noticing. Fortunately, having similar experiences before, he immediately backed down Koji Kabari, turned, and banked the shot for 2 points. Actually scored. Although not scoring directly, but assisting a teammate to score, but Kagami didn't finish his sentence, but people around him understood what he meant. Yuuto can gradually score under Kai's suppression. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 241, Chapter 241, Frenzied Evolution. Yuuto could score. Although not directly, the signal released was quite unfavorable for Kaijo. This meant the king of Seiho had become stronger. In his normal state, he had the ability to contend with Kai's, who had stacked all his buffs to the max. The point difference, which had just widened to double digits, returned to a single digit of 9 points with Iwamura's dunk. Kai's pressed his lips together, took the ball without a word, and erupted with dazzling golden light to charge. He was unbelievably strong, possessing the techniques of all generation of Miracles members plus Yuuto. Even speed and strength could be imitated one-on-one through specialized means. He accelerated again, the golden electric arcs in his eyes leaving a long trail in the air. Yuuto similarly activated the Bible of the Star to specialize certain attributes to contend with him. But different from before, his defensive footwork was more concise. Every step seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times. Golden light flashed past. He actively went up to meet the battle. Kai's, having activated his state to 100%, was strong to the extreme, making people feel incredible. His ability to switch at will made it even harder to guess his next move. And Yuuto seemed more like a grandmaster, controlling movement with stillness. Sometimes small steps, sometimes huge strides, his feet constantly tapping on the floor to intercept. He looked like he was dancing, his footwork dreamlike. Kai sensed something was wrong. The opponent in front of him had become stronger. His brain was like a heated CPU, nearing overload, spinning frantically. Currently, he saw the flow of everything in the world as slow, but Yuuto was not among them. Kai's heart shook violently. This meant the object of his admiration, in normal state, already had the ability to contend with him in his peak state. 8 seconds of the offensive clock passed. In these short 8 seconds, the figures of the two crossed more than 10 times. Kai's finally seized the opportunity to pierce Yuuto's defense, finishing with a 180-degree spin dunk in midair. Still can't stop him. Using this state to contend with the current Kai's is too forced. Everyone could see that Yuuto was indeed stronger, but still not enough to catch up with Kai's rhythm. But this is even scarier. Some people had already foreseen the outcome. Kai's explosion like this wouldn't be without cost. No one knew when he would slip from his peak. What about Yuuto? This was just his normal state. Unless Kai's could persist until the end of the game, Kaijo was in danger. But since it's perfect copy, why can't Kai's imitate Yuuto's correction? Someone asked this question. Most likely, that's something impossible to imitate. Teppei Kiyoshi gave this answer after thinking. Like Akashi's Emperor Eye and Kuroko's misdirection, these innate talents are unique and cannot be imitated. True, just like Yuuto's super specialization, it's based on Yuuto's special body structure. Others probably can't bear the consequences of specialization. Kai's imitation was amazing, but some monsters were born unique. Back on the other end, Yuuto held the ball facing Kai's again. He exerted all his skills, wanting to engrave this state of Kai's, which was even stronger than Aomine, into his mind. Memories of multiple corrections were deeply etched into his brain and muscles. This time, he brought a greater threat to Kaijo, nearly breaking through Kai's blockade head-on, but still fell a bit short. With a smack, the ball was poked away by Kai's. The nearby Ryuhei Kasuga was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbing the ball and hitting a mid-range jump shot against the hurried defense. Kai stared at Yuuto viciously. He wanted to chase just now, but was tripped up by Yuuto using an illegal screen to block him, yet the referee didn't see it. Similar things happen in every game on the court. Yuuto had no psychological burden. On the contrary, he analyzed in his brain again, looking for his weaknesses and correcting them. Then, he took another small step forward, becoming stronger. Offense and defense transition. Kai sprinted immediately. His time was limited, so he pulled the game rhythm very fast. Yuuto was fearless, his facial expression consistent. The Death Coil talent locked onto Kai's firmly, unfolding a suffocating defense. It could be clearly seen that Kai's needed more time to pass him, and the movements were more complex. On both ends of the court, Yuuto was becoming stronger bit by bit. This time, Kai's consumed a full 10 seconds of the offensive clock to put the ball in. A three-pointer worth 1,000 gold. The gap came to 12 points. Yuuto remained unmoved, receiving the ball and actively seeking out the Kaijo ace again. His offensive was even sharper. The specialized speed and strength had reached the limit he could currently bear, bringing Kai's an even fiercer impact. Like a violent storm, Yuuto's every step seemed to find a needle in a haystack, angles tricky to the extreme. Such talent, such growth speed, simply shocking to heaven and man. Finally, With a whoosh, the basketball disappeared without warning, as if crossing a black hole, skipping time and space, appearing in Iwamura's hands. Too fast. Such a pass caught people off guard. What's more terrifying was that this pass wasn't complete yet, it could be even stronger. However, tilde. Kais shouted loudly, rushing out of the paint like a golden light. He was really too strong. Even so, he rushed back to defend before Iwamura could score. Smack! Iwamura's dunk was rejected by Kais, slapped out of bounds. However, the left eye of God opened. Yuuto moved in advance, picking up the ball before anyone else. Crap, seeing this, Yashitaka Moriyama pounced on Yuuto like crazy, along with Kaijo captain Yukio Kasamatsu. Facing Yuuto, they could only team up, having no possibility of winning alone. Then, they saw Yuuto catch and shoot, extremely fast jumping speed giving them no time to think. Both jumped simultaneously, raising their arms high like a city wall. But at this moment, they heard the coach's terrified shout, Kasamatsu Moriyama. What? The two returned to their senses, seeing the Yuuto in front of them dissipate like a bubble. Looking down, that Seiho King's toes were still on the floor. Yuuto jumped only at this moment. Yukio Kasamatsu acted ruthlessly. A foul was inevitable, but at least he couldn't give the opponent a 2+1 chance. He fouled Yuuto fiercely, arm hitting hard on Yuuto's arm. Useless. The acrobatic shot talent allowed Yuuto to shoot stably under any circumstances. Yuuto twisted his body and put the ball into the hoop. Beep tilde. The referee blew the whistle. 2 points valid, +1 free throw. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 242, Chapter 242, This is a Return Gift. Scored, Yuuto finally scored. No, not scoring by challenging Kai's head-on, doesn't count yet. But when Yuuto scores in front of Kai's next time, that will be the end of Kaijo. Frenzied evolution made mouths dry. Unknowingly, people's attention shifted from Kai's to Yuuto. They were watching Yuuto, who walked to Kai's for full court marking after making the free throw. There was an indescribable aura emanating from him. Like a formed storm, gradually growing, about to sweep the entire court. The gap returned to single digits again. Unable to pull away the score, this feeling made the whole Kaijo team feel uneasy. More importantly, luck seemed to be sucked dry with Kai's explosion. They could no longer hit those luck shots like in the first half. The match continued. The fierce battle between Yuuto and Kai's continued. His footwork was more concise, reading the opponent's offense more clearly. Yuuto looked with his eyes, thought with his brain, felt with his body, not needing to update his database. Kai's felt immense pressure, unable to break through Yuuto's blockade for a full 10 seconds. Such a scene made Kaijo feel depressed from top to bottom, even feeling terror. 14th second of the offensive clock. Kai's had been forced to the right corner. Seeing most paths blocked, he stomped on the floor and jumped abruptly. But the moment his right foot landed, jumped, he felt a burst of pain. Yet he still gritted his teeth and jumped, flinging the ball into the hoop in Ayamine's way. Reaching the limit soon. Yuuto noticed. From the explosion of perfect copy to entering the zone, more than 10 minutes had passed. If not for imitating the perfect rhythm, Kai's body would have failed to hold on much earlier. A slight regret. Couldn't keep playing. But Yuuto was satisfied. He had obtained a lot from his opponent. At least, defeat you once before your state completely declines. This is a return gift. Yuuto's eyes were ice cold. Receiving the ball in the backcourt, he exploded with acceleration directly. Kai's chased with all his might, striving to solve Yuuto with the fastest speed. Result: Yuuto's hands waved like lightning, the basketball jumping quickly under his hands. Still the most primitive, basic movements like dribbling, switching hands, changing direction, yet producing a kind of magical effect. Dazzling golden light erupted from his body, flickering left and right like the sun, constantly changing. Finally, he saw 3 possibilities from Kai's flawless defense. The left eye of God opened abruptly. In an instant, 3 possibilities became 1. His correction was all-encompassing, including data collected by his eyes. And the fused eyes were of a higher level, seeing farther than Mommy predicted. Yuuto took a step to the right, but after completing this step, he made an incredible turn to the other side. The whole process happened in an instant. At this moment, time became incredibly slow. Kai's could clearly see the eyes under Yuuto's bangs and feel his own heart stopping. When time returned to normal, Yuuto had turned into a black light crossing past his side. Past him. Someone shouted. The voice grew from small to large. Like a lit fuse, it quickly spread to the whole arena, detonating the entire gym. Yuuto passed Kai's. Seiho fans in the North Stand had waited for this moment for a long time. They immediately erupted with a huge wave of sound. Kai's gritted his teeth, turning to chase. But at this time, a stinging pain came from his ankle again, making his body fall uncontrollably onto the floor. Without his pursuit, Yuuto's path was unobstructed, dunking over Koji Kobori. Boom! Cheers erupted like a flash flood from the long-suppressed Seiho fans. They roared, waving their arms and fists, venting the emotions in their hearts. Point difference. Still maintained at 9 points, but the situation was already clear. Kaijo was struck by lightning from top to bottom, unable to accept such a result. But what shocked their hearts even more was that Kai's on the ground was struggling to stand up, only to find that he couldn't stand up by his own strength after a long time. It's over, Kai's. I told you it stops here. Yuuto landed and turned to look directly at Kai's on the ground. A not-so-perfect result. He passed Kai's, but the opponent's state had reached its limit. He didn't completely defeat the opponent at his peak, but there was no way to continue. Stops here. Kai's propped himself up with his hands, trying hard to stand. In the second quarter, Yuuto did say such words to him, and it was even possible that he had foreseen the result back then. But how can it stop here? He and Kaijo hadn't won yet. Yukio Kasumatsu walked over with a sullen face, put Kai's arm on his shoulder, helped him up, and walked towards the bench. Of course it won't stop here. We are still here. Now you go down and rest for a while. Kasumatsu's tone was steady, but anyone could hear the unwillingness in his voice. Because he knew. Without Kai's, they simply couldn't stop the Seiho King. They were finished. Hearing this, Kai's lowered his stubborn head. Golden bangs covered his eyes, only his tightly bitten lips could be seen. Water drops fell from his face. Drop by drop from slow to fast, unknown if it was sweat or tears. This was the last trace he left on the court. Kaijo High School requests a substitution. The broadcast soon announced the news of Kaijo's substitution. Kai's came off, replaced by a third-year member. Tilda. Mommy sighed, looking at Kai's covering his head with a towel on the bench, shoulders twitching constantly. Yu is really merciless. Exiting in such a way probably wasn't what Kai's wanted. He would rather Yuuto defeat him with full strength than be used as a whetstone by Yuuto. Aomine watched silently. He began to understand the difference between himself and Yuuto a bit. Many times, he would choose to suppress his own ability in pursuit of fun and interest, trying hard to maintain a certain balance with the opponent. In the original work, Two's first match against Saren was like this, and the first match against Kaijo too. Only when the opponent exploded with greater power would he allow himself to go a step further. Yuuto didn't. All his behavior patterns were to make himself stronger. In the past, when attribute points weren't enough and corrected memories couldn't be retained, he would not hesitate to improve his state to maintain suppression of the opponent. Now, he treated the opponent as a whetstone to train himself. The desire to win and become stronger, intense to the point of madness, was something he didn't possess. If he continued to hold the idea that playing basketball is fine as long as it's fun, maybe he wouldn't be able to surpass Yuuto in the future either. On the court, looking at his junior, Yukio Kasumatsu promised Kai's loudly, "We will definitely hold onto the advantage you created until the end. Don't make promises you can't keep easily. Your advantage will disappear in this quarter." Yuuto stood on the court, looking coldly at all Kaijo members. Then, white steam erupted massively from his body, covering him hazily, and his short black hair quickly turned snow-white like flowing water. F-whoosh tilde. Demon mode. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 243, Chapter 243, Curtain Fall. This was already the best result. In the simulation, Kai's was sent to the hospital for treatment before even finishing watching the game. This is the butterfly effect. With every different choice Yuuto made, things would develop in different directions. The only constant was his victory. F-whoosh tilde. A large amount of white steam erupted from his body. The white demon awakened again, shocking the soul, making all Kaijo members feel despair. Time to send you on your way. Yuuto returned to the familiar free throw line position. Seiho set up the most familiar 2-1-2 mutated zone. Pressure pressed down like a mountain. Yukio Kasumatsu holding the ball didn't dare step inside the three-point line. It was like a forbidden zone where stepping in meant death. And Seiho, or rather Ryuhei Kasuga, defended to prevent the opponent from shooting. In the engagement with Kasuga, the Kaijo captain was forced to step inside the three-point line. This wasn't what he wanted, but the Seiho vice-captain's defense forced him to do so. Then, the white demon killed his way out of the steam, arriving in front, and then slowly extended a palm. The movement was incredibly slow, clearly visible to the naked eye. However, it wasn't truly slow. Rather, the opponent was too fast, catching up to the speed of his brain's thinking. Kasumatsu found his body couldn't move a millimeter, only able to watch helplessly as the opponent's palm brushed past his hands at an imperceptible speed. Smack! The ball was stolen so easily. Kai's has been fighting such a monster from the beginning. At this moment, Kasumatsu truly realized what kind of existence Kai's opponent was. But Seiho's counterattack. It's not over yet. He roared, using his relatively thin body to block firmly in front of Yuuto. Result: with a whoosh, the basketball disappeared silently from Yuuto's hands. The basketball jumped to a position near the center circle, as if passing through a wormhole. After that, Ryuhei Kasuga's figure ran over at extreme speed, picking up the basketball and accelerating to score a layup in Kaijo's undefended paint. 7 points. Kaijo continued to attack, running a complex tactic, similar to Shotoku's off-ball screens, isolating Tsugawa to create opportunities for Moriyama. Useless, our tactics have long been corrected by him, Midorima spoke across the TV screen. Under his gaze, Yuuto's figure passed through Kaijo's screen clusters ghost-like. Moriyama had just received a pass from a teammate when Yuuto's indifferent face was close at hand. This was an extremely terrifying feeling, like watching a horror movie where a ghost suddenly appears in front of the camera. Yuuto didn't even give him time to think. His arms swung down, cutting the ball away like a scalpel. Next second, accompanied by a large amount of white steam, he shuttled across the court. Kaijo people wanted to intercept, but there was no enemy capable of one round. Yuuto was like a demon walking out of purgatory, his body seeming ignited. His powerful posture shocked everyone's soul. Boom! He ended this attack with a crisp dunk. 5 points. In the blink of an eye, Kaijo's advantage was only 5 points, but there were still more than 3 minutes left before the end of the third quarter. The entire Kaijo team tried their best, choosing not to give up even in such a situation. Those 2 words, give up, were not in their dictionary. But useless. Absolute gap in strength, they were a dimension apart. Back on the other end, Yuuto completed another block, landed, took the ball, and ran. Hands, feet, steam emanating from all over his body as he moved. Shooting directly from the midcourt logo position, a super long distance three-pointer. The basketball pierced the net directly. 2 points. About 1 minute after Kai's left the court, Seiho hit Kaijo with a small 7-0 run. His unwillingness deepened, tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes. Everything was just because he wasn't strong enough. That's why these things happened. Swish. With Yuuto hitting another step back 3, Seiho achieved a 1-point lead reversal. No need to wait for the end of the third quarter. With 1 minute 58 seconds left in the game quarter, Seiho had already reversed the score. It's over. True, only players of the generation of miracles level are qualified to contend with Yuuto. This is a cruel fact. But for Saren, the good news is they have such a player in their lineup, plus Kuroko's assistance, not hopeless. Kagami was silent, looking at Yuuto without saying a word. Even in the US, he had never encountered such a genius. Although he hadn't played in high school leagues there, nor contacted college leagues. But Yuuto was undoubtedly a world-class genius. Beep tilde. The whistle for the end of the third quarter sounded. At this time, the score on the field was 79-70. Seiho went from trailing by 9 points to leading by 9 points. Back and forth, Seiho chased 18 points frantically in the final moments. Moreover, of these 18 points, 14 were scored by Yuuto alone. In addition, he had 2 assists and 3 steals and blocks each. All were data obtained in the final moments. Invincible posture, shaking hearts. Whoosh tilde. White steam dissipated, and snow-white hair returned to its original black. Hard work, rest for a few minutes next. Yuuto released all states, taking a towel and water to rest. As long as Seiho could hold this 9-point advantage next, he could rest for a long, long time. And Seiho, worthy of being a powerhouse, they maintained a 9-12-point difference with the opponent throughout. Not pulled away nor caught up. When the game entered the last 4 minutes, Yamashita Shio substituted Yuuto back in to harvest the game. As soon as Yuuto came on, another wave of 10-0 offensive climax completely killed the suspense of the game. Until the last second of the game ran out, Kaijo failed to narrow the gap to within 15 points. They ultimately lost to Seiho by a gap of 18 points, falling in the round of 16 match for 2 consecutive years. Congratulations, you won. After the match, enduring the pain in his heart, Yukio Kasumatsu congratulated the Seiho players with a calm expression. Iwamura touched his hand briefly and blessed him similarly. Don't worry, Kai's will be fine. Don't look at our ace being cold. If Kai's were really going to have problems, he would have blown Kai's up in time. You really know how to comfort people. Kasumatsu sighed silently, turned to order the players to pack their things, and finally led the people into the player tunnel with heads held high. Anyone could be depressed or sad, but he couldn't, because he was the captain of the powerhouse Kaijo. What a graceful player. Ryuhei Kasuga expressed that if it were him, he absolutely couldn't do this step. That's why you can't become Seiho's captain. Yuuto had already packed up, waving towards the direction of Sora and Mom. As for whom he waved to? Of course both. Don't need you to lecture me, Seiho's new captain. Kasuga pouted, following Yuuto to leave. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 244, Chapter 244, Akashi Visits. The highly anticipated battle of powerhouses ended. Final result. Tokyo's #1 seed Seiho defeated Kanagawa's #1 seed Kaijo. Advancing to the final top 8 of the Nationals original was top 8 versus 2, here arranged as round of 16. And, after crossing Kaijo, Seiho's path ahead would be smooth sailing. Before the finals, they wouldn't encounter teams of the generation of miracles level. Kaijo locker room. They had packed their things, ready to leave. Kai's didn't move, sitting on the chair the whole time, eyes red. Anyone could tell he had cried. Lift your head, don't be dejected. You've done very well. Kai slowly raised his head and saw Kasumatsu's strong face. And this doesn't mean everything. We haven't finished yet. This debt, pay it back in winter. Now, you can be sad for a while, but tomorrow, you must pull yourself together for me. Kai's didn't speak, but tears fell from his eyes unacceptably again. I just wanted to win once with you seniors. This true expression of feelings made everyone in the locker room feel sour. Didn't they also want to win with this group of guys around them? Just have a clear conscience. We all did our best, the rest, go back and double the effort. This wasn't just said to Kai's, but also to the other members of Kaijo. Finally, everyone left. Kasamatsu found an excuse to stay in the locker room. After everyone left, the locker room lights were turned off, leaving only darkness around. At this time, Kasamatsu finally took off all disguises, curling up on the floor and sobbing uncontrollably. No atonement, only another failure. He suppressed his voice, hissing like an injured beast. He wasn't strong at all. He just needed to remain strong in front of teammates and fans. At this time, Yuuto happened to pass by with two women. This is Kaijo's locker room. What's that noise? Could it be? Yuuto put a finger on Sora's lips, then shook his head. Instantly, there was no sound in the corridor, only suppressed, heartbreaking sobbing. No time to daze, go back and train immediately. Match ended. Walking out of the arena, everyone in Seirin felt heavy-hearted. If the goal was the Winter Cup Championship, then they must face those monsters directly. Generation of Miracles and Lion King Yuuto. With their current strength, it wasn't enough to challenge the opponents. They must become stronger. Going back, not watching until the end, Kagami still wanted to continue watching. Because tomorrow was the lower bracket matches, especially after entering the top 8. Rakuzen too, Yosen, bound to have full-scale engagements. I want to watch until the end too, Riko Ada said somewhat helplessly. Then let's find a hotel to stay. Hotel, Junpei Hyuga sneered, taking over the conversation. Then he pinched Kagami's face and shouted, "Do you think we Seirin are those rich schools? Where do we get so much money to stay in hotels?" Finished. He turned to everyone and said, "Winter is not far away. Go back and train to death for me." Oh. Similar things were happening on Shotoku's side. Truly a wonderful match, right, Shin-chan? Yuuto and Kai's, truly monsters. Kazunari Tako lamented the terror of those geniuses from the bottom of his heart. Known facts need no repetition. Midorima stood up and said, "And there's a monster standing in front of you too." True, Tako chuckled, but seeing Midorima walk out of the room, he asked, "Where are you going now?" Practice, Midorima's response was only one word. Hearing this, Tako followed immediately. Seeing this, Teisuke Atsubo also stood up. "Can't let first years look down on us. Let's go, Shotoku. Our goal is the Winter Cup." Is that so? I understand. Next day, Kyoto, in one of the Akashi family's large villas, Akashi hung up the phone. He was eating breakfast, with reports about yesterday's match on the table. It was all praise for Yuuto. But his attention wasn't on that. He fell into thought. How is Ryota, the secondary personality? Akashi asked. Not seriously injured, but needs at least a month to recover. Then look at the recovery situation. That's good. The secondary personality, Akashi, breathed a sigh of relief, then threw out another question. You should have seen it. The 6 of us physically aren't ready yet, can't bear such talent. Kai's injury was an accident, but also an inevitability. They, the generation of Miracles and Yuuto, evolved too fast, surpassing their age. What to do? I plan to discuss with them, letting everyone give up this nationals and leave the victory and defeat to the Winter Cup. Akashi stated his plan. As long as they met, the battle would definitely be incomparable fierce. Just like in Yuuto and Kai's match yesterday, they would constantly burn their talents, making their state completely exceed the limit acceptable for this age. In this way, the risk of injury would greatly increase. Yuuto won't agree. I know, but still have to try. They all knew what kind of person Yuuto was. Now that Seiho had no obstacles to entering the finals, asking Yuuto to give up the championship close at hand was impossible. Unless they, Rakuzen, Tu, and Yosen, directly handed over the championship. But still had to try. Thinking of this, he asked the butler to prepare the car. Prepare the car for me, go to XXX. But young master, don't you have a match to play later? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. A moment later, Seiho's hotel, inside Yuuto's room, the phone ringing woke up the soundly sleeping Sora. Who is it? She answered the phone groggily. Akashi paused for a moment on the other end, but roughly guessed who it was. He said, "Is this Kasugano Sora-san? Hello, I am Akashi Seijiro. I have something to discuss with Yuuto." Akashi. That rich young master. Sora asked him to wait, then walked into the room and handed the phone to Yuuto. "Akashi, what's up?" Yuuto asked knowingly. "I'm downstairs at your hotel. Is it convenient to meet?" "Okay." Yuuto said only one word, then said a few words to Sora, who fell back asleep, and went out. Unknown time passed. The two came to a nearby park, sitting on swings swinging back and forth. "You really are childlike, swinging on a swing at this age." "Didn't have the chance when I was little. Now that I'm grown up, I occasionally feel it, treating it as redeeming childhood regrets." Akashi smiled lightly, always so appropriate. "Kyoto is not bad, right? I quite like some old buildings." "Because it imitates the Tang Dynasty style, you like it, right?" Akashi didn't forget that Yuuto wasn't a native Japanese. Small talk ends here. "Akashi, you have a match to play in the morning, right?" "Speak, what exactly do you want with me?" Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 245. Chapter 245, Mystic Eyes, in the Park. Yuuto and Akashi swung on different swings respectively. "What do you want with me? You don't look like someone with a lot of free time." Hearing this, Akashi stopped, sitting on the swing to cut to the chase. "Ryota is injured. The examination results are out. It's a moderate ankle sprain. Needs to rest for a while, then look at the recovery situation." "I know, Mama called me last night." Yuuto knew this long ago. Compared to the ligament damage in the simulation, this result was much better. His imitation surprised me. When I first met Ryota, I foresaw this day would come sooner or later. Akashi acknowledged Kai's talent very much, but at first, I thought he could only imitate one of us. But he is more excellent than I imagined. Perfect copy. One person, merging the techniques and styles of the rest of them. Even speed and strength, including shooting touch, received a certain degree of improvement. Such imitation, indeed, deserved to be called perfect. But this isn't a power he should master now. Your eyes should see very clearly. So, leave our victory and defeat to the Winter Cup, Yuuto. Not a commanding tone, but discussing with Yuuto. I believe you are the same. That kind of specialization should also cause damage to your body, for our future. I refuse. Yuuto refused crisply, so crisply that Akashi hadn't thought of how to respond. But this was also a predictable result from the beginning. He just didn't understand. Was momentary victory really that important? Giving up one nationals, Yuuto could embrace a better future. From the overall situation, this was the best arrangement for them. Victory, is it that important to you? Basketball has nothing to do with life and death, but it is higher than life and death. Yuuto quoted a famous saying, then stood up planning to go back. That is the meaning of my coming to this world. When he was little, he never understood those words parents said like this, is for your own good. Ignorant him only felt annoyed, thinking it was his parents imposing their ideas on him, tired of those words. In the end, all came true. His parents said studying hard would lead to a better future. He scoffed at it in the past. Only after entering society did he know how high the gold content of that sentence was. At that time, occasionally on some nights he would think, if he could do it all over again, he would definitely study hard and live like a human being. But some things, once missed, are missed. There is no medicine for regret in the world. I won't let myself have emotions like, if only I had done that back then, in the future. Future matters will be considered in the future. Now, I just want to win all the matches I can win. After speaking, he left directly without even saying goodbye. Negotiation broke down. The secondary personality Akashi had anticipated this. Yuuto's words made him empathize somewhat. They both believed victory was the meaning of their existence. He also understood somewhat why he was so obsessed with defeating Yuuto. Because they were the same kind, and victory could only be possessed by one person, there was only one throne. Result anticipated long ago. Then, still going to find Daiki and Atsushi. Of course, from the overall situation, this is the best decision for us. Akashi also stood up. At the park gate, his driver bodyguard was still waiting for him. Morning. Round of 16 matches continued. Today were the lower bracket matches. Yuuto and Sora came to the gym to watch the game together. But what disappointed the audience was that in the 2 matches in the morning, neither Akashi nor Amine appeared. Akashi seemed to have settled with the others, letting the rest of the team decide the outcome. Akashi, Amine, and Murasakibara would not intervene in the matches. Sora also felt a bit disappointed. Accustomed to fine dining, suddenly watching such plain matches was unaccustomed. Compared to these people, she wanted to see Yuuto playing. Yuuto. He watched with relish, recording Rakuzen's tactics and playstyle in his mind and analyzing them. Of course, this process only lasted for the first half. He completed the analysis of Rakuzen's tactics in 20 minutes. Then, he began to check the things he obtained after the simulation last night. Pass Without Warning finally completed after a few years of simulation time. Power should be very close to Nash's level. Simulation level didn't increase, probably need another simulation to level up. Then its talents. Yuuto looked at the purple talent in front of him. Insightful Vision. Observe opponents, gain insight into opponents, attack their weaknesses. This was one of his biggest gains last night. Insightful Vision, the signature talent of Adobe Keigo, captain of Hyotai Academy and Prince of Tennis. Evolving further, Lord Atobe could see through all the opponent's weaknesses, even seeing the opponent's joints and skeleton. World of Ice and Adobe Kingdom. The development potential is very high. However, better to become nourishment for the left eye of God. The left eye of God had evolved into purple. Blue talents couldn't be fused in, but purple ones could. Fuse left eye of God and insightful vision. Fuse. Fusion confirmed. Left eye of God purple, insightful vision purple. Talent types confirmed. Conditions met. Fusion starts. Yuuto silently looked at the simulation panel in front of him. In last night's simulation, he didn't fuse immediately, but tried the intensity of insightful vision. Finally found that this talent couldn't satisfy the current him. Insightful vision and left eye of God didn't achieve a 1+1 effect. Only when the simulation was about to end did he fuse them, obtaining better eyes. Fusion complete. Congratulations, obtained purple talent, Mystic Eyes, Demon Eyes. Mystic Eyes, super large amplitude improvement in vision, analyzing opponents, parsing tactics, gaining insight into weaknesses. Concise and short, but powerful ability. Mystic Eyes possess the advantages of all fusion materials and took them all a step further. Vision without blind spots, even dust on the court could be seen. Analysis and prediction ability of opponents went a step further. Parsing opponent tactics speed increased and drawing inferences. And he could see dead spots. Once he could complete the analysis of the opponent, he could see dead spots, points of death weakness, that the opponent couldn't understand no matter how they defended. When Yuuto saw the existence of dead spots during the simulation, he even suspected. Mystic Eyes was merely the preparatory form of the Mystic Eyes of death perception, and eventually, it might evolve into the form claimed to kill even gods for you to see. Of course, this wasn't a superpower world. He was just a stinking basketball player. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 246, Chapter 246, Semifinals, Mystic Eyes of Death Perception. In the case files of Lord Elmelii, Hishiri Adeshino described these eyes as follows. The ultimate future sight that sees the end and brings it to the present, and the ultimate past sight that sees the origin and brings it to the surface of the present. Translated simply, able to see the end and birth of all things, because those eyes are connected to the root of the world Akasha. If manifested in basketball, what would it become? Yuuto looked forward to it. Your eyes. Sora felt bored because there were no members of the Generation of Miracles on the court. Instead of watching such a boring match, it was better to look at her man. Result, she made a new discovery upon looking. Yuuto's eyes. A red ring wrapped around his pupils, and a blue light emanated from the black pupils, like a rotating azure star. Do they look good? Sora nodded subconsciously. They indeed looked very good, giving a feeling of full spirituality, yet majestic without anger. You really are a complete appearance party member, someone who judges based on looks. I just like appreciating beautiful things. Sora was righteous and even leaned closer to look. This made the surrounding boys incredibly envious. She was too exquisite, like someone walking out of a manga. Her fashion sense was also top tier, liking to wear Gothic-style dresses. In the words of the Seiho basketball players, Sora is simply cute to the point of foul play. Yet she used such beautiful eyes to look at a stinky man. If they hadn't recognized the person as Seiho's King Yuuto long ago, they would have wanted to step forward and intervene. Yuuto just smiled and continued observing Rakuzen. After simulating several times, the final result was always Seiho facing Emperor Rakuzen of Kyoto. This was the biggest stumbling block on his road to the top. Just a pity. The secret weapon Mayuzumi Chihiro was hidden by Akashi all along. Once this type of sixth man enters the battle, it will cause huge changes. His analysis of Rakuzen was at most 50% complete. Let's go back. The match ended, Yuuto didn't stay. Since Akashi didn't play, it meant he had reached an agreement with Ayamine and Murasakibara. In subsequent matches, there was a high probability they wouldn't play either. Facts proved so. In the match held in the afternoon, neither Ayamine nor Murasakibara appeared in the 2 versus Yosen match. Clearly, Akashi successfully persuaded them. The generation of miracle civil war that fans wanted to see wouldn't happen in subsequent matches. Round of 16 matches all ended. The next day, immediately following were the quarterfinals, 8-4. Teams in the upper bracket appeared first, giving yesterday's participating teams as much rest time as possible. However, less than 24 hours wasn't enough for players to recover their condition. Teams and players still remaining in the nationals were supported by a breath, spirit, willpower. Their bodies were actually very tired. In this match, Yamashita Shio didn't rotate the lineup completely, but reduced the playing time of the main force. In the first quarter, Yuuto led the substitutes, leading the opponent by 15 points in a single quarter. In the second quarter, Yuuto rested, Iwamura and others appeared, and Seiho still led by 15 points. After all, reaching the national top 8, every remaining team was the elite of the elite. NCAA March Madness also has terms like Sweet 16 and Elite 8. Meaning, after entering the national top 8, there are no weak teams, all are elites. The nationals are no exception. Good luck won't always favor a team. Without relative skill, one can't reach this step. In the second half, Yamashita Shio let all starters appear. In this quarter, Seiho exerted full force, widening the gap to over 30 points. They turned the last quarter into garbage time, continuing to let substitute players go up to level up. Thus, Seiho broke into the national Final Four. Immediately in the afternoon, the highly anticipated generation of Miracle Civil War finally started. First was the match between Rakuzen and Yosen. But to the fans' great regret, neither Akashi nor Murasakibara, the 2 geniuses, appeared. However, both sides still contributed a wonderful contest. Yosen's absolute defense, with 2 players over 2 meters tall inside. Such height is an overwhelming advantage at this age. Unfortunately, their opponent today was the defending champion Rakuzen, possessing 3 uncrowned kings. The 2 teams fought until the last quarter to decide the winner. Ultimately, Rakuzen was slightly better. Did Tatsuya Himuro not play either? Did he come only for the Winter Cup? Yuuto rubbed his chin. He was quite curious about Kagami's brother. He, Heizaki Shogo, and Nijimura Shiuzo were hailed as the strongest combat forces under the generation of miracles. Who is stronger among these 3? This is an interesting topic. Match ended, Yuuto left the arena quietly again. Then, another day. Key semifinals. As long as they could win this match, Yuuto and Seiho could enter the nationals finals. This would not only determine their chance to compete for the championship. At the same time, entering the Nationals finals also meant Seiho would directly enter the Winter Cup without playing qualifiers. This was quite attractive in the fiercely competitive Tokyo district. Therefore, in this battle, Yamashita Shio didn't give the starters rest time anymore. Everyone knew the final would be held a week later. Winning this one, they would have plenty of rest time. Match started. Yuuto came up and sank a super long three-pointer from the logo position to awe the opponent. Helplessly, the opponent could only launch a full-court man-to-man defense on him. The problem was, except for the generation of miracles having a chance, no player can single-handedly defend Yuuto. Akashi also came to the court today. Their match against two was scheduled for the afternoon. Sure enough, in the next round, Yuuto passed the defender in one step and hit the ball near the three-point line. At this moment, Seiho had a brief 5-on-4 numerical advantage. However, this time was very short. In just over a second, the opponent could complete the defensive recovery. What Yuuto had to do was seize this numerical advantage. Seiho's opponent had no choice but to step up. Now in the Nationals, no one dared to underestimate this Lion King. Giving him an open opportunity wasn't much different from giving away points directly. Then, with a whoosh, Yuuto bounced past to the cutting Ryuhei Kasuga. Seiho's vice-captain cut into the paint and assisted Iwamura to score. Just 2 minutes into the match, Seiho hit the opponent with a 15-0 run, forcing the opponent to call the second timeout. After the timeout, the situation didn't improve. Seiho, extremely eager for the championship, was in surprisingly good form today. With an unreasonable monster like Yuuto on the offensive end, they only needed to focus on defense. First defensive possession after the timeout, Seiho forced the opponent into a 24-second violation. Fans could feel the opponent's despair across the court. Different from Yosen's defense, it's a dynamic defense utilizing mobility, switching, and space reasonably. Rakuzen just played Yosen yesterday, so Akashi was very clear about the difference between Seiho and Yosen. Although both were defense-oriented teams, there was an absolute difference in essence. Yosen's defense lay in height, paying special attention to paint defense. Seiho wasn't. They played dynamic defense, and most players possess the ability to defend switches. Their opening lies in the two corners, if utilized well. I know, and Yuuto knows too. The secondary personality, Akashi's subtext. Yuuto might not give them such an opportunity, and might even use this psychology to set an ambush. True, Akashi nodded. Big picture view had always been his advantage. Even Midorima hadn't beaten him 3 times in shogi. But Yuuto was different. Akashi couldn't see through him. The opponent had a big picture view not weaker than his own. Sometimes, Akashi even felt Yuuto could predict the future. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 247. Chapter 247, Mayuzumi Chihiro. Many times, Akashi had the illusion that Yuuto could predict the future. Seiho, no, it should be said Yuuto's preparation for the match was too thorough and too precise. Every step pierced the opponent's vitals. Such a layout of the big picture, even he couldn't guarantee being able to do it. Of course, our preparation isn't inferior to his. Right, prepare for the afternoon match. Akashi withdrew his gaze, making final preparations for the decisive battle with 2 in the afternoon. Even if he and Aomine agreed not to play, Rakuzen couldn't do without him as the captain. And Seiho's match. After 4 quarters, a total of 40 minutes of contest. They won this Nationals semifinal with an astonishing 58-point huge advantage. Too dominant, Tokyo's number 1 seed didn't disappoint. They walked to the final battle. Then, fans turned their attention to the key battle in the afternoon. Rakuzen vs 2. Emperor vs Tyrant. King Seiho's finals opponent would be born from these 2 teams. However, fans were now concerned about whether Akashi and Aomine, the 2 youths, would play. The answer was no. Akashi and Aomine didn't even enter the match roster. Coaches of both sides also tacitly approved their approach. Akashi or Aomine, both were the most important assets of Rakuzen and two for the next 3 years. If not for Kai's incident, they might not have agreed. But since it happened, both sides must consider protecting the team's core aces. Akashi still appeared on the court, sitting on the bench to supervise the battle. Aomine extremely decisively didn't appear in the gym. Without the two bosses of the Generation of Miracles, the match lost a lot of color, but was still exciting. Both Tu and Rakuzen possessed extremely strong individual ability. Rakuzen, needless to say, with 3 uncrowned kings as a guarantee. Mayuzumi Chihiro also entered the roster today. This was a killing move prepared by Akashi, just in case. Tu wasn't much inferior. Imyoshi Shoichi was one of the best point guards in the country, comparable in strength to Yukio Kasamatsu. Starting shooting guard Ryo Sakurai was one of Yuuto's former important helpers. Leaving aside strength, his fame wasn't weaker than the uncrowned kings. The paper lineups of both teams were luxurious enough. This paper strength was eventually reflected in the match. Both sides erupted with a high-level contest from the first second of the opening. Assisted by Mommy's intel, Tu fought Rakuzen to a standstill in the first half. The gap between the two sides was only 4 points, Rakuzen temporarily leading. However, Mommy was still worried, her eyebrows furrowed. Mayuzumi Chihiro, the third year who suddenly appeared on Rakuzen's roster, made her feel uneasy. No match records. Not just this year, but throughout his 3 years of high school, there were no appearance records. But Mom investigated and found that the other party was personally brought back to the basketball club by Akashi after he joined Rakuzen. The other party didn't play in the first half either, looking like he was just making up the numbers. Second half, both sides changed sides and fought again. The situation wasn't much different from the first half. The scores of both sides bit tight, unable to pull apart. The first to become restless was Katsunori Harasawa, calling the first timeout of the match in the 8th minute of the third quarter. After the timeout, he used a 3-point tactic to create an opportunity for Ryo Sakurai, who hit it. Then came Eiji Shirogane, utilizing Hayama Katero's drive and dish to assist Mibuchi Ryo for a 3-pointer as well. Players on the court gave their all. Coaches on the sidelines were also battling wits. Putting aside the Generation of Miracles, the duel between the two teams was already one of the highest quality matchups in the Nationals in recent years. Very close. Both are nationally famous powerhouses. Even if there is a gap in lineup strength, it won't be that big. Don't forget Tu's female spy. Many people were discussing the match, generally believing Rakuzen's overall strength was stronger. Because besides the lineup, Tu also had an external brain, Mommy Satsuki. Her existence was no longer a secret. Many teams who had played against Tu were impressed by Mommy's intelligence, gathering ability. With her support, Tu was still trailing, proving Rakuzen's strength. Hey Yuuto, who do you think will win? Rakuzen. A gym not far from Seiho's hotel, Yamashita Shio temporarily rented this place for a week. Why, although Rakuzen has 3 uncrowned kings, Tu also has Mommy Satsuki. Yeah, and the score can't be pulled apart at all right now. Anything is possible. Seiho's team members were puzzled. No matter how you looked at it, the result of this match was unpredictable. Hearing this, Yuuto put down the basketball in his hand and looked over. Just then, the camera focused on Rakuzen's bench. Yuuto pointed at Mayuzumi Chihiro and said, "Because Rakuzen has this person." Him. What's special about him? The special thing is that he is a player personally excavated by Akashi, with no appearance records so far. And the various data on his body are very average, pitifully average, just like Kuroko. Kuroko. Saren's invisible man. You mean, this person in Rakuzen is a player of the same type as Saren's Kuroko? 0. They trusted Yuuto 100%. His eyes worked better than anything. He wouldn't easily make a mistake. Since he said yes, then it definitely wasn't wrong. Rakuzen's lineup actually hides such a person. Does Tu know? Looking at Mommy's expression, she probably doesn't know, but should have realized something is wrong. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Akashi Seijiro, 3 uncrowned kings, plus a phantom 6th man. This lineup of Rakuzen looks scary no matter how you looked at it. Then isn't 2 finished? Yes, 2 was indeed finished. On TV, the match soon proceeded to the 4th quarter. Rakuzen maintained a lead of 4-7 points throughout. At the critical moment, Ryo Sakurai, the champion member of Hazumi Academy, stepped forward, hitting 2 of 2 3-pointers, chasing the gap to 1 point. 2 saw the hope of victory. However, at this time, Rakuzen made a substitution adjustment, with only more than 40 seconds left in the match. Mayuzumi Chihiro, who had no appearance record, went on. Mom reminded the coach immediately. Katsunori Harasawa listened and let 2's players be vigilant. Result: Mayuzumi Chihiro did nothing after coming on. Instead, 2's people were overly vigilant, seized by Rakuzen, allowing Mabuchi Ryo to hit a fatal 3-pointer. Seeing this, Akashi smiled elegantly. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 248, Chapter 248, Seiho's new captain. Mama is still the same. Girls are always easier than boys to notice things that ordinary people don't notice. 2 Akashis communicated in the brain. The move of Mayuzumi Chihiro was prepared by him before the match started. He anticipated the course of the match. Without his threading the needle, 2's defense would cause great trouble for Rakuzen. And Rakuzen could only rely on stronger individual ability to play. Naturally, the match would be fought anxiously. At this time, he threw Mayuzumi Chihiro onto the chessboard. 2 couldn't win no matter what. Because even if Mom and 2 weren't vigilant, Mayuzumi also had the ability to change the match result. Of course, this is the best result, not exposing Chihiro-senpai's ability. Yuuto definitely won't guess that we found another Kuroko. Rakuzen's victory is absolute. Secondary Akashi completely lost his voice after saying this, hiding away. Swish. The ball went in, a fatal 3-pointer. Less than 1 minute left in the match, gap was 4 points, an insurmountable gap. Mom watched helplessly as Mabuchi Ryo made this 3-pointer, heart feeling like it was hit by a hammer. It was her cleverness that put the team in a predicament. That big-breasted woman looks very sad. Sora didn't gloat, her expression was even somewhat worried. If you care about Mom, call her later to comfort her. I won't do that, better if she loses miserably. Sora fed, turning her head away. Finally, the match ended. Rakuzen defeated Tokyo's number 2 seed 2 by a 6-point advantage. After hitting the fatal 3, Rakuzen's morale boosted, and they defended 1-2 offense. Pressured by time, 2 could only adopt foul tactics. Mabuchi Ryo made 2 free throws, completely killing the match suspense. After the match, Sora didn't call to comfort, but Mom ran over seeking comfort. You. Upon meeting, Mommy cried and pounced over. She was truly sad, thinking her cleverness caused the team to lose. Guilt made her tears flow uncontrollably when she saw Yuuto. At this time, Mommy didn't look like a super spy at all, not the one who could choke Sora speechless, nor the flirtatious master. She was like a little girl who did something wrong and was at a loss. You weren't wrong. I caused the team to lose. She cried loudly, shoulders twitching, hands clutching Yuuto's clothes tightly. Your intuition was right. That Mayuzumi Chihiro is not simple. What do you mean? I was right. Mom raised her head. Her tear-stained face was pitiable. Yuuto found a place for her to sit and calm down. After a while, he told her that Mayuzumi Chihiro is very likely another Kuroko. Kuroko, how is that possible? How can there be another person in this world with such low presence? Mom was incredulous. To some extent, she even felt Kuroko's presence was rarer than Yuuto and the others' talents. Otherwise, what qualifications does a player with such low ability have to enter Rakuzen's roster? Don't forget, he was discovered by Akashi. But Mame's intuition, indeed, told her that the player named Mayuzumi Chihiro wasn't simple. Because Akashi wasn't an ordinary person, people he favored must have their uniqueness. Just like he discovered Kuroko's possibility back then, and saw Kai's future surpassing Heizaki. All signs proved that Akashi's vision was vicious. However, Yuuto and Akashi were the same. Their ability to discover teammates around them was on the same level. Just like Kuroko and Heizaki, and even Seiho's teammates now. He helped Kuroko develop the Phantom Shot and Vanishing Drive, helped Heizaki derive Phantom Step under his talent, and developed the offensive ability Seiho needed most. They could always see the possibilities hidden in players. Thinking of this, Mom believed 90% in her heart. Really a second Kuroko. 9 out of 10. Then in the finals a week later, you guys. I know what I'm doing. Yuuto took out a tissue to wipe the tears from Mommy's eyes. Akashi thinks he hid it well, not knowing I know everything. He laughed with thick confidence. Mom stared at his face, looked, and suddenly stopped crying. So good looking. She somewhat understood her mother, why she fell for her mediocre-looking father back then. She had asked specifically, and her mother said, serious and confident men look the best. You'll know in the future. Hungry. Full from crying just now. And now, coaxed by you hungry. This damn woman really understands. Yuuto was amused by her cuteness. Then let's go, take you to eat something. Okay, but this time you can't let me pay. She obviously still held a grudge about Yuuto freeloading that time. Although Amine did it too, a date with Yuuto was different in nature. Won't let you pay. Then I'm going. Mommy's smile bloomed like a flower. The next day, the Nationals entered the only week of rest time. All Rakuten members returned to the basketball club to prepare, and Seiho also chose to stay in Kyoto for practice. Yamashita Shio also used his connections to schedule a few practice matches for Seiho. Mostly university students, Seiho's former seniors. Receiving the teacher's call, they took the bus from all over the country to Kyoto to spar with their alma mater without a word. After just one game, these old seniors began to lament. Coach, if we had Yuuto when I played back then, we would definitely have one. You're right, but your position overlaps with Yuuto, so you could only be a substitute champion. The atmosphere in the gym was very good. These players, some left Seiho 3 years ago, some 2 years, some even just 1 year. Everyone grew up a bit. What didn't change was their affection for Seiho. After all, Seiho hadn't won a championship for many years. Every year left many regrets. Therefore, when Yamashita Shio called, these seniors took the bus from all over the country without hesitation. If Seiho could win the championship in the end, helping the team spar would somewhat fill those regrets in their hearts. Since there are many people today, I'll announce something. Yamashita Shio called everyone together. These players were all his disciples, his students. Although a few years had passed, and everyone changed a lot in Yamashita Shio's heart, their appearances still stayed at the time they first joined in their first year. Finally, his gaze rested on Yuuto, the disciple with the best talent he had ever coached in his life, and probably the one who would make him proud in the future. He said, Yuuto, from now on, you are the new captain of the Seiho basketball club. At the moment, when they were one step away from the summit, he chose to let Yuuto take over Seiho's crown. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. New fanfic, 249, Chapter 249, Final. Yamashita Shio chose to hand over the most important position in the basketball club to Yuuto at this crucial moment. This wasn't fair to Tsutomu Iwamura, but this is a decision made after discussing with the coach. Iwamura also spoke up at this time. I hope to unload all burdens and go all out for the last nationals of my high school career. Winning the championship as captain is certainly glorious. But Iwamura chose to let go at this time, hoping to discard all burdens and play this most important match with full strength. Yuuto, you said before that a king without a crown is like the emperor's new clothes, just a ridiculous clown indulging in his own world. You were right, so I hand this burden to you now. Everyone in our basketball club hopes you can accept it. While speaking, others also aimed expectant gazes at Yuuto. This first-year student, although only a first year, had become the most indispensable existence among them. Okay. Yuuto nodded without hesitation. Completing the heritage-like transfer of power before such a critical match could effectively stimulate team morale. Seeing this, the third-year players all breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, they could face what might be the most important match of their lives without any psychological burden. Iwamura's rigid face showed a smile as he gently patted Yuuto's shoulder. Others followed, putting their hands on his shoulders as if handing everything over to him. Yuuto felt as if he was carrying the entire weight of Seiho. Give the order, Captain. Ryuhei Kasuga was also smiling. Then he heard Yuuto say, rest for 20 minutes, then proceed to the second practice match. Yes, everyone responded loudly and went to prepare. Thus, Seiho completed the transfer of power between new and old. Yuuto became the veritable king of Seiho. Don't blame me for giving you the pressure at this time. Seiho, this ship needs a helmsman like you. Yamashita Shio walked to Yuuto's side after the crowd dispersed. However, he believed this was the best timing. He believed in Yuuto's magnanimity, fearless of pressure. Yuuto was a genius rising from a place like Okashirazome. He had overcome bigger difficulties. He was strong enough, his shoulders broad enough to carry Seiho's heavy weight. Most importantly, Yuuto was the strongest player. What Akashi Seijiro could accomplish, Yuuto would only do better. You look more pressured than me, coach. Yuuto patted Yamashita Shio's shoulder, speaking disrespectfully, playfully. Remember to wear a nice suit on the day of the match. We will stand on the podium. I will, Yamashita Shio smiled too. Then, a new round of practice matches began. Time passed unknowingly to mid-June. The Nationals entered the most important final stage. These days, discussions about the final between the two teams could be seen everywhere on the internet. Local newspapers in Tokyo and Kyoto were also tracking reports, conducting match previews. However, Seiho and Rakuzen both chose closed training, not letting any outsider in, fearing leakage of their preparations. But the powerful reporters still discovered the movements of the two teams. Many former players of Rakuzen and Seiho who had entered university gathered in Kyoto at this time. No need to guess to know, they came to help their alma maters prepare for the final. Even university players were called back. This is the heritage of the king and the emperor. Seirin people were also paying attention to the final. Reading the newspaper, they sighed at the deep heritage of these powerhouses, casually pulling a group of powerful sparring partners. After all, it's Seiho and Rakuzen. Players coming out of their basketball clubs are elites among elites. They are equally valued in university. How about we go to the scene to watch the game later? Final. Watching live and watching on TV are very different. Although lacking funds to stay in a hotel, Seirin still had money for a round-trip ticket. Others looked at Riko Ada. The latter was equally moved. She nodded without thinking too long. Great. Seirin people cheered. Kagami's thoughts had already drifted to that arena in Kyoto. Kanagawa Private Hospital. Kai's applied for early discharge. Your foot hasn't healed yet. Don't worry, senior, it won't affect anything. For that match, no matter what, I want to witness it personally. Witness the result of the first confrontation between the generation of miracles and Yuuto in high school. Would Yuuto have the last laugh again, or would Akashi redeem the face of the generation of miracles? And I have this. Kai's raised the crutch in his hand as if he had recovered from the match loss. In that case, all right, I'll go with you. That's really appreciated, Kasamatsu-senpai. Day of the final. Midorima returned to his room after lunch. For today, he specially bought a pair of disguise sunglasses. After putting them on, he went out specifically to ask his family. Ka-san, do I look unfamiliar like this? Midorima's mother looked up at her son a few times, then lowered her head to continue clearing the dishes. Shintaro, if you want to make mom laugh, you succeeded. Your joke is very humorous. His sister was also powerless to complain about her brother. Brother, if you want to watch the game, just go directly. Why play such a boring disguise game? Also, no one goes out with a sharp pair of scissors. You'll be arrested as a dangerous element. Midorima gave up completely. When going out, he honestly switched back to his original glasses without any disguise. I'm heading out. At the same time, all Seiho members had made final preparations. Their match was scheduled for 5:00 p.m., allowing most fans time to watch. Yuuto and the others arrived at the arena an hour early. Register. Go to the locker room. Walk onto the court for a simple spot check, then return to the locker room for final preparations, waiting for the match to start. Unknowingly, time reached 5:00 p.m. At this moment, the arena was already packed with over 20,000 enthusiastic fans from all over the country. Little Midorima, long time no see. You actually didn't disguise yourself today. So magical. Kai's recognized Midorima from afar. That green hair was particularly eye-catching. Walking closer and finding his old teammate exceptionally normal today, he felt incredible. Midorima's mouth twitched, thinking of that damn memory from the afternoon. Clearly studied hard, why was I recognized so easily? Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 250, Chapter 250, Strongest versus Strongest. Wow, it's a normal little green, so magical. Mom also walked over at this time, face carrying emotion, as if a disappointing child finally grew up. Before the final, there was a third-place playoff. But it was held in the morning. Their 2 won third place in the nationals. Mom was in a good mood today, joking with them as soon as she came up. Long time no see, little Kai's and senior Kasamatsu. Long time no see, 2's team manager, and the ace of the generation of miracles, Ayamine Daiki. Ayamine appeared quite cold. At this point, what ace or not ace? He had already lost to Yuuto. Didn't expect everyone to watch the game together. If only little Murasakibara were here too. Little Murasakibara has probably returned to Akita Prefecture already. Should be eating snacks at home right now. Mommy's guess was absolutely correct. Murasakibara was indeed lying on the sofa at home munching on chips, still complaining. You can watch the game anywhere, why come to my house? Murasakibara was unhappy. He felt his happy time was ruined. You didn't come to find us, so we could only come to find you ourselves. Yeah, for watching games, it's livelier with more people. They spoke righteously. Even Coach Masako Araki sat in the living room holding a shinai, bamboo sword. So I'm asking, why did you have to come to me? What's with that these people are so troublesome? Look on your face. Masako Araki raised the shinai in her hand. I didn't. Murasakibara denied it. He didn't want to be hit. While speaking, cheers came from the TV. Everyone shifted their gaze and saw both sides of the match walking out of the tunnel. On one side was Rakuzen High School wearing white-based jerseys. Akashi walked at the very front of the team with his jacket draped over his shoulders. Instantly, sounds of Emperor Rakuzen, victory were endless. On the other end, Yuuto also walked at the very front, followed by the muscular men of Seiho. Seiho tilde. Clap 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 tilde. Seiho tilde. Clap 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 tilde. Shouts accompanied by rhythmic beats, like welcoming a king's travel. Put down backpacks, take off jackets. Both sides warmed up meticulously in their respective half-courts, but fans on both sides shouted across the air, constantly trying to suppress the other side with their voices. Soon, under the eager gaze of fans, the warm-up of both sides ended. Yuuto and Akashi walked towards each other invariably, reaching out across the center line to shake hands. Yuuto represents Seiho to shake hands. His action attracted many people's attention. Normally, such a segment is carried out by the team captain, showing the team's demeanor and friendship. In previous matches, Iwamura had always been Seiho's representative. Today, this person changed to Yuuto. In other words, has the transfer of power in Seiho been completed? Choosing this time, Seiho's determination is high. Another first-year captain. Shinji Kagane exclaimed. In Japan's current national conditions, such things rarely happen. A basketball club captain position isn't given to whoever is strong, but through seniority. Normally, when the third-year captain steps down, they hand the baton to a second-year player to inherit the basketball club. So many basketball club captains in Japan are actually in office for only 1 year. Cases like Yuuto and Akashi are extremely rare. But thinking of those two's leadership ability, personal charisma, and powerful strength, indeed no seniority is needed to make the basketball club trust them completely. Team members are willing to follow such strong people. Congratulations, Yuuto. Akashi paused for a moment, then laughed again. We have been looking forward to playing against you. He said we didn't refer to Rakuzen, but the two people in his body. I'm looking forward to it too. Looking forward to the second victory in my life. Yuuto's aura was fully open. He was confident to the point of arrogance, bringing immense pressure to people. Then I wish you good luck. Akashi didn't yield, talking with the posture of a superior, implying that Seiho needed luck to defeat Rakuzen. Strength wasn't enough to challenge Emperor Rakuzen. Even the primary personality, Akashi, still embraced confidence and pride. Fans looked at the two, involuntarily swallowing saliva. The atmosphere was already so intense before the match started. Those two geniuses, different from other generation of miracles, gave a heart-pounding feeling. A commotion on the scene. Fans on both sides shouted even more fiercely. They simply couldn't remain calm, because this was the final decisive battle. This was the most important match of the year. No flaw could be tolerated. Beep tilde. A hum came from the broadcast, meaning the match was about to start. Next will be the final of the 88th National High School Boys Basketball Tournament. Opposing sides, Seiho High School from Tokyo District and Rakuzen High School from Kyoto District. The match was about to begin. The Nationals have been held until now, exactly the 88th edition this year. For Yuuto, this was a lucky number. The referee entered with the ball. The referee in charge of blowing the whistle today was heard to be a famous local referee invited from the professional league. It could be seen that this match indeed attracted considerable attention. Both sides bow. Please advise X2. As both sides shouted with full breath, fans welcomed the arrival of this feast with applause. Finally starting. Who do you think will win? How will it end? This was a question many people had, discussing it all these days, but the result would be out soon. I think Rakuzen has a better chance. After all, their lineup looks stronger, balanced in all aspects. In contrast, although Seiho is known as the Iron Wall, the offensive end lacks variety without enough tactical support. This was the voice of many. Seiho's defense was, if not number one in the country, at least top level. But relatively, the offensive end was criticized for years. This year's Seiho relied extremely on Yuuto's performance on the offensive end. Not necessarily. Although Seiho's current offense looks simple, they have Yuuto. In so many past matches, Seiho hasn't had a single game with less than triple-digit points. Yuuto has long proven that he can kill the game alone. Triple-digit average points. Such attack power is actually very high at this age group. Many teams only score 70-80 points in a game. 90 points is already considered high. And Yuuto, he could even provide such super high firepower alone. People discussed animatedly, starting from the lineup for detailed analysis. However, most of these analyses were just wishful guessing. Some thought Rakuzen had a higher chance of winning. Their lineup was too perfect. Adding the generation of Miracles leader Akashi Seijiro this year was like getting the most desired heart. No weaknesses anymore. Their lineup, even in Emperor Rakuzen's history, was the strongest, bar none. On the other hand, Seiho also received the most needed reinforcement. Strong defense, weak offense, they got the strongest junior high student in the country last year, Lion King Yuuto. The lineup strength also reached Seiho's historical strongest. In other words, this is the duel between the strongest and the strongest. Before the match even started, people were already extremely expectant. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 251, Chapter 251, War, Emperor and King. The match began. Rakuzen starters: Akashi Seijuro, Mibuchi Ryo, Hayama Kataro, Mayuzumi Chihiro, Nebuya Aikichi. Except for Mayuzumi Chihiro, who had no appearance record, this Rakuzen lineup was indeed luxurious to the extreme, with no weaknesses to be found. Of course, Seiho was not bad either, starting 5. Ryuhei Kasuga, Tomoki Tsugawa, Yuuto, Jiichi Amuro, Tsutomu Iwamura. Tsutomu Iwamura was one of the best centers in Tokyo. In terms of seniority, he, Teisuke Atsubo, and Teppei Kiyoshi were arguably the 2-3 most famous, with Teppei Kiyoshi even slightly behind. Ryuhei Kasuga, as the team's former top scorer, averaged over 20 points per game. Excellent in both offense and defense, also a star player. Tomoki Tsugawa, although a first year, had already produced his masterpiece last year, freezing Kai's Ryota of the Generation of Miracles in a single game. Yuuto needed no introduction. He had been hailed as the strongest in the country since the 3rd year of junior high. Both teams, except for Mayuzumi Chihiro and Jiichi Amuro, were respectable players nationwide. So luxurious. Yeah, such lineup strength. Just hearing the names tells you how strong they are. This is the configuration of the top national powerhouses. Seirin people were all sighing with emotion, little knowing their own configuration was equally heaven-defying. Match started. Jump ball segment. Tsutomu Iwamura concentrated fully, squatting down, meeting the opponent. The last nationals, In the past week, he had an important conversation with Ryuhei Kasuga, Jiichi Amuro, and other players. Unknowingly, they were all 3rd years, reaching the end of their high school careers. Looking back since joining Seiho, they had always called themselves kings, proud of being able to join Seiho. However, as Yuuto said, they had no championship. The so-called king title was unworthy of the name. The real king was in Kyoto. That night, they talked a lot about their mediocrity in the past 2 years. They also talked about the bold ambitions they made after joining Seiho to dominate the country. In the end, 2 years passed, and they still achieved nothing. But the opportunity is right in front of us. This was what Ryuhei Kasuga said that night. The chance for us to turn from fakes into the real deal is right in front of us. Yes, the opportunity had arrived. To become a genuine king, Iwamura let go of everything. He even handed over the position of Seiho Basketball Club captain, which he was most proud of, to Yuuto, to be able to devote himself fully to the match. Today's opponent was hard to deal with. One of the uncrowned kings, Nebuya Aikichi, known as Muscle Dharma, brute force. Hearing the nickname, one could tell this was a player of the same type as himself. However, no unease. We have become stronger and have trustworthy companions. Seiho is no longer my team. My job is to defeat the person in front of me. Thinking so in his heart, the referee blew the whistle, tossing the ball high into the air. Next second, Iwamura and Nebuya jumped almost simultaneously. Similar height, similar type, both around 1.9 meters tall, and both centers combining strength and mobility in the same style. What amazing concentration. From the audience's perspective, Nebuya and Iwamura grasped the timing of the jump just right, neither too much nor too little, simply impeccable. Then, smack! Iwamura won the jump ball, slapping the ball heavily towards Yuuto's direction. Akashi turned around immediately, reminding his teammates at the same time, get back on defense. Smack! The moment Yuuto received the ball, Rakuzen completed their positioning like a well-trained army. Everything was completed almost instantly. The tactical execution was incredible. The strongest team, Yuuto looked at Akashi in front. This Rakuzen possessed stronger individual ability than two, and also tactical execution, not losing to Shotoku. Impeccable in all aspects. But a basketball match was never a sport of comparing paper strength. Let's begin, Yuuto. As soon as the words fell, Ryuhei Kasuga and the others had crossed half-court with Yuuto, stepping into Rakuzen's position. They were murderous, their fighting spirit almost tangible. Rakuzen was unwilling to lag behind, immediately finding their marked targets, strongly adopting a one-on-one man-to-man strategy. The referee on the sideline showed a look of seeing a ghost. Is this really a high school match? The chilling atmosphere spread, suppressed to the extreme, seemingly about to explode at any time. It's starting. Look. In the second-floor stands, Mom and the others stopped talking, their expressions becoming serious. In the North Seiho fan stand, Sora came to the scene with Haruka Kasugano today, mixed among them. He brought 3 girls with him. This guy, neither refusing nor taking responsibility, looked extremely like a scumbag. It is worth mentioning that Yuuto's good friend in Okashurazome, Akira Matasuwa, likely reference, also came to the scene to cheer for Yuuto. She once had strange thoughts about Yuuto, but after discovering his relationship with Sora, she silently chose to leave. Now, she still stayed in Okashurazome for high school, continuing her music studies. Look at Yuuto again. On the court, he had collided with Akashi. The two turned into lights, rushing towards each other like 2 comets. Ear-piercing sound of sneakers rubbing against the floor, intense sound of basketball impact. Core versus core right from the start, pushing the match directly to a climax. Their duel wasn't flashy. No imitation like Kai's, no chaos like Aamine, nor unreasonable impact of super long threes like Yuuto, usually. But their duel made people feel chills. Yu's eyes seemed to have become different again. She had discovered this long ago. Originally black pupils, once entering the match state, a soul-shaking red ring would appear, like stars emitting azure brilliance. What do you mean? Little Yuuto's eyes evolved again. I'm not sure, but what Yu sees is something we can't understand. Indeed, incomprehensible. Akashi felt a sense of incongruity when first contacting Yuuto. Would that red ring locking the pupil be similar to the golden ring of the Emperor Eye? Without enough intel, continued observation was needed. He opened his Emperor Eye, wanting to see through Yuuto. While thinking, the two had engaged several times, then separated quickly, maintaining a certain distance to confront each other. Just now, Akashi saw Yuuto's future and extended his arm for a steal. Didn't succeed. But Yuuto was also forced to retreat back to outside the 3-point line. First round, did Akashi gain the upper hand? Teppei Kiyoshi saw Yuuto forced back for the first time since being discharged from the hospital. Such things used to be done by Yuuto, constantly forcing people back until they had nowhere to go. Looks like it. Akashi Seijiro, leader of the Generation of Miracles, what's so special about him? Junpei Hyuga saw nothing special about Akashi. His figure didn't look like a basketball player's figure. With a height of only 1.73 m and a weight of 64 kg, he lagged behind Yuuto in all aspects. From the perspective of static talent, Akashi was weak. Yet he ruled the Generation of Miracles with such a body. Emperor Eye. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 252, Chapter 252, Prediction Surpassing Satsuki. Emperor Eye. Kuroko spat out these words. Heard you mention the terror of the Emperor Eye before, but how powerful is it exactly? Saren people hadn't seen it yet. Able to nullify all offense and defense, super strong vision, even able to see clearly the opponent's breathing and muscle activity. Finally, through the opponent's various irreversible body reactions, make absolute predictions. Kuroko said the most terrifying words in the calmest tone, and that is the future seen by the Emperor Eye. Future. Such a word sounded scary just hearing it. If the Emperor Eye was really that terrifying, how did Yuuto break it back then? Can you be specific, Kuroko? Probably like what Kai's-kun imitated. Like Kai's. In the match against Seiho, Kai's indeed displayed an extremely high level of offensive and defensive strength. Even Yuuto was suppressed by him in that match. Correcting many times was useless. Other Seiho players were knocked down as soon as they met him, strong to an incredible degree. But at that time, Kai's-kun achieved the effect closest to the Emperor Eye's prediction by imitating the opponent and deducing in reverse. But Akashi-kun's Emperor Eye doesn't need imitation. His eyes can see everything. Hearing this, everyone was horrified. Such an ability, simply made it impossible to imagine the possibility of his failure. Your eyes are very special. Akashi's eyes flickered, locking onto Yuuto firmly. Can't compare to you for now. Yuuto wasn't afraid. Back then, he broke the opponent's absolute prediction. The Emperor Eye wasn't an unsolvable problem. However, that was built on a certain amount of correction time. The current Seiho had no one who could provide him with enough time to persist for half a game undefeated. And he didn't intend to be timid. He wanted to defeat the opponent in front of him thoroughly. Can't compare for now. Does that mean it's possible to reach the level of the Emperor Eye? Akashi heard the subtext. The two fell into silence. Unknowingly, 17 seconds of the offensive clock had been consumed, leaving only the last 7 seconds. Can't see the dead spot. Yuuto's mystic eyes observed the whole court constantly, but the red mark symbolizing dead spot never appeared. This meant his brain's analysis of Rakuzen wasn't sufficient. The mystic eyes of death perception claimed to be able to kill all things, but the premise was to be able to completely analyze the object. Only by completing the analysis could irreversible effects be created. Since that's the case, let's do it the hard way. While thinking, Yuuto had exchanged glances with Tsugawa Tomoki. Seiho's perimeter lock came directly around to set a screen for Yuuto. What's the use? That's little Akashi. Tactics like screens were like jokes in the eyes of the Emperor Eye. However, with a whoosh without any warning in the moment Akashi returned to his senses, Seiho had already hit the ball into the paint. It's that pass from the match against us. Strictly speaking, it's even faster. This is the true face of that pass. Midorima widened his eyes under his glasses. He actually couldn't see Yuuto's passing motion just now. Even they couldn't see the pass. Other players were even more imaginable. But Akashi's Emperor Eye should be able to see it. That guy seized the fleeting moment when Akashi shifted his gaze. Amine also didn't see clearly, but the moment Yuuto released the ball, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. The Emperor Eye had a weakness. Not absolutely perfect. That is, the field of vision of the Emperor Eye isn't 360 degrees without blind spots. Seized the moment Akashi shifted his gaze. Doesn't that become just like Kuroko's vanishing drive? Saren people were dumbfounded. Although not a breakthrough, the method adopted was the same. Nothing strange about this. Kuroko's vanishing drive was originally taught by Yuuto. He himself is very good at seizing such opportunities. Teppei Kiyoshi nodded, thinking it was reasonable for Yuuto to know such techniques. He focused on another point. Even that kind of pass that eyes can't catch at all requires a screen. Thinking about it this way, I understand the terror of the Emperor Eye a bit. Everyone reacted only after he said so. Yeah. Yuuto's monster-like pass needed a screen and seizing a fleeting opportunity to release the ball. What kind of existence was this Emperor Eye? While discussing, Iwamura had already received the pass and used 2 continuous turns to shake off Nebuya Aikichi, putting the ball in for the first field goal of the match. This guy, Nebuya Aikichi, felt disgusted. This feeling was almost the same as facing 2 a week ago. The opponent knew him like the back of their hand. Isn't this completely seen through? He couldn't help complaining. Didn't Akashi remind you long ago? What are you complaining about now? Hayama Katero roasted mercilessly. Besides, wasn't 2 defeated by us too? Right, teaming up with you is really embarrassing, like a gorilla with an underdeveloped brain. Mibachi Ryo's mouth was even more poisonous, making the muscle Dharma jump in rage. Enough, now is not the time for jokes. Focus on the match. Yes. Got it, Akashi. Okay, Sei-chan. As soon as Akashi spoke, the 3 shut up immediately. Offense and defense transition. Akashi dribbled past half-court and distributed the ball to Hayama Katero. The latter intended exactly this. You are that first year who guarded Kai's to death, right? Let me see your ability. The opponent wasn't a nobody. He dared not relax at all. Same dribbling as our captain. Yabai bad dangerous, so fast. Yabai really fast. Almost got passed by you, so close. Hey, can you go faster? Tsugawa Tomoki performed normally. Hayama Katero felt his words were already dense, but didn't expect the buzz cut in front of him to be even more hateful. Yelling yabai one by one, yet defending him so hard he couldn't advance a step. Sure enough, you have all our intel, but 2 guys were also taken down by us. Hayama Katero didn't retreat. So what if intel lagged behind comprehensively? They won against 2 under such circumstances. They had rich experience. Since the next moves were predicted, then do the opposite. And roar. Wildness aura spread from Hayama Katero. In an instant, his skill in dribbling became even faster. Akashi watched from not far away, his expression suddenly fluctuating. Under the prediction of the Emperor Eye, Hayama Katero was blocked again. As expected, the moment Hayama Katero started, Tsugawa Tomoki moved in advance to block the position. WoW can actually be faster. You are so strong. This guy. Hayama Katero's expression stiffened. This was something that didn't happen even when facing 2. Even factors like wildness were predicted. Mom opened her eyes wide. Yuuto's prediction ability hadn't just reached her level, but completely surpassed her. This was the fused mystic eyes. Various abilities went a step further. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 253, Chapter 253, True Pass Without Warning. Surpassing Momoi's intelligence prediction, Hayama Katero was blocked on the wing, struggling to move. This was astonishing, because Hayama Katero possessed the 1 in 10,000 wildness talent. Such talent restrained data and intelligence flow the most. Players of this type relied heavily on instinct to play, yet were still seen through. Those eyes. Akashi stared at Yuuto's eyes, suddenly feeling a stronger sense of oppression. Probably not just prediction, he has improved in other abilities too. The secondary personality, Akashi, analyzed quickly and provided opinions. Prediction that even wildness couldn't break wasn't a realm reachable by simple intelligence prediction. Not entirely just prediction, that Seiho player is not simple. Akashi had some memory of Tsugawa Tomoki, one of the few existences that could bring some obstruction to the former Teiko. In that case, Rakuzen reacted quickly. Mibuchi Ryo set a screen for Hayama Katero, forming a switch. Switching offense, mismatch hunting. A playstyle that only became popular in recent years. A professional data analyst of an NBA team found that mismatch scoring efficiency was surprisingly high. Finally, through statistics of a large number of games, he confirmed the feasibility of mismatch offense, so more and more teams began to look for mismatch opportunities. IG Shirogane kept up with current events. It could be seen from this that he was a head coach with outstanding ability, not resting on his laurels. This change was indeed effective. Ryuhei Kasuga's defensive ability was inferior to Tsugawa Tomoki. Hayama Katero dribbled with 5 fingers, making a huge noise like a lightning bolt descending on a sunny day. With a boom, he killed his way into Seiho's paint. However, exactly the same as Yuuto predicted, Yamashita Shio was steady as an old dog. They were prepared long ago. With his intel as support, Yamashita Shio could better exert his defensive skills. Seeing the moment Hayama Katero broke into Seiho's paint, Jiichi Amuro and Tsutomu Iwamura immediately abandoned their defenders and surrounded him, giving the little cheetah a double ghost door closing, double block trap on the spot. Seen through again. Could it be that even this step was predicted? How is that possible? That's wildness. People's expressions were stunned. Even IG Shirogane changed his face. How exactly is it done? Not only players, but also the ability to completely analyze tactics, finally fusing all intel and data for deeper prediction. Mom added another stroke to Yuuto in her notebook. This kind of thing sounded easy, but was extremely difficult to do. Like combining your ability with Kurosaki Daiichi's Hanamiya Makoto's ability. AMI naturally knew Hanamiya Makoto. 2's captain Miyoshi Shoichi evaluated him very highly. Heard his IQ was higher than 160. He could fully understand and replicate any tactic with just one look. Not only that, besides these 2 points, you can also see players' body data in real time. His eyes gather all the advantages of me, Hanamiya Makoto, Saren's coach, and Kazunari Tako, and the abilities are above us. As the match progressed, they gradually began to understand Yuuto. Of course. That was before. What abilities the evolved eyes hid, even she didn't know. But she could be sure that the ring in Yuuto's pupil similar to the Emperor Eye wouldn't be just decoration. With a smack, Hayama Katero made a mistake under the double team of Iwamura and Amuro. The ball was intercepted by Ryuhei Kasuga, who rushed over to flank. Next second, Seiho's counterattack began. The moment Yuuto received the ball, bursts of golden light erupted from his body immediately, like a rising sun, making people feel warm. But that aura was too terrifying. An aura superior to Hayama Katero diffused from him. Clearly, the king of Seiho also activated his wildness standing at the top of the food chain. Attack power increased directly by 50%. So scary. No matter how many times I watch, I'm afraid of being eaten. His aura was too terrifying, penetrating people's marrow across the court, making people feel horrified and tremble. Akashi chased, Emperor Eye firmly locking onto Yuuto's whole body, not letting go of any loophole, even his breathing. Facing Yuuto's fierce offensive, he blocked Yuuto outside the three-point line. Ultimately not a fake like Kai's. Yuuto had correction memories with the imitation Emperor Eye, but the real Emperor Eye could see trajectory changes in real time. This wasn't a level imitation could reach. These eyes are amazing, beside Haruka Kasugano. The second-year Seiho senior sister, whose relationship with him was entangled, exclaimed. Speaking of which, she knew Haruka Kasugano because she paid attention to Yuuto. On the court, Yuuto and Akashi engaged in confrontation, still that simple yet extremely fatal offensive and defensive contest. With a smack, the ball in Yuuto's hand was poked away, but through powerful talent and instinct, he blocked Akashi's position one step ahead, preventing him from stealing the ball and regained possession. Emperor Eye application aspect, I am stronger than you. Akashi stared coldly at Yuuto. He said, next time I will steal the ball cleanly. Yes. In terms of Emperor Eye application, no one can match the secondary personality Akashi, including Nash in the movie. This is because the secondary personality Akashi is a pure Emperor Eye user, calling everything absolute at every turn. When angry, he wouldn't even forgive his parents. Is that so? I'm looking forward to it. Yuuto rarely lost in trash talk, but facing Akashi gave him a feeling of punching cotton. His upbringing was too good, always calm and composed. Trash talk had almost no effect on him. Then, Ryuhei Kasuga approached quickly. Here it comes, secondary Akashi reminded, primary Akashi understood in his heart. He didn't observe the opponent, but used his body to feel that subtle airflow. Akashi didn't possess the wildness talent, but some things, not doing them didn't mean he couldn't do them. Truly formidable. Yuuto said so with his mouth, but simultaneously gave Akashi huge pressure. ZZZZT. His hands seemed to grasp thunderbolts, flashing with golden lightning, actively moving to the side to block Akashi with Ryuhei Kasuga's body. Then, whoosh! The basketball seemed to travel through space. Under Mayuzumi Chihiro's horrified gaze, Juichi Amuro caught the ball and strode for a layup, scoring again. 4-0. Seiho scored 4 consecutive points at the start, and contributed a wonderful defense on the defensive end. This opening was dreamy. They seemed to have completely taken the initiative. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 254. Chapter 254. The Second Phantom Sixth Man. Every offense starts with entangling Akashi for more than 10 seconds. Is it for correction? Eiji Shirogane saw clearly from the sideline. Seiho's king intended to play like this, completing his correction while scoring. Compared to Hazumi Academy a year ago, Seiho's lineup was somewhat lacking. He didn't have the right-hand men, Heizaki Shogo and Kuroko Tatsuya, to buy him half a game of time. The problem was, Akashi didn't have those powerful generation of miracles teammates around him either. In other words, are we following the opponent's rhythm now? Akashi noticed too, a good chess player must know how to lay out the board. Many times, the opening already determines the result. Must break the opponent's rhythm. While speaking, Akashi had dribbled past half-court. Then, Akashi flung the ball directly towards an empty place, looking like a mistake. But the next second, a scene that dumbfounded everyone in Seirin appeared. The ball passed by Akashi actually refracted 90 degrees, like a magic show, unexpected to the extreme. Smack tilde. The ball landed on the right side of the middle lane free throw line. Hayama Katero appeared there just right, caught the ball, accelerated into Seiho's paint, and scored with a fancy mid-air switch-hand layup. This was the characteristic of his wildness. Not as heaven-defying as Ayamine's formless basketball, but heaven-defying enough. At least Iwamura had no ability to stop this kind of mid-air double-clutch layup. Rakuzen scored score 4-2, a one-ball gap. But this wasn't the point. People's attention wasn't even on Yuuto and Akashi, but focused on that substitute who only debuted a week ago and played for merely a minute. That is, Kuroko's misdirection. This time it wasn't just Shinji Kagane, the shock monster. Even Taiga Kagami opened his mouth wide. That presence, that misdirection, they were too familiar with it. That was Kuroko's limit on the court. Thought Kuroko was unique. Who knew another Kuroko Tatsuya would appear in Rakuzen? Kuroko said nothing, completely silent. He was actually quite proud of his misdirection, thinking he was unique. But this pride was shattered a bit just now. In this case, doesn't Rakuzen's lineup equate to having a generation of Miracles member, 3 uncrowned kings, plus a Kuroko? What kind of divine lineup was this? Thought he was an obscure player, didn't expect a secret weapon. Rakuzen actually hid such a weapon until the end. This Rakuzen was worthy of being the strongest Rakuzen in history. The lineup was fantastically strong. Lost without grievance. Katsunori Harasawa, who had returned to Tokyo, sighed faintly upon seeing Mayuzumi Chihiro. They thought too was very close to Rakuzen, just one move short, just losing a key round, and the result might be different if played again. Looking at it now, no matter how many times they played, the final result would be 2's failure, with no possibility of winning. Another little Kuroko. Kai's felt like he was going crazy. Not just him, Ayamine and Midorima beside him were also speechless. One side displayed super parsing ability, predicted even by wildness. One side hid another phantom 6th man in their lineup. It doesn't matter. Mommy's expression remained unchanged, face serene. What do you mean, it doesn't matter? Because you knew long ago. In the less than 1 minute Mayuzumi Chihiro-senpai played, he knew about the existence of the phantom 6th man. These words were like throwing a huge rock into a calm lake, splashing up huge waves. Knew long ago. In that short minute, Mayuzumi Chihiro didn't even touch the ball right. This kind of thing was a bit too ridiculous. Hey, aren't these 2 people a bit too scary? Far away in Akita Prefecture, Yosen crowd was equally dumbfounded. 2 such teams, no, should say 2 such people, completely fouled. Leader of the generation of miracles, and lion of Okashirazome. Masako Araki looked at other people's kids, then at Murasakibara, who was big in size, but had a mental age like a child, instantly feeling the gap was as wide as the ocean. She was truly blind back then to bring back such a guy from Tokyo. Equivalent to having an extra child to take care of for nothing, and a 200-pound child at that. Mko, what do you mean by that look? Murasakibara-chin feels you're thinking something rude. However, she said lightly, don't doubt, it means exactly what you think. Truly crushing people with rank. I'm Yosen's ace after all, okay. On the court, Akashi had been watching Yuuto's expression since just now. Unfortunately, there was no change on the other's face. This was a gift he prepared for Yuuto, but the other party seemed to know in advance. You knew long ago. What reason does a physical ability completely inconsistent with Rakuzen's level have to appear in Rakuzen's lineup? Yuuto asked back, hiding nothing. Don't forget, my understanding of Kuroko is no less than yours, Akashi. Hearing this, Akashi suddenly realized. He overlooked Yuuto's eyes, capable of seeing real-time data on the court. Indeed. With Mayuzumi Chihiro's physical data, it wasn't enough to appear in Rakuzen's lineup. Plus some details, it wasn't hard to infer his existence. Akashi. Sorry, Mayuzumi-senpai, for your first official match, I might need to sacrifice you. Not the sacrifice of the secondary personality Akashi in the original work, throwing away after use. But he indeed prepared to borrow Mayuzumi Chihiro's ability next. Is that so? I understand. No dissatisfaction, Mayuzumi Chihiro's tone was calm. He was actually already satisfied. Everything he had was given by Akashi. What is life like for a person with no presence? He didn't have many friends around him. Because of low presence, he was often treated as an alien. Even his few friends would suffer criticism when seen with him, saying why hang out with that freak. Mayuzumi Chihiro didn't have many friends in 3 years at Rakuzen because he didn't want his friends to suffer criticism. If they were real friends, he should think for them instead of selfishly caring only about himself. But this year, his last year of high school, his life took a turn. Akashi found him, ignoring those criticisms, actively approaching him. Hello, Mayuzumi Chihiro-senpai. I am a first-year Akashi Seijuro. That was an afternoon, Akashi found him. That was the first sentence Akashi said to him. At that time he smiled, warm enough to melt his frozen heart. Thanks to Akashi, his days afterward were no longer maliciously slandered. Because Akashi was perfect. He also brought him into the Dream Rakuzen Basketball Club, overcoming all objections to become a team member, and helped him integrate into this whole. Now, since he wanted to use his power, then use it. Anyway, my power was bestowed by you. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 255, Chapter 255, High-Level Contest, Smack. Rakuzen's turn. The basketball refracted sharply again, flying to Mibuchi Ryo's hands on the perimeter. The latter shot against Ryuhei Kasuga, leaning back, hitting a three-pointer with an extremely difficult movement. Sky-Earth Void, shot. Although much weaker than Yuuto, not something my level can easily lock down. Ryuhei Kasuga wiped the sweat from his forehead. Despite being mentally prepared, when things actually happened, he was still extremely unaccustomed. That weird passing caused by misdirection made it impossible for him to defend effectively. Even with the intel given by Yuuto, it wasn't enough to guard against Rakuzen's uncrowned kings. Nice pass, Mayuzumi-senpai. I can only do this much. Winning still depends on you guys. Rakuzen's attitude towards Mayuzumi Chihiro was different from the original work, because Akashi tried hard to integrate him into the team. This was great. Mayuzumi Chihiro gained many friends in his last year. Boring life became interesting. Of course, if possible, he hoped the last year could become even more interesting. For example, helping Akashi reach the top, defeating his great enemy, that proud lion from Okashira-zone. Another possession. Mayuzumi Chihiro received Akashi's pass again. This time he didn't pass, but shot a mid-range jumper directly himself. Hit again, Rakuzen continued to score. Like Kuroko, also possesses scoring ability. However, his scoring method is much simpler. Saren discovered the difference between Mayuzumi Chihiro and Kuroko. Rakuzen's sixth man, even when scoring, was so simple and unobtrusive. This was essentially qualitatively different from Kuroko. Akashi knows clearly the weakness of the sixth man, possessing autonomous scoring ability. He avoids Mayuzumi Chihiro attracting attention. Kuroko listened to his teammates' words, remaining silent throughout. How could he not know these things? Yuuto told him the side effects when teaching him offense back then. That would deepen his presence, accelerating the consumption time of misdirection. Mayuzumi Chihiro wouldn't. Even scoring, he remained unremarkable. The opponent could be called a new model sixth man. Misdirection's limit is about 20 minutes. Seems Akashi intends to borrow Mayuzumi Chihiro to pass the first half, reducing Yuuto's correction speed. Midorima's mind was clear. His old teammate Akashi was trying his best to avoid one-on-one duels with Yuuto. What about Yuuto? He was instructing teammates, stay focused. I can't provide you support for now. Mystic Eye's analysis still needed some time. Currently, he couldn't see Rakuzen's dead spots yet. However, even without seeing dead spots, there were things he could do within his ability. He had analyzed most of Rakuzen's attack intentions. If Akashi didn't organize personally, he would find a way soon. Offensive end. Pass without warning continued to make contributions. Like a pass shuttling through space, no one except Akashi could catch it. Smack! The moment Ryuhei Kasuga cut in, the ball had arrived in his hands. That was his golden scoring area. Receiving the ball, he strode, scoring a layup while shielding off Nebuya Aikichi. Turning back, Tsugawa! Yuuto shouted. Almost simultaneously, the ball sent by Akashi refracted sharply again. Tsugawa Tomoki reacted quickly, reaching out to steal from Hayama Katero beside him in the first instance. They now had to overcome one thing. Don't follow instinct to chase the basketball, but stare dead at the matchup player beside them. For the rest, just trust Yuuto. Trust their captain, their king. You're really annoying. Then don't hold the ball. One attacking, one defending, mouths engaging simultaneously during the matchup. They were both players who liked to talk trash, attempting to use words to torture the opponent. Conversely, they wouldn't be easily affected by the opponent. Realizing this, the two suddenly stopped laughing, fully focused on defeating the opponent with offense defense. Such high level, surpassing any previous final, many teams were watching the match. These two teams were absolutely geniuses destined to win the Winter Cup and Nationals Championship. Not just the leaders of the two teams, other players also displayed super high-level collisions in this match. Hayama Katero used all his skills, posture like a cheetah, speed fast and unpredictable. Tsugawa Tomoki. He was like a vengeful spirit claiming a life, clinging to the opponent relentlessly. The little cheetah was uncomfortable being entangled. Knowing the result would become unknown if this continued, he chose to pass the ball to a teammate. Amuro. Yuuto's figure penetrated the air again to convey information. Ball. Jiichi Amuro immediately withdrew his gaze to look for the defender beside him. Super strong concentration allowed him to see Mayuzumi Chihiro's figure, not giving the opponent a chance to shoot. But at this moment, a figure rushed into his line of sight at extreme speed. Dazzling like the sun, making his gaze shift uncontrollably. It was Akashi. That leader of the generation of miracles was assisting Mayuzumi Chihiro. But immediately, another figure followed closely, blocking his line of sight. Crap, Jiichi Amuro realized belatedly. Looking in front again, where was Mayuzumi Chihiro's figure? The moment he turned his head, the crisp sound of the ball entering the net reached his ears. Vanishing drive. Jiichi Amuro cursed himself for being distracted. He had tasted such a move long ago, shouldn't make such a mistake again. Iwamura picked up the ball with a steel heart to go to the baseline for the inbound, comforting his teammate at the same time. He is Akashi. Don't blame yourself excessively, Amuro. Yes. The opponent was Akashi, dangerous level second only to Yuuto. He would divert attention, unavoidable. But this couldn't be an excuse. Shouldn't happen at this important moment when dreams were about to be realized. If the team lost because of him, he would probably be stuck in such a nightmare for the rest of his life. Is this the new model sixth man you mentioned? Yuuto didn't look back, staring at Akashi. Compared to Kuroko, not much different. Learning is also a kind of progress. Recognizing one's own shortcomings and absorbing their strengths is not shameful. Akashi responded calmly. However, saying so, Akashi knew clearly in his heart. The harder match started now. The generation of Miracle's biggest enemy wouldn't be easily defeated by such an offensive. That terrifying correction talent, misdirection wouldn't be effective forever. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 256, Chapter 256, Mystic Eyes vs. Emperor Eye. Almost thought I was going to die. Shinji Kagane gasped for breath, his body language exaggerated as always. Seirin people had long been accustomed to his alarmism. However, the duel between those two teams was indeed thrilling. Even though the two aces hadn't fully taken action yet, it was already incomparably fierce. The intelligence advantage was broken with the appearance of Mayuzumi Chihiro. Now, both sides are competing on concentration. We know this, and Seiho and Rakuzen know this too. That's why their match gives us spectators such a strong sense of oppression. People describe soccer as modern warfare. Isn't basketball the same? At this moment, Seiho and Rakuzen were trying every means to defeat the enemy. The condensed concentration was suffocating. While speaking, Yuuto took action, no longer passing because the opponent had begun to be guarded. He exploded, challenging the Emperor Eye head-on. Mystic Eyes vs Emperor Eye. This was a super strong matchup, unimaginable to ordinary people. Any movement would form a chain reaction in each other's brains. The golden ring in Akashi's pupil bloomed abruptly, forming a forbidden domain. Anyone attempting to approach him would be seen through. Through skin breathing, muscle activity, and even heartbeat and respiration. Finally, all this intelligence would be transmitted to the brain through his eyes, and the brain would complete the final analysis, issuing the final command to the body. What about Yuuto? The red ring in his eyes was also surging, contending with the Emperor Eye through the memories, intelligence, and timely body data changes of Akashi in his brain. But this was still not enough to contend with the Emperor Eye. However, he possessed the correction talent that Akashi didn't have, the ability to evolve constantly. Bang! Yuuto dribbled with 5 fingers, took a step to the right, and turned immediately like thunder, but saw Akashi's body shift laterally almost simultaneously. The two were like a mirror. No matter how the person moved, the person in the mirror would also move simultaneously, without error. But Yuuto's offense was fierce, like a violent storm without interruption. Large-scale change of style. Pragmatic basketball switched to Ayamine's irregular basketball style. Yuuto's body shook unpredictably, pulling the ball behind his back for a quick crossover, then suddenly turned into a beam of light to rush out. At this time, he completed the style switch again, returning to the most pragmatic style. However, Akashi ignored this unusual and extremely complex change. He only believed what the Emperor Eye saw. All blinds and fakes were ineffective against him, always occupying the most advantageous defensive position. Everyone was shocked. The matchup between these two made people's hearts tremble. This was too heaven-defying. Powerhouses like Tu, Shotoku, Yosen, and Kaijo watched with furrowed brows. If winning the championship required defeating at least one of these two teams, it would be a huge challenge. In this fatal stalemate, Yuuto retreated rapidly. Junpei Hyuga's heart jumped upon seeing this. Wasn't this his newly developed barrier jumper? Moreover, the retreat speed was faster, and the distance pulled apart was greater. Result: smack. Seiho fans' hearts seemed to be hit. Because Yuuto's rapid retreat was seen through, the ball was poked away by the Emperor of Rakuzen. And Yuuto. The mystic eyes allowed him to see the possibility of this scene, reaching back in advance to control it again. With a fierce pull of his right hand grabbing the ball, his center of gravity leaned towards Akashi, attempting to give the opponent stronger confrontation. Useless. The Emperor Eye saw the future. He retreated a step in advance to dodge. However, Yuuto didn't crash into nothingness. Instead, he stepped heavily on the floor to stabilize his center of gravity, and the ball in his hand flew straight to Iwamura like a gust of wind. The reading of offense and defense by the two had reached a height unattainable by ordinary people. Passed out, even the Emperor Eye couldn't stop it. It was indeed passed out, but such a pass. The quality is lower than any previous time. Midorima saw it. Although Yuuto completed the pass, this time Iwamura received the ball, but Nebuya reacted. In other words, Yuuto's correction hasn't been completed to the point where it can contend with the Emperor Eye. However, wasn't the speed a bit too fast this time? Ig Shirogane felt heavy-hearted, not happy about this. How long had the match started? More than half of the first quarter remained, but that king of Seiho was already attempting to challenge Akashi's Emperor Eye. Compared to a year ago, the speed was unknown times faster. In the paint, Iwamura and Nebuya wrestled simultaneously. They roared, bodies soaring into the air simultaneously, physical confrontation, continuing from the ground to midair. Then, Iwamura suddenly changed the dunk to a scoop shot, putting the ball in with a small tear drop. Advantage of intel. Nebuya obviously hadn't overcome the suppression effect brought by this intel. He could feel his muscles were stronger than Iwamura's, but just couldn't defend, which annoyed him endlessly. Reduce matchups with him. His eyes are very unusual. The secondary personality, Akashi spoke again to remind. This correction speed exceeded his expectations. If this continued, Yuuto would evolve to a level where he could contend with the Emperor Eye before the end of the third quarter. I know, and his understanding of our tactics and playstyle is very high. Seen through. All of Rakuzen's tactical deployments, without exception, were analyzed by Yuuto. It was like Mamoi's ability combined Hanamiya Makoto of Kurosaki Daiichi and Riko Ada of Saren, achieving each other, reaching a step further. Seeing that he understood, secondary Akashi went silent again. Back on the other end, Mayuzumi Chihiro scored again with a catch-and-shoot mid-range jumper. Jiichi Amuro was already very cautious, concentration high, but he wasn't Yuuto or Ayamine, nor did he have eyes like Kazunari Tako. For players like them, Mayuzumi Chihiro was like a ghost, not something that could be defended by effort alone. Reduced team linkage, increased individual offense, truly stopping at nothing. Yuuto thought secretly. Akashi was too rational, constantly using various methods to counter his weakness revision talent. However, all in vain. His mystic eyes could still see. I will find Rakuzen's dead spot sooner or later. While Rakuzen strengthened individual offense, they were also accelerating Yuuto's analysis speed of every Rakuzen player's ability. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 257, Chapter 257, Dead Spot appears, beep tilde. The first quarter ended. Both sides tied at 24, 25. Mibuchi Ryo received Akashi's assist and hit a buzzer-beating three-pointer, helping Rakuzen temporarily lead by 1 point. It could be seen that the strength gap between the two sides in this match wasn't large. Both had their own advantages. Seiho's intel and that unique lightning run. Rakuzen's lineup strength and the new model Phantom sixth man. In this way, the key to breaking the game returns to the original point. True, ultimately, the ones who can influence the outcome of the match are still Yuuto and Akashi. Seiho and Rakuzen's players were all strong. Everyone knew this. Seiho side, Iwamura 6 points, Kasuga 6 points, Tsugawa 4 points, Amuro 4 points, Yuuto 4 points. Rakuzen side, Mibuchi 9 points, Hayama 6 points, Mayuzumi 4 points, Nebuya 4 points, Akashi 2 points. All players on the court from both teams could score, even scoring more than Yuuto and Akashi, keeping the scores in a balance. But this balance would be broken sooner or later, just didn't know when. Interquarter break. People from both teams seized the time to rehydrate and rest. With the match reaching this stage, fatigue made them give up the plan of playing the full game. Yamashita Shio told the players before the match, "Unless there are uncontrollable factors, I won't sub any of you out." The sweating rate is higher than usual, but still within acceptable range. He saw the disciples' condition and wasn't worried. Because the advantage of Seiho's lightning, run lay in lower consumption than the opponent. Of course, Rakuzen's side was about the same. Their offense in the first quarter was actually very easy. That Mayuzumi Chihiro connected the entire team's offense, reducing some unnecessary running and confrontation. Just hold on for another 10 minutes, and the advantage will be grasped by us. Not that simple, coach. Yuuto picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. The limit of misdirection was indeed around 20 minutes. This was correct. However, Once the match enters the phase where I duel Akashi one-on-one, the focus on the court will shift to us. Just need a quarter of time, and Mayuzumi Chihiro can be put back into use. This is the so-called the stronger the light, the deeper the shadow. However, my analysis of Rakuzen is almost complete. Yuuto's eyes became deeper, like rotating stars. The red ring locked the pupil, mysterious and oppressive. Is that so? Then I leave it to you. Yamashita Shio didn't have much to adjust. Offense to Yuuto. Defense, before that Mayuzumi Chihiro came off, no change would be useful, better to maintain the status quo. Then, the whistle blew again, the second quarter began. Rakuzen's offense. Continue to find Mayuzumi Chihiro, use the sixth man's ability to pass the first half, confront Yuuto head-on in the third quarter, and reach the crucial moment to decide the winner in the fourth quarter. This was Akashi's plan, and also Rakuzen's tactical plan. Their preparation for this match wasn't just Mayuzumi Chihiro alone. They also prepared another killing move. Akashi observed Yuuto with the Emperor Eye. The ability to nullify all offense and defense allowed him to easily find the timing to pass. The ball flew straight to an unmanned area. But that wasn't really an unmanned area. Akashi didn't make a mistake. At that position, a Mayuzumi Chihiro with presence so low it was appalling was ready. Smack! A touch pass, directly sending the ball into Seiho's paint. The moment Nebuya Aikichi received the ball, his muscles bulged, giving Iwamura beside him immense rebounding pressure. Bang! Seiho's former captain was pushed back directly. This pass was weird to begin with. He lacked sufficient preparation. Plus, Nebuya's physical stats were originally slightly higher than his. Without preparation, he was powerless to resist. Nebuya roared and jumped, raising the basketball with both hands, aiming at the basket to smash down with force. But soon, his expression changed drastically. A hand seemed to reach out from the void, not giving him a chance to say no, destroying his inevitable dunk with a smack. Yuuto. Rakuzen people's expressions changed. Could it be he has already completed the correction for Mayuzumi Chihiro? HMPH, a shadow of that level, he can correct with one look. The person he truly fears is Akashi. Ayamine stood firmly on Kuroko's side. Even though they were players of the same type, he believed Kuroko was more excellent. That's right. Regarding Kuroko-kun's correction, you completed it conveniently during that time. He actively sought Little Green for a match. In other words, his correction this time targets the entire Rakuzen. Midorima's words were like the final verdict. Not targeting Akashi, but targeting this team, Rakuzen. However, things weren't that simple. A surge of unease suddenly welled up in Akashi's heart. Tap tilde. Yuuto landed on both feet. Tsugawa Tomoki picked up the ball and passed it to him without hesitation. Next second, all Seiho members pressed forward simultaneously, rushing towards Rakuzen's half at high speed. Rakuzen retreated immediately, breaking into parts to chase their defensive assignments, giving Seiho no chance. Akashi intercepted Yuuto at the three-point line. Having been guarding against Yuuto's super long threes, he shifted laterally at this moment, blocking in front of Yuuto. Almost simultaneously, he noticed the red ring in Yuuto's eyes expanding rapidly. Centered on Yuuto, spreading extremely fast to the entire court. Something happened quietly without his knowledge. Akashi could be certain. He held his breath and concentrated. The golden ring of the Emperor Eye expanded simultaneously, enveloping Yuuto's whole body. Then, the sky suddenly darkened. A red dot, like a will-o'-the-wisp, quietly ignited in a corner of the court. That red dot made Akashi's unease even more intense. In the time of a breath, Yuuto made a choice, stepping back while pulling the ball behind his back, dodging the Emperor Eye's insight, and finally, whoosh tilde. The basketball seemed to shuttle through space again, flying to the position of that red dot. Such a low-quality pass can't defeat Rakuzen. Akashi was extremely confident. He believed the seniors had adapted after a quarter of the game. However, when he turned his head, he saw Ryuhei Kasuga catch the ball and cut down. seeing the future of Mabuchi Ryo chasing to defend. But this future suddenly shattered with a crack, falling apart. The future seen by the Emperor Eye, shattered. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 258, Chapter 258, Irreversible Result. On the court. Ryuhei Kasuga received Yuuto's pass, with Mabuchi Ryo chasing closely beside him. It wasn't a high-quality guidance pass, but Kasuga scored extremely easily. Jiichi Amuro walked over quietly the moment the pass was made, setting a screen for him, isolating the defender. Nibuya Aikichi, wary of Iwamura behind him, didn't rotate out to help, watching helplessly as Kasuga scored an easy layup. An ordinary offense. Similar scenes had appeared many times in the first quarter. But Akashi, his expression at this moment was so shaken. Just now, the future predicted by the Emperor Eye shattered. Not deriving more futures and possibilities like a year ago, but shattering directly. This meant that after Yuuto sent that pass, the result could no longer be reversed. The moment he completed the pass, the outcome was destined. What's wrong? Little Akashi's expression seems very uneasy. Kai's thought for a while before finding this adjective. After saying it, he felt it was incredible himself. Did things that could make Akashi uneasy really exist? Probably related to Yu's eyes. Mommy's intuition was extremely sharp. She thought frantically in her mind, seeming to understand something, but couldn't grasp the key point. Instead, it was Aomine, this academic slouch, who had unimaginable keenness in basketball. He suddenly spoke, his hoarse voice shocking people's hearts. If a player can see through all the opponent's tactical deployments, while vision covers the entire court, can see changes in players' body data in real time, and can predict the future trend to a certain extent, what will happen? Of course, being able to discover the loopholes in the opponent's offense and defense. Speaking up to hear, Kai's mom and the others suddenly froze. Loophole. Yes, it's a loophole. Yuuto could see Rakuzen's loopholes. But the future predicted by Akashi's Emperor Eye is absolute. If it's just seizing Rakuzen's loopholes, he wouldn't have such an expression. Midorima frowned, believing more in the Emperor Eye's prediction. That cannot be broken. But conversely speaking, it is precisely because an incredible result appeared that Akashi was so surprised. Aomine's voice was faint, not loud, but extremely shocking. In other words, that seemingly ordinary pass wasn't as simple as it looked. It might have broken little Akashi's Emperor Eye prediction, or even if he saw the future, Akashi had no way to change the result. Either possibility was too astonishing. Irreversible result. And breaking the future. Kai's murmured these words in his heart, his heartbeat accelerating involuntarily. The match continued. Akashi still couldn't be sure. What happened before his eyes was truly too incredible. Since awakening the Emperor Eye, he had never encountered such a thing. Insufficient intel, he still needed to confirm it personally. Whoosh tilde. The basketball passed quickly from his hand again, passing through Jiichi Amuro and Ryuhei Kasuga to Mayuzumi Chihiro. The latter pushed with the momentum, pushing the ball towards the basket. He wanted to do an alley-oop coordination with Nibuya Aikichi. Result. A big hand slapped over frontally, hitting the ball at the moment Nibuya received it. This time, Akashi saw it clearly. The moment their offense launched, 3 red dots ignited like will-o'-the-wisps. Those are Rakuzen's dead spots. Correct. The future seen by the Emperor Eye shattered again, like a hammer smashing a mirror. The picture was full of cracks. Because the result was irreversible, no method could change it. Seiho continued to counterattack. Yuuto took the lead, rushing at the very front of the team. This time, he didn't even call for a screen because it was useless. Akashi was already prepared. Of course, the current Yuuto didn't need teammate screens either. The world in his eyes darkened again. Scarlet dots became the only thing in his line of sight. So-called dead spots not only meant Rakuzen couldn't defend, but also represented the most favorable areas for Seiho's offense. Retreat. Pull the ball behind the back. Avoid the Emperor Eye's insight to pass. Then hit the dead spot. a set of movements flowing smoothly. The current Yuuto didn't need to obsess over high-quality passes, more importantly, sending the ball to that specific position. No need for others' help. One person could pierce through Rakuzen's entire defensive line. Crack tilde. The future scene in Akashi's eyes shattered again. He just lifted his legs, but put them down immediately. Result irreversible. This was the result seen by the Emperor Eye. Rakuzen's entire defensive line was penetrated by the opponent. That wasn't a simple pass, but combined the data, tactics, personal styles, and habits of all players on the court from Rakuzen. No, even Seiho and Rakuzen. Finally completed this fatal blow to Rakuzen. This wasn't just the result after correction, but also the power of those eyes. So amazing, Rakuzen's defense was completely penetrated. Unaware spectators could only see Yuuto prying open Rakuzen's entire defense time and again through passing. His passes looked simply like art. Every pass could hit the opponent's vital parts. How exactly is it done? That's Rakuzen. Yukio Kasumatsu, Izuki Shun, Imyoshi Shoichi, Kazunari Tako, and other powerhouse point guards coveted it immensely. This was simply the highest pursuit of a point guard, using passing to disintegrate the opponent's defense. Probably seized a loophole Rakuzen couldn't defend. Riko Ada was stunned herself after saying this sentence. A loophole even Rakuzen couldn't defend. Did that really exist? All secrets are hidden in those eyes. Teppei Kiyoshi stared at Yuuto. In a trance, they felt Yuuto's pupils seemed to be magnified, occupying their entire vision. That red ring, mysterious and deep, like a black hole capable of sucking people in. No need to confirm anymore. Yuuto's eyes could see Rakuzen's weaknesses, and this weakness was irreversible. That was Rakuzen's dead spot. If so, next, Rakuzen's team offense would become meaningless, even if they had Mayuzumi Chihiro, the sixth man. Akashi stood on the court, breathing lightly, already communicating with another self in his mind. I need your power. I know, but... The secondary personality, Akashi, had concerns, because his appearance would definitely destroy Rakuzen's current chemistry. It doesn't matter. We are all for victory, they will understand. Since that's the case, let me crush him too. Silently, Akashi completed the personality switch. Since the team was useless, let everyone see what the strongest Akashi Seijiro looks like. When Akashi opened his eyes again, all Rakuzen members instantly felt something unusual. The person in front of them made them feel familiar yet strange. Akashi. Sei-chan. Hearing this, Akashi's expression was very cold. He said only 2 words, inbound the ball. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 259, Chapter 259, Strong Return. The person was still the same person, but the feeling given was completely different. The warm smile had disappeared, replaced by dominance overriding everything. Mibuchi Ryo and other Rakuzen players swallowed hard. They probably guessed what happened. They had seen the secondary personality Akashi, briefly meeting him when Akashi attempted the complete zone. In other words, it's the other Sei-chan. Mibuchi Ryo felt immense pressure, even if the person in front was his teammate. This was the secondary personality Akashi. The invisible superior aura was enough to make people fearful. Next, I will try to defeat Yuuto head-on. However, this doesn't mean you can sit back and relax. Be ready for me at all times. Akashi spoke in a commanding tone. Rakuzen people naturally wouldn't have a second voice, because Akashi was also for victory. Brief exchange ended. Akashi dribbled past half-court with a cold face. Yuuto noticed his change immediately. That heterochromatic left eye was particularly eye-catching. Met again, Yuuto. Does winning against me once make you that proud and arrogant? That calm posture is the best proof of your arrogance. Akashi looked directly at Yuuto. The man in front of him was the opponent who gave him the first defeat in his life. Also the object he must defeat. And today, he wanted to wash away the biggest stain in his life. No extra nonsense. With a smack accompanying the basketball hitting the floor, the two collided rapidly. After a brief slowing of rhythm, it was a fiercer confrontation. Akashi's left eye, like the most advanced precision instrument, scanned Yuuto from head to toe at all times. And Yuuto. His brain operated like a computer, analyzing through the scene data combined with intelligence. Red and golden-ringed pupils expanded, colliding together. Clearly no one else could see clearly except them, but the position of their duel seemed to form a wall, isolating the other 8 people on the court. A moment later, with the basketball hitting the floor, Akashi accelerated past Yuuto's side. He was extremely fast. Although not tall, he utilized agility to the extreme. Some felt that while the Emperor Eye was powerful, Akashi's body, static talent, would limit his future. Perhaps among all generation of miracles, his future path would be the hardest. This is simply a joke. Isaiah Thomas, the first leader of the Bad Boys Pistons, was only 1.85 m tall. One of the best point guards after 2000, number 1 pick Chris Paul, CP3, was only 1.83 m tall. 1996 Golden Generation number 1 pick, MVP level player Iverson, the answer of Philadelphia, was also only 1.83 m tall. When a player possesses such amazing vision talent, while dribbling ability reaches the ceiling level, discovering and creating opportunities at any time. How could such a player's future be difficult? Seeing this, people exclaimed immediately. Akashi won this matchup very cleanly. The power of the Emperor Eye was too strong, seeing Yuuto's future directly. Thinking deeply, everyone felt chills. Didn't this mean the opponent's every offensive and defensive move was within his expectations? Swish! The ball went in. Akashi rushed into Seiho's paint in one breath, shaking off Jiichi Amuro and Tsutomu Iwamura simultaneously with a toe tap, turning for a floater. Too elegant and too composed. King! In front of Rakuzen, there is no king. Akashi's shooting hand hadn't dropped yet, as if declaring his strong return. Rakuzen fans went crazy, shouting Emperor. Dai-chan, Mommy's tone carried uncertainty. Yeah, that guy is back. Amine was particularly keen, discovering Akashi's difference immediately. The opponent returned to the past again. No, should say performed a personality switch. HMPH, what this and that. In the end, isn't he just a mental patient? Sora opened her mouth, directly causing the surrounding people's brains to crash. This girl really dared to speak. That was the Emperor of Rakuzen, the sole heir of the Akashi conglomerate, the favored son of heaven with many halos. Akira Matsuya knew even better. Although their family was quite rich compared to the Akashi conglomerate, it was like a glowworm to the bright moon. Everyone knew this young master had mental problems. One soul split into two was abnormal in itself. Akashi was an incomplete person. But you can't say it out so directly. Is he going to collide head-on with Yuuto now? IG Shirogane watched from the sideline. This wasn't the best time, but since it was Akashi's choice, what he needed to do was trust Akashi's decision. Opportunities are fleeting. Come at me, Yuuto. Akashi's posture was strong to the extreme, completely different from the original Akashi. You were defeated by me. Yuuto's response was concise and powerful. Subtext, you're not qualified to teach me how to play yet. It is this conceit that will make you bury yourself in flames. Akashi's voice was indifferent and aggressive. I prefer to call it confidence. Yuuto was stronger than Akashi. That's how I pulled you down from the throne last year. People on the side, watching the two leaders talk, felt that such verbal confrontation was even more intense than the confrontation on the court. I don't hate such a little Sei-chan, but isn't it too lonely? Mibuchi Ryo wanted to intervene, but Tsugawa stopped him. However, at the three-point line position, the aura of the two was still rising. An invisible domain isolated their approach. They stared at each other, engaging in a fierce confrontation. Then, Yuuto moved, golden light erupting from his body, moving forward as a beam of light. He saw Rakuzen's dead spot, but the enemy in front was trying his best to prevent him from sending the ball to that position. Oh, you can see our dead spots. The Emperor Eye is absolute. Akashi spoke Akashi language, Chunibyo. Yuuto wasn't surprised. The secondary personality Akashi was such a person. This is true arrogance, Akashi. Nothing is absolute. Familiar lines like yesterday. Yuuto exerted force with 5 fingers simultaneously during the drive. Without any preparatory movement, more than 20,000 spectators in the arena, even cameras, couldn't catch it without slow-motion replay. But Akashi's eyes could see. I said the Emperor Eye is absolute. Smack! He thrust his arm abruptly, destroying Yuuto's pass as fast as lightning. Actually intercepted. Even that kind of pass can be cut off. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 260, Chapter 260, Akashi's Best Chance. Smack! Yuuto's monster-like pass was intercepted. The Emperor Eye was enough to see everything clearly. And the current Akashi's application of the Emperor Eye was unmatched. He accelerated past Yuuto, picking up the basketball on the floor to launch a counterattack. Yuuto moved his legs to chase. The two contended at the top of the 3-point arc. A moment later, a trace of abnormality came from the Seiho King's ankle. Akashi took this opportunity to kill into Seiho's paint and score again. The former Akashi Seijiro returned, still so domineering and strong. Rakuzen reversed the score again, gaining the lead. Wow tilde. The scene boiled over. This match was indeed the final battle, destined to be recorded in history. From the first second of the match, the duel between the two sides was splendid, with unforgettable scenes happening one after another. Amine and the others reduced their communication. Only Kai's said, but in this case, little Yuuto's evolution will accelerate. He had matched up with Yuuto. The opponent's evolution speed was incredible. And the current Yuuto, once evolved, stayed evolved. There would be no regression because the match ended. In other words, this is the time Akashi has the greatest hope of defeating Yuuto. In the future, the difficulty will only be greater. Got tricked. Midorima regretted playing that practice match with Yuuto a bit. But things having reached this point, besides forcing themselves to go further, Shotoku had no other way. If they wanted to win, Yuuto was an opponent they had to face no matter what. On the court, the two rushed towards each other, momentum even greater than before, stronger and stronger, like two male lions meeting. Bang! This time, Yuuto became stronger. The future seen in Akashi's eyes extended as before. His defense against Yuuto became more strenuous. Evolution obtained from Daiki, Shintaro, and Ryota. Akashi knew. Yuuto's current correction wasn't entirely obtained from him, but the result of evolution from his old teammates time and again. Putting aside the Emperor Eye, Yuuto was currently the strongest high school student in the country. Even after this match, even with the Emperor Eye, it would be hard to defeat the opponent in the future. Right now was the best chance to defeat this enemy. Yuuto! Akashi shouted, eyes glowing. The golden ring bloomed and expanded from his pupil, completely enveloping Yuuto. Smack! He extended his arm like lightning, shattering Yuuto's golden body. Even the Tezuka zone was broken by him. But this time, Yuuto seemed to have eyes on his back. His longer arm reached out a step earlier to grab the ball back, driving in Amine's way. Result, destroyed by Akashi again. And this time, the ball poked away by him couldn't be controlled by Yuuto again. It was picked up by the nearby Mibuchi Ryo. Forcing my position into a pocket prepared in advance. Yuuto's brain spun fast, already analyzing the intention of this defense. Then, weakness. Correction. His ability to utilize position and space went a step further. Has the ball handling ability gone a step further? Akashi had already run to the front court, but his heart shivered. The opponent in front of him was truly extremely heaven-defying. Just one failure, and he would return immediately with a stronger posture. If this continued, sooner or later, he would be broken through head-on by Yuuto like a year ago. And now he also needed to be wary of the opponent's weird eyes. Buzz tilde. While speaking, two rings of different colors bloomed simultaneously, colliding together. This was the collision between Mystic Eyes and Emperor Eye. Yuuto concentrated, looking for that fleeting dead spot. But it never appeared. His analysis of the Emperor Eye and Akashi wasn't enough. The opponent's eyes were too heaven-defying, able to see the future. The offense was almost impeccable. But not truly impeccable, he just wasn't strong enough yet. When he evolved enough times and became strong to a certain extent, the dead spot belonging to Akashi would definitely appear. Smack! Akashi shook Yuuto's center of gravity, passed in one step, and turned into a beam of light killing into Seiho's paint. HMPH. Yuuto extended his body, joints moving, quickly turning to chase under the basket. This wasn't him overcoming the body's limit or seeing through the Emperor Eye, but being prepared. Like a Saint Seiya, the same move was useless against him. Monster! Rakuzen people were gritting their teeth. The enemy in front of them evolved at a speed of 1,000 miles a day, improving every second. Such talent and ability were simply appalling. If this continues, Akashi will be completely suppressed by Yuuto sooner or later. Ig Shirogane was already thinking about countermeasures if that moment happened. Akashi and Yuuto killed their way from the three-point line to the paint together. Then, Yuuto was faked into the air like Iwamura, watching helplessly as Akashi circled to the other side for a layup. Rakuzen was expanding their lead. Yuuto seemed not to see it. The end of every round meant the start of a new round. Just like he rose from the humble Okashura zone, becoming the strongest in the country bit by bit. He became stronger. Akashi dared not attack easily anymore, reducing steal attempts. Because the opponent could see his real-time body data changes, judging his movement trajectory from it. The two moved simultaneously like a mirror. Even that Yuuto has someone he can't pass. Seirin people were extremely surprised, didn't expect the Yuuto who passed people like Hemp to have such a day. However, Akashi dares not attack easily now, fearing being counterattacked. Indeed, Yuuto was blocked now, unable to tear open the Emperor Eye's prediction. But similarly, Akashi's defense also transformed from active to passive defense. Yuuto's eyes were equally astonishingly powerful. Seeing the offensive clock running out, Yuuto took a huge stride forward to lean on Akashi, then circled the ball. The basketball was bounce-passed through the crotch of both people, briefly avoiding Akashi's insight, sending the ball out. Dead spot appeared again. Mayuzumi Chihiro approached silently, only to find Ryuhei Kasuga killing over at high speed to grab the ball a step earlier, then hitting a jump shot. Seiho saw Mayuzumi Chihiro. Does he also possess eyes like Kazunari Tako? Probably not, it's simply that the concentration is too high. Riko Ada observed Seiho for so long. Except for Yuuto, no other member had special vision talents. The opponent was just simply concentrating too much. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 261, Chapter 261, Akashi's Helplessness. That's right. It was simply a heightened state of mental concentration. Whether Mayuzumi Chihiro or Kuroko, they merely had low presence, not truly disappearing on the court. As long as one paid attention and concentrated enough, they could definitely find some clues. And the mystic eyes were such an existence, capable of combining real-time player data to find that irreversible dead spot. Ig Shirigane's face was gloomy. This situation was too rare. In his coaching career, he had almost never encountered it. A player who could constantly evolve on the court. The stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. But for Rakuzen, Yuuto's evolution wasn't scary. What was scary was if he stopped evolving. That would be when Rakuzen was in trouble. Turning back, Akashi continued his individual offense, constantly observing and torturing Yuuto's ankles. One of his signatures was the ankle breaker. No fixed movement, but constantly destroying the opponent's center of gravity based on its changes. No matter how one changed, it was useless, unable to escape the insight of the Emperor Eye. Then, a trace of abnormality came from Yuuto's ankle again, but it wasn't irreversible. The future is absolute. Akashi swept past him at extreme speed. Yuuto knew this wasn't absolute. the opponent could just accurately grasp his center of gravity shift to destroy it. All his movements were decomposed by the opponent. Movements as fast as lightning were like snails in Akashi's eyes. However, similar things Yuuto could also do. The so-called absolute just means the limit. But I have no limit. Bible of the Star activated. Speed specialization. Yuuto's body was agile as a monkey, turning quickly to close in on Akashi. He analyzed combining multiple aspects like Akashi's body data changes and playing style intel. So-called vision talent is just like this. Seeing things ordinary people can't see, then analyzing by the brain, and finally issuing instructions to the body. Therefore, seeing is only the first step. To put it into action and exert the advantage of vision, one also needs a keen brain. And Yuuto. His mentality attribute was as high as 150 points, the undisputed number 1. It's that kind of specialization. The primary personality Akashi spoke to remind. Secondary Akashi knew clearly that if he insisted on individual isolation, he would very likely be locked down by Yuuto. The air is Yuuto's domain. He could specialize jumping like Kagami, or even instantly switch to strength like Murasakibara. Thinking of this, Akashi made a choice, passing the ball unknowingly during the turn. Akashi passed. In other words, Yuuto's evolution has reached a level threatening to Akashi. But how long has it been? Many people were greatly alarmed. Evolved man-to-man defense from Daichan, off-ball from Little Green, and got comprehensive improvement from Little Kai's. Mom murmured to herself. Yuuto's evolution speed at this moment was scary fast. But looking closely, one would find this speed wasn't strange, because Yuuto had already evolved from the other 3 generation of Miracle's members. Putting aside talents that cannot be copied like the Emperor Eye and Mystic Eyes, Yuuto's strength at this moment had surpassed anyone in the generation of Miracles. In other words, the previous Akashi has always been using the Emperor Eye's ability to contend with Yuuto. Everyone got one thing wrong. It wasn't Yuuto contending with Akashi, but Akashi trying every means to contend with Yuuto. But Akashi passed. Taiga Kagami discovered the key to the problem. In other words, at this step, even the Emperor Eye's prediction isn't absolute anymore. Teppei Kiyoshi and the others took a deep breath. Swish! The ball went in. Mayuzumi Chihiro received Akashi's assist and hit a jump shot. We've never played a match like this before. Mibuchi Ryo and the others felt extremely heavy-hearted. Their lineup should have been number 1 in the country, plus Akashi, the captain steering the super aircraft carrier Rakuzen. In the end, they were the ones at a disadvantage. That king of Seiho was truly unreasonable. Buzz tilde. Golden light bloomed from Yuuto's body as he engaged Akashi at extreme speed. Eye-to-eye, man-to-man, incomparably fierce. Their actions weren't complex, at least not the irregular rhythm of Aomine, nor the ever-changing imitation of Kai's. Everyone could understand their movements, but deeper levels were probably only clear to the 2 of them. Those 2 pairs of eyes aren't simple. The information we see is only a small part. A higher-level contest is hidden beneath the surface. Katsunori Hirasawa, Masaki Nakatani, and Kagetora Ada all came to the scene. Several old friends gathered together. But even these former professional players couldn't understand the contest between the 2. Because the talents of those 2 geniuses were too high, uniquely endowed by nature. If either one were thrown into their era, they would have a great chance of reaching the top. However, it looks like Yuuto has the upper hand now. Basketball matches might not truly be team first. Every era, 1 or 2 players who cannot be treated with common sense will appear. From the era of Chamberlain and Russell to the era of Magic and Bird, and later the era where Jordan dominated alone. These players all possess talents defying common sense and abilities to crush opponents. Their talent was like God's cheating code for humans. Now Yuuto also had this trend. He was gradually moving towards becoming a super player who could solve problems by giving me the ball. Akashi encountered big trouble. The destructive power of his ankle breaker decreased. Saying this might not be accurate, but Yuuto's response was composed and unhurried. The opponent's eyes and correction talent exerted force simultaneously, adapting to his style. In terms of prediction ability, he was approaching the Emperor Eye. Since taking control of the body, Yuuto's evolution had been happening all the time. Smack tilde. Finally, Akashi found a flaw and poked the ball away. However, he only saw the new Seiho captain follow the momentum, turning like lightning to the other side. At that position, Mibuchi Ryo was already in place, ready to complete a double team with Akashi at any time. Yuuto's mouth corners raised, a cold snort issued from his throat. Then they saw him actively pull the ball back, changing the original direction of impact to lean on Mibuchi Ryo's side. At this moment, Mibuchi Ryo became the best obstacle to block Akashi. Yuuto shot a jumper over Mibuchi Ryo and scored. Yuuto scored directly. Could his correction be complete? Not necessarily, more likely an accident. But if this continues, the completion of his correction isn't far off. Indeed not far off. Akashi could feel it, so he thought about trying to borrow the power of teammates. This defense was him actively forcing Yuuto to that position, and in fact, he did succeed once. Unfortunately, the opponent had already corrected. Such a double team was useless. Sorry, Sei-chan. Nothing to do with you, it's my problem. Akashi admitted directly it was his problem. Mibuchi Ryo was flattered, looking up only to see helplessness in Akashi's eyes. Lies, Sei-chan would also show such an expression. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 262, Chapter 262, A Brand New Day. Akashi indeed felt unprecedented pressure. Not now, but in the imminent future. That was the oppression the Emperor Eye couldn't see, but could only feel. Yuuto was evolving forward at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even that dead spot would appear on him sooner or later. A result irreversible, even by the Emperor Eye. He had never thought of such a thing. Since awakening the Emperor Eye, he thought this was the strongest talent. Now, beep tilde. The second quarter ended. The gap between Rakuzen and Seiho still hadn't widened. But the situation on the court was quite unfavorable for Rakuzen. Yuuto temporarily still couldn't find Akashi's dead spot. The opponent's Emperor Eye was too perfect. He still needed correction, still needed evolution to break it completely. However, compared to himself, in the latter half of the second quarter, Akashi could only frequently rely on Mayuzumi Chihiro's misdirection to maintain the score. Locker room. Ig Shirogane held the tactical board for urgent deployment, but Akashi knew any deployment wouldn't make much sense. Yuuto probably predicted even the choices they would take in advance. In the end, wanting to win still depended on himself. Thanks for your hard work, please rest for a while next. Akashi spoke to Mayuzumi Chihiro, not as gentle as the primary personality, but not calling him by name directly was already giving face. Is that so? I understand. Mayuzumi Chihiro was a bit unused to it. The Akashi in front of him was too different from the one he knew. If the Akashi he knew was the sun, then the one in front of him was like a moon without temperature. Seeming to realize he was a bit unkind, Akashi added, "In the fourth quarter, we still need your power." Fourth quarter? We haven't even finished the third quarter yet. Hayama Katero hurriedly asked Akashi, "Are we going to use that?" Rakuzen had another killer move. "That is our last chance, haven't reached that stage yet." Akashi wiped sweat with a towel. Although there were slight deviations from expectations, overall, it was still going according to plan. In the second half, I will enter the zone. What? Zone? Hearing this, the expressions of the Rakuzen players all changed. Not surprised that Akashi could enter the zone, but the condition for Akashi to enter the zone was too crazy and ruthless. What is the trigger for Akashi to enter the zone? When he chooses to abandon everything and decides to use his own ability to solve the match, the door to the zone will open for this solipsistic genius. And at that time, it also means the other teammates have become useless trash. Sei-chan, Mibuchi Ryo wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Akashi. I will enter the zone to engage in a further contest with Yuuto. During this time, others cannot intervene. You must seize the time to recover stamina. Abandoned, but not completely abandoned. Because when Akashi in the zone domain couldn't contend with Yuuto, his job would be done. At that time, the primary personality Akashi would return again. That would be the moment of the decisive battle between Rakuzen and Seiho. Hearing this, the others nodded silently. You can try opening your heart to them. The primary personality, Akashi, spoke at this time, hoping the other self would try to accept others. No need, that's not my responsibility. Akashi refused flatly. Not everyone was qualified to be his friend. He was the proud Akashi Seijiro. Now I'm going to prepare to enter the zone. Don't disturb me. A sigh came from his mind, finally returning to nothingness. Listening to the sigh of another self, Akashi closed his eyes and entered the domain of the zone, seeing that door. Then, abandoning the people around him, he stepped in alone. On the other side, Seiho was also making urgent preparations. The score on the field now was 60-58. Seiho temporarily led by 2 points. The advantage was slight, possible to be reversed at any time because their opponent today was Emperor Rakuzen. The good news was, their leader Yuuto became stronger, evolved to a higher level, and faintly began to see his suppression of Akashi. The team leader solved the biggest trouble. Next, what they had to do was manage their own people. But speaking of which, Rakuzen is really strong. Ryuhei Kasuga sighed with emotion. Didn't have the chance to play against them before, thinking they just lacked an opportunity. Now facing them truly, only then did he truly realize why Rakuzen was hailed as the emperor. Really too strong, every position was impeccable, surpassing the national standard. The helmsman was the leader of the generation of miracles. If not for Yuuto, he couldn't imagine where this battleship Rakuzen would sail to. Nationals three-peat, even including the Winter Cup three-peat. These were not impossible. Their lineup possessed all conditions to create history. Isn't this something known long ago, or are you scared now? Scared, Ryuhei Kasuga smiled stubbornly. I'm more afraid of becoming my old laughable self again. Calling themselves kings, actually frogs in the well. Even if they failed this time, he would absolutely not become that ridiculous self again. Yuuto didn't speak from the side. He was actively adjusting his breathing, recovering stamina as much as possible. His biggest advantage wasn't the initiative visible to fans on the court, but the perfect rhythm brought by the Bible of the Star. Second half, Akashi probably wouldn't remain indifferent. He would definitely counterattack. Then, Seiho would welcome the real challenge. Unknowingly, halftime was about to end. Time was up. Yuuto led people out of the locker room, heading to the battlefield that attracted much attention. Yuuto, Yamashita Shio stopped him at this time. It's the final moment, say something to everyone. This was also the responsibility of the captain. Yuuto stopped, turned to face all teammates, finding everyone looking at him. His gaze swept across the locker room, making eye contact with everyone. A moment later, he organized his language and spoke, excluding sleep. A person's life is only more than 10,000 days. But the difference between people lies in whether you lived 10,000 days or just lived one day and repeated it 10,000 times. The past is past. We don't have the ability to turn back time. Regardless of whether we lived a repetitive day in the past, today is definitely a brand new day for us. In 20 minutes, we will stand on the podium. We don't want bronze medals nor silver medals, we want gold medals. A relatively realistic speech ignited everyone present. Because most of them might be one of the sentient beings, living repetitive days. But if they could win today, at least they lived more than one day in their lives. That is the meaning of the Nationals Championship. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 263, Chapter 263, already entered. Let's go. Come with me to pull Rakuzen down from that damn throne. Amidst roars, Yuuto led the high-spirited Seiho players out of the tunnel, returning to the court. On the other side, Rakuzen players walked out almost simultaneously, eyes carrying a desperate determination. But Yuuto noticed that Akashi's pupils became extremely calm to the point of being scary, making people feel cold. This feeling again. Kagami noticed something wrong immediately. People with the talent to enter the zone domain were particularly sensitive to this feeling. What feeling? Zone, that guy Akashi entered it. Kagami's words changed the expressions of all Seirin members. The third genius able to step into the zone domain, possibly even the second player who could enter the zone freely by his own will like Aomine. Of course, could also be said to be the third, because Yuuto also possessed the ability to break boundaries and stimulate 100% of his potential entirely by his own will. It's starting Yuuto. Yeah. ZZZZT tilde. Crimson lightning and white steam bloomed from both of them simultaneously. Akashi rushed out upon receiving the ball, moving like thunder, so fast that the crimson lightning lingered briefly in the air without dissipating, connecting into a line. And Yuuto. White steam permeated his body, and his black hair turned white rapidly, like a demon walking out of purgatory. The two turned into two beams of light galloping on the court, heading forward. Both were accelerating, movements sharp as blades. Perverts. Fans weren't country bumpkins anymore. Having witnessed so many duels of geniuses, they already knew Zone was a domain of geniuses. However, the more they understood, the more afraid they were. When they learned that only in this state did those geniuses exert 100% of their potential, while at other times they could only exert 80%. They were simply astounded. Zone and Demon Mode didn't make them break the limit, but simply allowed them to exert their full power. This was simply unreasonable. Other players couldn't even see their taillights. Akashi and Yuuto unfolded a fiercer confrontation. Corrected memories were overturned again. The current Akashi differed by a full 20% compared to the first half. Not the 50% gap brought by Tyrannosaurus wildness, but a true, comprehensive 20%. However, those corrected memories wouldn't disappear. Akashi's style was still engraved in all his memories, including brain and body. What he needed to update now was Akashi's data changes. Then he could draw inferences and perform the final analysis. On the court, Akashi and Yuuto moved almost side by side, both accelerating, neither giving way. Swish! The ball went in. Akashi destroyed Yuuto's center of gravity and took the opportunity to kill into Seiho's paint to score directly. Iwamura and Amuro could only watch helplessly, bodies completely unable to react. Back on the other end, Yuuto also received the ball and sprinted away, fast as a bullet out of the chamber. Akashi chased relentlessly behind, the Emperor Eye on the left locking onto Yuuto entirely. He attempted to decompose the opponent's movements, launching a fatal strike at the critical moment to stop the Seiho King's offensive. Unexpectedly, Yuuto's eyes saw deeper, avoiding his fatal steal in advance. In the white mist, Yuuto suddenly killed his way out, body swinging significantly. Seizing the moment, Akashi moved to find the timing to specialize speed and rush past. Bible of the Star specialization. Speed so fast it briefly broke the limit of 100%. So fast, even Akashi changed his expression. Even observing with the Emperor Eye, Yuuto was still heart-pounding, no longer slow as a snail. Activating 100% potential, and then further specializing explosive power and speed. This was simply challenging the limit of speed. Note that he was currently in the zone domain, concentration reaching the peak. One can imagine how amazing Yuuto's explosive power was. Bang! Yuuto killed into the paint and sword. Akashi jumped with him, but was powerless at this time. The air wasn't his domain. The gap in static talent couldn't be bridged even with Akashi's strongest eyes. Calm down, we are only trailing by 2 points. Primary Akashi could see that the other self was a bit anxious. That risky steal attempt was the best proof. And the zone cannot make Yuuto's correction start over. As long as he grasps our latest data and intel, he will catch up soon. How could Akashi not know such things? but he feared Yuuto's perfect match rhythm even more. If the winner couldn't be decided in time, establishing an advantage, the first one unable to hold on would likely be himself, not Yuuto. So he needed to do something. But what the primary self said was right. The more anxious, the easier to get chaotic, the easier to make mistakes. He took a deep breath, adjusting in an extremely short time. Then, bang! He took the ball and launched a fierce attack, waiting not a moment. Innate ball sense, comparable to the Tezuka zone, emperor-level ball sense talent. The basketball seemed glued to his palm. Plus the advantage of his stature, his breakthrough frequency was fast and complex. What are the advantages of this? Put it this way. In 1 second, a short player can make 2 or even 3 movements, while a tall player might only be able to make 1.5 movements. This is the difference. And every movement of Akashi could be real or fake. All depended on what future picture his emperor eye saw. This is the advantage of fast movement frequency, and also the advantage of small players. Yuuto utilized the Death Coil talent to the extreme, guarding Akashi closely. His Death Coil was a purple talent, and he also possessed many blue and purple talents. These talents, through repeated corrections, would display even stronger power. Evolution brought by correction would feed back into these talents, maybe not crossing a grade, but indeed making the talents more heaven-defying. The two exchanged blows, movements swift as lightning. Akashi's eyes played their due role again, seizing the moment Yuuto's center of gravity shifted, cutting the ball and switching hands to flash to the other side, accelerating the breakthrough. Truly formidable, Yuuto lamented. The opponent in front was too keen. A little wind blowing couldn't escape his pursuit. Fighting Akashi, he could always find more weaknesses in himself and keep improving. This was a feeling Midorima, Aomine, and Kai's never gave him. After all, at this moment, he had already activated his potential to 100%. Akashi killed into the paint and sword, with Yuuto chasing from behind. Speed specialization, not only reflected in explosive power, but also timely reaction ability. But useless. No matter how fast his reaction, it wasn't as fast as what Akashi saw directly. Switching hands to avoid Yuuto's slapping hand, Akashi wrapped the ball to the other side for a layup. Wow tilde. The match was wonderful. Aces of both teams faced off, engaging in fierce confrontation, neither willing to yield, dazzling and unwilling to miss a second. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 264, Chapter 264, Reversing the Future. The duel between the two was fast to the extreme. This was different from Yuuto's matches against any other generation of Miracle's members in the past. Fighting Aomine, it was more of a collision of different styles, a head-to-head confrontation. Fighting Kai's, it was treating the ever-changing Kai's as a whetstone. Only facing Akashi did Yuuto need to go all out. Not just body and technique, the brain also considered more. Because the opponent in front possessed the most terrifying vision talent, seeing things beyond himself. The two engaged in extreme speed on the court. In the place where they collided, a large amount of white steam permeated. People couldn't see clearly, only seeing a humanoid sun and a crimson lightning bolt interwoven, competing fiercely. So amazing, how many times has it been? People were parched. Even if they couldn't see the movements clearly, the constant crossing of golden and crimson colors showed the terror of the duel. A total of 30 times, 10 seconds of offensive time consumed, average of 3 movements per second. Kuroko had strong insight and saw the number of confrontations clearly. 3 times a second. Izuki Shun and others were shocked. Such movement frequency was fast enough to be chilling. Akashi is one thing, but Yuuto with his build can also make such fast movements. The bigger the build, the slower the movement frequency. You can't ask O'Neill to cross people over like Iverson. That would be thunderstrikingly impossible. This is Yuuto, this is his correction. They lamented. This king of Seiho was not only a genius blessed by heaven, but also displayed extraordinary aptitude. That talent able to constantly discover his own weaknesses and correct them to evolve again. Unique in history, never seen before. No one knew how he did it, only knowing his movement frequency went from barely twice a second to 3 times a second, catching up to Akashi. 15th second, offensive time only 9 seconds left. Yuuto had to take action. His hands spewed even more dazzling lightning. The noise of the basketball hitting the floor reached the level of Hayama Katero. With a thump, like a thunderbolt descending from a clear sky, making people's hearts palpitate involuntarily. But this wasn't his lightning dribble regressing to Hayama Katero's magnitude, but being so fast that the noise during dribbling couldn't be suppressed. Whoosh tilde. At this moment, Yuuto truly looked like a thunderbolt, rushing out of the white mist in front of the audience, flashing past, figure already appearing at the free throw line. Not simple speed or strength specialization. It should be technique specialization, like Midorima's super long three-pointer. Seizing the moment I wanted to move, a comprehensive explosion in one breath. Akashi's analytical power was extremely strong, second only to Yuuto, discovering the key quickly. He tried to decompose the opponent through the Emperor Eye to find a strategy to break the enemy, but found it impossible. He couldn't achieve self-evolution through analyzing the opponent like Yuuto. He turned to chase, but also understood that once broken through head-on by Yuuto, it was equivalent to losing points. Sure enough, after passing Akashi, Yuuto soared immediately. Specialization of jumping ability made him soar like an eagle, seeming about to fly. Finally, he ended this attack with a luxurious meteor jam. Broke the Emperor Eye head-on, clearly already entered the zone. Why is it like this? Midorima finally encountered a situation he didn't understand. Yuuto's eyes were indeed terrifying, but the Emperor Eye was visibly a level higher. Yuuto's biggest advantage remained that evolution ability, but having just stepped into the zone domain, Akashi's data should have been overturned. Because that guy can break the 100% limit. Amine and Kai's understood the reason because they had experienced it personally. For them, 100% might be the limit. But for Yuuto, 100% wasn't absolute. That specialization ability could allow him to break his own limit in a short time. Eyes that can also see a trace of future. Just seizing the moment little Akashi moves to specialize and break the limit, he can rewrite the future result in an instant. Kai's thought so. Yuuto's eyes indeed couldn't reach the level of the Emperor Eye for now, but it didn't mean he had no resistance. He could similarly infer through things other than breathing and blood flow, such as the opponent's body data changes, playing habits, and other intel. Able to see Akashi's future to a certain extent, just seizing this moment to specialize and break the limit could reverse Akashi's absolute prediction. They could see it, Akashi naturally wouldn't be unclear. But this was what he wanted. Let Yuuto break the limit as much as possible, consuming more stamina. Only in this way would the opponent's consumption be level with his own. While talking, crimson lightning cut through the air again, moving forward. But beside him was a white-haired boy genius like a demon. Yuuto could clearly feel that dealing with Akashi and the Emperor Eye became a bit easier. Not that Akashi became weaker, but he became stronger. Offense, defense, including body movement, every aspect was approaching the most ideal form when facing Akashi. But this wasn't enough. He hadn't found Akashi's dead spot yet, unable to defeat the opponent thoroughly. Swish! The ball went in, and it was a three-pointer. Akashi's actions seemed to have become simpler, probably to avoid Yuuto's correction ability. Saren people weren't sure. The duel between the two before them exceeded their understanding. Maybe even a step that looked very simple to them could be the result of a game after frantic simulations by both sides. First observe with eyes, then feed back to the brain, finally transmit to the body to issue the final command. You think this can stop my evolution? Yuuto snorted coldly, posture very strong. I scored, no one can stop it, this is the result. Akashi's response was not inferior. These two domineering players were tit for tat in every aspect of the duel, including bickering. There won't be a next time. Yuuto grinned. Under the foil of pale, short hair and surging steam, he gave an extremely strong sense of oppression. The future has been grasped in my hands. Except for me, no one can change the result. Akashi's eyes erupted with more cold electricity. Then let's wait and see. Brief exchange. Yuuto received the inbound pass with his back to Iwamura, instantly turning into a beam of light to launch a raid. Akashi said nothing further, moving his legs to follow. Fighting all the way from one side of the court to the other, gold and crimson constantly crossing and engaging, making scalps numb to watch. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. Check new fanfic, 265. Chapter 265, Personality Switch Again. On the court, basketball hitting the floor constantly made violent noises, and sneakers rubbing sounded even more piercing. The confrontation between Yuuto and Akashi continued, and became even more astonishing. People around could only watch, unqualified to intervene. People marveled. The duel between these two was indeed amazing. Both were peerless talents. No wonder they could break out of their respective brackets and fight all the way to the final decisive battle. In the past, both of these people would definitely dominate the country, or even achieve consecutive championships. Finally, Yuuto found a fleeting opportunity, specialized strength, and used his body to push Akashi away. The Emperor of Rakuzen was inevitably knocked back. Yuuto took this opportunity to jump fully and hit a mid-range shot. Scored again, it looks so simple. Where do you see simple? That's Akashi. Riko Ada roared at Shinji Kagane. Akashi was short, weighing only about 60 kg, looking indeed easy to bully. But playing in the Nationals, until now, even in his 3 years of junior high, no player had ever been able to overpower Akashi with body strength. He relied on that pair of emperor eyes capable of nullifying all offense and defense. Body talent, as strong as Murasakibara, was blown up by Akashi back then. And she could also see a trace of Akashi's body data changes. Only that moment was too short, passing like a breath. Yuuto could seize such an opportunity. Was this something normal people could do? Where was this simple? Shinji Kagane shrank his head back from being scolded. However, in most eyes, Yuuto just completed an extremely simple jump shot. But this simplicity was only on the surface. It contained the deadliest killing move, also fitting Yuuto's basketball style. But anyway, Yuuto has evolved to the point where he can score under the insight of the Emperor Eye. Teppei Kiyoshi predicted that this great battle was about to have a winner. Even the leader of the Generation of Miracles was no match for Yuuto's infinite evolution. Back on the other end, Akashi could still score, but that feeling was very close to a year ago. The future he saw began to show more possibilities, and in these possibilities, Yuuto grew to be able to rewrite the result through specialization. Seems this is it. Secondary Akashi watched the enemy in front, in an offensive possession where he was forced to pass and assist a teammate to score. He didn't mark Yuuto full court, but stood silently in place. This is my limit. Entered the zone, stimulated 100% potential, tried to imitate Yuuto to evolve through self-analysis, but all failed. Current him had lost the possibility of defeating Yuuto. But this is not Akashi Seijiro's limit. Leave the rest to me. Two personalities of Akashi communicated quickly. Next second, the heterochromatic pupil of Akashi's left eye dissipated, changing back to the original color. The primary personality, Akashi, returned again. Yuuto felt the opponent's change in the next offensive round. Pressure given by the Emperor Eye decreased. The difference between the two Akashis was still big. Secondary Akashi relied more on the Emperor Eye, naturally utilizing the Emperor Eye unmatched by anyone. Primary Akashi was different, paying more attention to the fusion of technique and talent, style more team-oriented. Yuuto seized the opportunity to specialize speed again, breaking the 100% limit, turning into a beam of light straight to Rakuzen's paint for a tomahawk dunk. Akashi's face remained unchanged, receiving the inbound pass and dribbling slowly past half-court. Slowed down the rhythm. What is he planning? People stared at Akashi suspiciously. His choice now was different from before. A few minutes ago, Akashi attacked fiercely upon receiving the ball, unwilling to lag behind, constantly fighting Yuuto. But at this moment, Akashi raised his arms slowly to make a gesture. This meant playing tactics, admitting he was inferior to Yuuto. Ayamine and the others in the third-floor stands had their eyes bulge abruptly. Could it be little Akashi again? Kai's opened his mouth wide. Seems so, he switched personalities again. Midorima frowned, unable to understand the meaning of doing so. But soon he understood. Top of the three-point arc, Yuuto adopted a defensive stance, perfect state, no loopholes, impeccable. Akashi didn't force it, but called Mibuchi Ryo over to set a screen. Screen, what's the use? Yuuto can see it. Junpei Hyuga was puzzled. Sure enough, the moment Mibuchi Ryo got close, Yuuto bypassed the screen a step early. Even the uncrowned kings were not qualified to appear in front of him, couldn't even set a screen. Result: smack tilde. Almost simultaneously, the moment Yuuto bypassed Mibuchi Ryo, Akashi moved. He found the right moment, swinging his arm to pass the ball out. Perfect angle, perfect arc, passing through Seiho's entire defensive line. Hayama Katero felt the difference the moment he received the ball. This position is my domain. Is that so? Has it reached this time? Team Zone. This was the second killer move Akashi prepared for this match. Meaning, now was the moment to decide the outcome with Seiho. Then let me break the limit again. Hayama Katero revealed his canine teeth. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Impeccable pass allowed him to complete the first step the moment he caught the ball, passing half of Tsugawa Tomoki's body length. Then, Hayama Katero accelerated into the basket in one breath, scoring with a double-clutch layup against the defense. Relying on team power to defeat the opponent, Ayamine frowned tightly. He didn't like this Kuroko formula at all. Victory and defeat should be in one's own hands. The current Akashi handed victory and defeat to teammates. How could this defeat Yuuto? But what's with this awkward feeling? His intuition was scary accurate, feeling something happened quietly. Another round. Akashi actively coordinated with teammates. Cut after pick and roll, target wasn't Mibuchi Ryo, but Nebuya Aikichi under the basket. Alley-oop. Nebuya overpowered Iwamura for a two-handed dunk. I see starting now. Chihiro prepared to go on. Ig Shirogane realized belatedly, walking to the scorer's table to request a substitution. This was Rakuzen's final killer move, meaning Akashi judged that now was the moment to fight the decisive battle with Seiho. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 266. Chapter 266. Team Zone, The Decisive Battle. Mayuzumi Chihiro nodded heavily, taking advantage of the dead ball to enter the court again. That sixth man is on again. But the time limit for misdirection. It's no longer a problem. Akashi-kun and Yuuto have stolen everyone's attention. In the practice match against Kaijo, Kuroko had used the rest time to reset his misdirection. Currently, not even 10 minutes had passed, only 5 minutes, half the time. However, the fierce clash between Akashi and Yuuto earlier had captivated everyone's gaze. Now, Mayuzumi Chihiro's misdirection effect had recovered and could be put into combat. As soon as he came on, Rakuzen responded immediately. Akashi passed, Mayuzumi redirected the ball to Mibuchi Ryo, outside the three-point line. The Yakusha didn't hesitate. Hand up, ball down, three-pointer made. Nice shot, Ryo, keep it up. Akashi jogged back on defense, giving encouragement as he passed. Mibuchi Ryo stared blankly. Although the domineering Sei-chan is charming, as expected, this Sei-chan is the best. He smiled, his whole body boiling with excitement. What's going on? Rakuzen suddenly blossomed everywhere. The change was too drastic. Suddenly, the Rakuzen players were scoring from everywhere. Seiho's iron wall couldn't stop them. Probably related to Akashi's passes. Passes? Aren't those just ordinary assists? Ordinary. Miyoshi Shoichi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. In the eyes of a player of the same position, he is the ultimate ideal form. Every pass hit the teammate's most comfortable zone and guided the teammate to make the first step to evade the defender. Imyoshi asked himself and knew he absolutely couldn't do such a thing. It seemed like a minimal change, but the effect was huge. The result? Just as he thought this, he saw Yuuto also deliver an assist precise to the millimeter. Snap, the ball landed in front of the cutting Kasuga Ryuhei. Kasuga instinctively took a huge stride. Catching the basketball, he simultaneously created distance from Mabuchi and scored with a low layup. Give me a break, he doesn't even play the one position. Izuki-shun was both shocked and helpless. What's wrong, Izuki-senpai? It's an induction pass. Izuki-shun sighed silently. The highest pursuit of point guards, the masterpiece they wanted to complete most. 2 people in this match achieved it simultaneously. And one of them wasn't even a point guard. Why him? What's there to be surprised about? Isn't that something we knew from the start? Ada Riko rolled her eyes at them. What she didn't get was stopping the ace 1v1 simultaneously and starting to lead the teammates around them. What exactly were they planning? No one knew the answer to this question, including Kagami and Kuroko. However, they had a vague feeling. This definitely wasn't because Yuuto and Akashi were tired and forced to give the ball to teammates. Something was definitely brewing. 1 round. 2 rounds. 3 rounds. Seiho and Rakuzen too each played magnificent team basketball. The level of offense and defense on both sides reached the national peak. They were absolutely the 2 strongest teams this year. The game became anxious again, with both sides scoring constantly. The 10 people on the court stared at each other, killing intent rising. Aside from the ball hitting the floor and the net swishing, there were no extra sounds. Such amazing concentration. Kasamatsu Yukio could feel it from far away. Those 2 teams, a total of 10 players, poured their everything into the game, completely ignoring the outside world. But gradually, he started to realize something was wrong. The silent players on both sides had nothing but basketball in their brains. Such a state was exactly like the zone. This feeling, could it be? Kasamatsu suddenly felt the hairs on his body stand up. He thought of an extremely terrifying possibility, and this possibility was coming true bit by bit. 3rd quarter, last 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Hayama Katero, receiving Akashi's pass again, roared out of my way, and a streak of red lightning actually emitted from the corner of his eye. Zone. At this moment, the faces of the entire audience changed wildly, chills running down their spines. However, this wasn't the end. Even more terrifying scenes appeared one after another. Who's gonna get out of the way? Tsugawa Tomoki roared. The smile was gone from his face, replaced by seriousness. He turned and chased madly. Simultaneously, a streak of black lightning abruptly erupted from the corner of his eye. He entered too. How is this possible? Isn't the zone a domain for geniuses? They aren't the generation of miracles or Yuuto. How can they? People were in disbelief. The scene was too inconceivable. Something impossible was happening right before their eyes. Result: this wasn't the end either. There was something even more explosive coming. Clang, Hayama's layup missed under Tsugawa's interference. The ball circled the rim twice before rolling out. The next second, BZZT tilde. BZZT tilde. Iwamura Tsutomu and Nebuya Aikichi roared simultaneously. The 2 tank-like centers engaged in intense physical contact, jumping to fight for the rebound. That was nothing new. Center battles for rebounds were always intense. The paint was always the most fiercely contested spot on the court. What made scalps tingle was that streaks of cold electricity flashed from the corners of both their eyes simultaneously. Zone again, Ada Riko felt like she was going crazy. The scene before her was terrifying enough to make one doubt life. Because after these 4, Mayuzumi, Amuro, Kasuga, and Mabuchi all entered the zone. Even Ayamine and the others had their eyes wide open at this moment. Mom covered her mouth with both hands, her pretty face pale. This was a scene desperate enough to make every other high school team in the country despair. There were 10 players on the court. 9 of them entered the zone, the genius domain, simultaneously. The remaining one was even more outstanding, abandoning the zone to whip out a demon mode. No need to doubt it. This match would definitely be recorded in history. It was the most incredible final in the 88 years of the Inter-High. Among the champion teams of the past, not a single one was strong enough to contend with the two teams before them. They possessed the power to crush past champions. And the result? These two teams were fighting for one championship. The visual impact was just too massive. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 267. Chapter 267, the highest intensity final. The most terrifying scene unfolded. Every single player from Seiho and Rakuzan had entered the zone. How is this possible? The atmosphere in the arena became incredibly oppressive, especially for the other participating teams. To think there were two such teams, even though they were currently fighting for the final championship, it felt like a massive mountain pressing down on the other squads. How could anyone defeat them? How could they possibly be beat? It's not the true zone. AMI noticed the difference immediately. The strongest proof was the cold electricity flashing in the eyes of Mibuchi Ryo, Iwamura Tsutomu, and the others. They don't possess the qualifications for it. It was Yuuto and Akashi who pulled them into this domain. They don't have the qualifications, but how on earth did they do it? Passing. Midorima felt his throat go dry. In his duel with Yuuto, Aomine once used some special methods to break his 80% limit and activate his potential to 90%. Perhaps they found inspiration from Aomine's match, using passes to help push their teammates states a step further. Hearing this, Mom agreed that this was the most likely possibility. In other words, even if it's not the true zone, they can stimulate their teammates' physical potential to 90%. On the court, the two teams faced off like two armies, the atmosphere solemn and chilling. As expected, you can do it too. Akashi smiled. He had indeed found inspiration from that match with Aomine, though he had thought he was the only one capable of it. It wasn't until he saw Yuuto's specialization, breaking limits even with technique, that he had a vague premonition. Yuuto didn't respond. He stood at the forefront of his team and said, "Let's go Seiho." Oh. The other four shouted in unison, rushing into Rakuzan's territory like a pack of wolves. At this stage, there was nothing left to say. Only a bloody battle remained. Seeing this, the Rakuzan players moved to meet their defenders. The intensity of the battle suddenly escalated to another level. When the other player's potential was activated to 90%, the offensive tactics revolving around Yuuto ran even smoother. The speed of ball movement, the player's positioning, it's even faster than ours. Ada Rico stared in disbelief. Saren played a run-and-gun style, known as the most famous blitzkrieg tactic in the basketball world. And the result? They realized their run-and-gun wasn't even as fast as the opponent's half-court ball movement. It wasn't that the opponent's tactics were truly faster than run-and-gun, but simply that the intensity of the players on these two teams was too high. Did the dead spot disappear? Yuuto discovered that the dead spot belonging to Rakuzan was gone. Obviously, breaking the 80% boundary collectively and further activating their potential rendered his previous analysis of Rakuzan ineffective. But it was only temporary. What's wrong? Can you still see Rakuzan's dead spot? Akashi rarely trash-talked, but he wanted to disturb Yuuto. I'll see it sooner or later, including yours, Yuuto responded coldly. Since he couldn't see the dead spot, he would just blast through head-on. Buzz tilde. A dazzling golden light erupted from his body. He looked like a human-shaped sun, his posture majestic. The moment his legs moved, his entire body shot forward. Akashi blocked with all his might. The future seen by the Emperor Eye wasn't absolute. Possibilities of divergence appeared. Yuuto had evolved and become stronger. Meanwhile, the current Akashi's usage of the Emperor Eye wasn't as proficient as his other personality. A standard Shamgod crossover. Akashi saw it clearly, but the moment he went for the steal, he saw a different future. Speed specialization. Yuuto turned into a beam of light, charging straight for the Rakuzen basket. The next second, Hayama Katero and Nibuya Aikichi double-teamed from both sides. Although their level still couldn't match Yuuto's, with their potential stimulated to 90%, they could cause some interference. At the very least, they could create time for Akashi to recover on defense. But Yuuto. Whoosh! The basketball flew out like a bullet. There was no preparatory motion, it was abrupt. Before Nibuya and the others could react, the ball was already in Kasuga Ryuhei's hands. The latter caught the ball and shot immediately, but Mibuchi Ryo provided sufficient interference instantly, his arm almost sealing Kasuga's face. This is one of the uncrowned kings, one of the best players beneath Yuuto and the Generation of Miracles. Kasuga Ryuhei could feel that in a one-on-one, he might not be a match for this yaksha. They were called the uncrowned kings, because if not for the appearance of geniuses like Yuuto in this era, they would have dominated it. In fact, Rakuzen had indeed won the Nationals last year. But we are the kings. He roared internally, his eyes as determined as Kasamatsu Yukio's, and decisively released the ball. Clang! It hit the iron. Mibuchi Ryo's interference was still too significant. Rebound! Both sides shouted almost simultaneously. Nibuya Aikichi turned to wrestle with Iwamura Tsutomu for position. Kasuga Ryuhei's expression didn't change. He remained determined. He believed that Seiho's king was the strongest. Yuuto is the strongest. Mibuchi Ryo naturally wouldn't admit that. The person he admired most was the strongest. But turning around, he saw Yuuto leaping into the air a step ahead of both Nibuya and Iwamura. He suppressed them both, grabbed the ball with one hand, and slammed it in for a putback dunk. Whoa tilde. The ball went in. The Seiho fans in the stands went crazy. Don't mind it. The game won't end because of one possession. Akashi spoke, bringing his teammates' focus back. The next second, after receiving a pass, he dribbled across half-court with a pressure similar to Yuuto's. Their morale was high. They weren't disheartened by a single defensive failure. Using a screen from Mayuzumi Chihiro, he sought a mismatch opportunity. Yuuto didn't give it to him, bypassing the screen early to continue pressing Akashi. Almost simultaneously, Akashi completed a pass to Mayuzumi, who made a move to drive. Then, under Amuro Yashikazu's gaze, Akashi flashed into his field of view like lightning. Yuuto arrived immediately to block the line of sight. However, Mayuzumi had keenly captured the moment Yuuto's gaze shifted and passed the ball past Amuro. Damn it, Amuro was unwilling. He had told himself to be ready, but his attention was inevitably diverted. Hattie. Mayuzumi hit a mid-range shot. The score gap still couldn't be widened. The anxious game made the fans of both teams sweat, every possession seeming so crucial. However, it's become very difficult for Akashi to score directly in front of Yuuto now. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 268. Chapter 268. The Moment of Farewell. Rakuzen was indeed strong enough that even while lagging significantly in intel, they didn't fall behind in matchups. As time passed, they even began to gain the upper hand. The problem was, Akashi is struggling to score on Yuuto. Nakatani Masaki, Hirasawa Katsunori, and Ada Kagetora sat on the bench. They saw the potential crisis for Rakuzen. Seiho's number 10 had evolved to another level. Even with the Emperor Eye, Akashi didn't have enough confidence to score on Yuuto. On the other hand, Yuuto. Star Bible talent activated. Yuuto isolated Akashi, using his specialization ability to twist the future results once again. Challenging the limits of speed, even if the Emperor Eye saw it, the body couldn't react. Yuuto sprinted to the free throw line. Mayuzumi and Mibuchi surrounded him again, executing a double team. If they succeeded just once, if they could gain a lead of just one possession, it would be a huge advantage for the current state of the game. But the next second, under their gaze, Yuuto suddenly seemed to split into two, sprinting past both of them. Deceiving the sensory systems of two people at once, that guy really is a monster. Heizaki Shogo was at a cold drink shop again, accompanied by the girl from last time. He had decided to return during the Winter Cup to play with those guys. Not out of love for the game, but simply because he was too bored and wanted to crush something to pass the time. Damn it. On the court, Mayuzumi and Mabuchi couldn't distinguish which was real and which was fake. And while their brains were still processing, Yuuto's emotionless voice reached their ears. Too slow. Golden light flashed between them, carrying a gust of wind. They couldn't stop him. They couldn't stop him at all. They couldn't even delay him for a moment. He evolved again. Even this level of double teaming is useless. Shirogane IG didn't know what to do anymore. He had thought of many methods. Most were useless against Yuuto, some had an effect, but would become completely ineffective after 3 rounds. That infinite evolution ability made him, the coach, feel powerless. The opponent wasn't an existence that could be defeated by tactics. Yuuto scored again. Akashi's expression grew more solemn. Amazing, far beyond where we were in high school, Harasawa whispered, showing a look of regret. Yuuto's talent was too high. Even as a former professional player, Harasawa felt inferior. He felt that Yuuto might even be qualified to compete with the chosen ones overseas. With Yuuto's endless correction talent, he would sooner or later step onto the world stage. After this year, staying in Japan might hinder his development. Regardless of whether Seiho won the championship this year, there was no reason for Yuuto to stay in Japan. He had completely surpassed the generation of miracles. To keep evolving, Yuuto needed greater challenges. You mean sending him to the US to play? Exactly. In fact, I originally planned to let Amine train at 2 for 2 years, and then recommend him to play abroad in his 3rd year. This was Harasawa's original plan. Let Amine receive better training, temper himself in high school for 2 years, then go to the US for a year of high school league play to seek entry into the NCAA. Staying in the basketball desert of Japan, even if he dominated the country, wouldn't amount to much. Only by receiving the world's most professional training and competing against the best geniuses could he transform into a super player capable of taking basketball further. Now it seemed Yuuto had a higher probability of success than Amine. He felt it was a pity that such a talent, qualified to compete with the world's top geniuses, wasn't on his team. While they spoke, Rakuzen and Seiho exchanged several more rounds. The level was extremely high, neither could stop the other. Rakuzen played more as a unit, while Seiho's possession was more concentrated in Yuuto's hands. 14 consecutive points, Seiho's king is unstoppable. Commentators everywhere were roaring loudly. Yuuto's performance in this quarter was absolutely phenomenal. Facing such a formidable Rakuzen, he frantically scored 14 points in a single quarter. And Rakuzen, only under Akashi's needle-threading passes could they keep the score difference from widening. But the other, Akashi, knew that if this continued, they would definitely lose. That dead spot would eventually appear with Yuuto's corrections. At that time, Rakuzen would face its greatest crisis. Even now, Rakuzen's overall scoring was becoming increasingly difficult. It seemed it was time to say goodbye. The other, Akashi, looked at his other self with some sentimentality. Akashi didn't know. He thought he craved friendship, but he didn't realize that he himself also craved friendship. So he let the other, Akashi, open his heart to accept people other than the generation of miracles. Little did he know, the other, Akashi, had never accepted anyone from the beginning, including his old teammates from the generation of miracles. From the moment of his birth, he had been silently watching the future of the host. When did it start? It was the day his mother passed away unexpectedly, at that cold, temperatureless funeral. That day, Akashi cried heartbreakingly, losing the pillar of his soul. Only in the corner he couldn't see, the other, Akashi, had always been with him. Watching his sadness, watching him forced to learn the massive amount of coursework arranged by the family before he could even process his emotions. Etiquette, tea ceremony, socializing, piano, etc. Akashi endured all of this alone throughout his childhood, while the other, Akashi, accompanied him by his side, never leaving for a second. Later, They went to Teiko together and met the generation of miracles. He gained the friendship he craved, becoming close friends who talked about everything with Ayamine, Murasakibara, Midorima, Kai's, and Kuroko. During that time, Akashi lived happily. The smile on his face was no longer formulaic, but from the heart. The other Akashi was happy for him from the bottom of his heart. But everything changed in the second year of middle school, the moment his teammates' talents awakened. As Murasakibara defeated him with devastating force, Akashi encountered the second major blow in his life. He was afraid, terrified, trembling. The memory of that cold funeral flooded his brain like a tide. He worried that the precious things he had finally obtained would leave him again. And so, the other Akashi appeared. He took control of the body to give Akashi a place to hide. Then he crushed Murasakibara and ruled the generation of miracles once again. Akashi feared loneliness and craved friendship. The other Akashi was the same. They both feared being alone. It was just that in the eyes of the other Akashi, having the other self by his side was enough. Teiko, Rakuzan, all teammates, he actually didn't care about them, as long as he had the other self in his heart. He was happy during this time. Although he lost control of the body, he could frequently communicate with his other self, which made him feel satisfied and no longer lonely. Only, such a version of him was ultimately incomplete, as he had split away half of the whole. Akashi sat silently in the shadowy corner, then slowly stood up. Now, it is time to return what originally belonged to you. The chance to defeat Yuuto lies within the complete Emperor Eye. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 269, Chapter 269, The True Emperor Eye. Now, it is time to return what originally belonged to you. The chance to defeat Yuuto lies within the true form of the Emperor Eye. No regrets, just a little sadness. 1 year in elementary school, he had split half of the life away from Akashi. Now, the moment had finally come to return it. Return? What are you saying? Akashi's heart clenched involuntarily while he was engaging the enemy. You should understand, Yuuto is strong. If this continues, we will lose. But it is not that the Emperor Eye is inferior to his talent. It is that it is not complete enough. The other Akashi walked out of the darkness towards the light. The reason is simple, because there are 2 of us in this body. Now I will return everything to you, making you a complete person. Return. Complete. Such words caused a stinging pain in Akashi's heart. Do not be sad for me. A soul that should not have existed was able to possess such a long time. I am already very satisfied. I believe that the court vision capable of delivering the ultimate pass, fused with the Emperor Eye that can see the future, will surely birth the ability to defeat Yuuto. Wait, Akashi wanted to stop him. This wasn't a movie, and the enemy before them wasn't invincible. Moreover, they hadn't lost yet. There was still a possibility of victory. Compared to victory, he hoped in his heart that his other self could stay. The other Akashi could clearly feel the emotions of his other self. This emotion filled his heart with unprecedented satisfaction. But he still spoke firmly, the meaning of my existence is victory. If I cannot bring victory, my existence is worthless. So defeat him for me, prove the value of my existence. Also, thank you. With the final thank you, Akashi felt a massive change in his body. Something suddenly poured into him. It didn't feel strange, because it was originally him. The heterochromatic pupil completely disappeared. The other personality had completely vanished from this world. He couldn't hear him anymore. Akashi felt a pain coming from his chest. Yuuto. He roared, 2 golden rings erupting from both eyes simultaneously. This time, it wasn't just targeting Yuuto alone, but covering everything he could see. Mourning for yourself? What a strange guy. Yuuto responded with a cold gaze. You should thank me. I made you a complete person. Shut up. Undeniably, it was indeed Yuuto's appearance that made him complete again after his mother's passing. This wasn't the result he wanted. But since it had come to this, he had to defeat this enemy. Red lightning bloomed wildly as Akashi launched a torrential offensive. That familiar pressure swept over again. the greatest destructive power of the Emperor Eye, decomposing all movements, nullifying all offense and defense. This was the other Akashi. No, there was never another one. That was just a phenomenon caused by the split personality. From beginning to end, Akashi Seijiro was only one person. Yuuto's defensive pressure increased sharply. The best user of the Emperor Eye, combined with that ultimate pass, he had to stop it all. You are the only one I must defeat. Then come. Yuuto's eyes went cold. In an instant, the talent dual personality activated. He didn't retreat, but stepped forward to meet the attack. This was the true final battle. Snap! The ball vanished rapidly from Akashi's hands. The speed was so fast it exceeded ordinary perception. Then, the ball went directly into the heart of Seiho's defense. The moment Hayama Katero caught the ball, he felt the change again. This time, the angle and force of the pass were even more perfect. What was most unexpected was Sugawa Tomoki actually couldn't react at all. Hayama Katero was shocked, but the one even more shocked was Tsugawa Tomoki. How did he do that? In disbelief, he turned around only to see Hayama Katero had already penetrated the Seiho paint. The timing of the pass was absurdly perfect. This was the complete Emperor Eye, capable of gaining insight into all futures. That kind of pass can be even better. It's like he saw the future of the opponents and his teammates. Could it be? Ayamine and the others who were familiar with Akashi thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. From now on, there would be no other Akashi. They had merged into one, or perhaps this was the true face of the Emperor Eye. Little Akashi, he. The two personalities merged into one. A totally unexpected development. Akashi's split personality was cured by a game. He became the complete Akashi Seijiro again, and his talent truly bloomed at this moment. Transition from offense to defense. Ryo Akashi shouted a warning. Mibuchi Ryo, who was guarding Kasuga Ryuhei, reacted instantly. Kasuga Ryuhei had just received a no-motion pass from Yuuto. Before he could make his next move, Mibuchi Ryo had already reacted in advance. Even the no-motion pass was seen through. To be able to see everyone's future. This is the real Akashi. This is the original appearance of the Emperor Eye. Shirogane Eiji was first stunned, then fervent. It should be like this. There never was a so-called other Akashi. He was always one person, just mentally split due to excessive trauma in the past. The host Akashi or the other Akashi were both parts of Akashi, just isolated to form independent personalities. Now, Akashi had combined them into one, unleashing his full talent. This was his evolution and his growth. While they spoke, Rakuzen had completed a brilliant defensive play. Seeing no opportunity, Kasuga Ryuhei planned to pass back to Yuuto to reorganize, but the moment he released the ball, it was intercepted by Mayuzumi Chihiro, who suddenly dashed out. In an instant, Rakuzen's counterattack arrived. Akashi turned his grief and indignation into strength. There was no smile on his face, only the final words of his other self echoing in his mind. Defeat Yuuto, prove that the other self's life had value. Able to see through everyone's future, not just teammates, but opponents too. Everyone's next step, and even the steps after that, were under his prediction. Then, the ball turned into a beam of light, cutting through the air into Mayuzumi's hands. The latter caught and shot immediately. Perfect shooting rhythm brought super high accuracy. Swish! The ball went in. Rakuzen overtook the score again. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 270, Chapter 270, Final Preparations, Roar Tilde. The scene boiled over. The fans of Rakuzen and the locals of Kyoto were roaring. They didn't know what had happened, but they saw their team finally take the lead, gaining the initiative in this match. He saw the future of everyone on the court. He even found a solution to Yuuto's no-motion pass. The Seirin members wore shocked expressions. The match had reached a level completely beyond their imagination. What was even more surprising was that the original Akashi was already terrifyingly strong. Both personalities were. Unexpectedly, Akashi Seijiro could go a step further. merging the strengths of both personalities. Huff tilde. Huff tilde. The Seiho players were gasping for air. They had defended very hard, but the opponent's passing was too magical. The moment the opponent caught the ball, the offense had already found an opening. That kind of passing was simply too incredible. It wasn't just a simple induction pass, but an induction pass that saw the future. This is the complete Emperor Eye, a red grade talent. Yuuto whispered, sweat dripping from his white short hair. No, it's not entirely the ability of the Emperor Eye, but also the aptitude of Akashi, Seijiro the person. His use of eyes was unparalleled, including the Nash Gold Jr. from the movie. He could deeply analyze the scene future and derive the optimal plan, as powerful as the simulated memory. However, Yuuto reached out and asked for the ball from his teammate, charging straight towards Akashi. But no matter what, your limit lies right there. Yuuto didn't pass anymore. He launched a fierce attack on Akashi, assaulting his defense, stepping into the domain of the Emperor Eye without hesitation. The complete Emperor Eye was indeed strong, capable of maximizing the team and stimulating everyone's abilities. But, as an individual unit, Akashi Seijiro's limit was there, unchangeable. This limit, Yuuto had already seen and corrected back when he battled the other, Akashi. The dead spot belonging to Akashi would eventually bloom. Step tilde. Yuuto was extremely fast, striding out to show everyone the level of the country's strongest high school student. Akashi opened his eyes wide, firmly locking onto Yuuto and all the players on the court, analyzing the possibilities of a pass in his brain. But there was none. Yuuto had absolutely no intention of passing, seeing no future where a pass occurred, and through the opponent's muscle rhythm, breathing, and even heartbeat, Akashi saw no other possibilities from Yuuto. Going to end the game with his own hands alone, Akashi was stunned at first, but reacted immediately. This isn't surprising at all. This enemy had done such a thing once a year ago. But this year was different. He had become stronger. The ending from a year ago would definitely not happen. Yuuto. Akashi shouted, focusing all his attention to meet Yuuto. Bam tilde. Squeak tilde. Basketball and shoes constantly made rapid contact with the floor. The gold and red rings collided, attempting to suppress the other, but couldn't, remaining in a balance. Impossible. The Emperor Eye should be superior to his eyes. Akashi realized something was wrong. Is it that correction ability, or did he specialize the insight of his eyes? Or perhaps both. Akashi couldn't find the answer, but the pressure in his heart grew. Only 8 seconds remained on the shot clock. Yuuto's offensive kept the same rhythm. He wasn't rushing. He was waiting for that dead spot belonging to Akashi to appear. But until the last second, he didn't wait. He was defended for a full 24 seconds, never handing the ball to a teammate from start to finish. He didn't pass until the very last second. Is little Yuuto playing too selfishly? Kai's thought that if there was no chance, he should let his teammates try. He's probably making final preparations. Preparations? Did you forget? That kind of offense and defense that even the Emperor Eye couldn't reverse earlier. You mean? Yes, it's highly likely reached the final stage of completion. The next time Yuuto breaks through Akashi head-on, it means the Emperor Eye's predictions will be completely ineffective against him. Midorima's voice was light, but it made hearts tremble wildly. Rakuzen's possession. Yuuto personally marked Akashi, his brain spinning rapidly, analyzing the opponent, analyzing himself, conducting corrections on top of corrections. Seconds later, Rakuzen scored again. Mibuchi Ryo hit a three-pointer, widening the gap further. 5-point difference. For Yuuto and Seiho, this gap shouldn't be a problem, right? Indeed not much, but their opponent today is extraordinary. The complete Emperor Eye can see the future of all players. Honestly, I don't know who can stop such team-based offense. Some felt Seiho's momentum was gone. In this match, the gap had never exceeded 5 points, always maintaining a difference of about 1 ball. But now, Rakuzen had opened it to a 2-possession gap, and... Beep tilde. The red light on the backboard lit up, meaning Seiho's shot clock was consumed completely again. defended for another 24 seconds. Is there really no way left? Is the complete Akashi, the complete Emperor Ai, really this strong? No one could answer this question, because no one had the chance to experience it personally. Yamashita Shio squatted by the sideline, hesitating whether to call a timeout. If it were the past, he definitely would have called a timeout to strengthen the team's defense. But now, facing that Rakuzen leader, no subtle defensive tactic would work. The meaning of calling a timeout was mostly to let the players stay calm. However, he noticed Yuuto's expression. Still cold, white hair soaked in sweat, but his eyes were firmer than ever, showing no panic. And so, he made the same decision as Harasawa. Don't call a timeout, leave the game to his most outstanding disciple. I am strong. Yuuto could feel it. After matches with Ayamine, Midorima, and Kai's, he firmly believed he had walked ahead of the generation of miracles. He was no longer that guy who wanted to retire on the spot upon hearing about the generation of miracles. And from now on, he wouldn't retire. He wanted to go to the US. If possible, he even wanted to go to that basketball sanctuary, to engage in the highest level of competition with the strongest players of this era. LeBron James, Durant, Curry, Jokic, Harden, Leonard, and others. So, he wouldn't let his footsteps stop here. After a moment of analysis, his eyes became clear again. This meant he had completed self-evolution once more. Catch, sprint, crashing towards Akashi's Emperor Ai. Two figures entangled, dueling again. Harsh friction sounds, and the ball hitting the floor rang out constantly. Everyone was dumbfounded, hearts chilling. This match had already cut off many people's hopes for the Winter Cup. Even the other teams possessing the generation of miracles saw their hopes as slim. These two players were too heaven-defying, suppressing the top talents of the current era. But this battle eventually had to determine a winner. Yuuto held his breath and focused. The boiling feeling from a year ago returned. That distance, just one step away from the championship and victory, prevented him from stopping. Gradually, his vision began to dim. Not because his sight was blurring, but because the dead spot symbolizing Akashi was finally about to appear. When his vision went completely black, a red dot, like a ghost fire, suddenly lit up his path. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 271, Chapter 271, Surpassing the Generation of Miracles. Akashi's dead spot appeared, like a gem made of blood, fixed in midair, glowing and shining. It wasn't the weak point seen in Adobe Keigo's World of Ice, but a true dead spot, possessing irreversible effects. Furthermore, this dead spot had red threads connecting to the entire Rakuzen team. This meant that, when Yuuto reached that position, Rakuzen's entire defense would be destroyed by him. For this moment, he had waited too long, like having to understand death before witnessing it. His correction ability had allowed him to grow so much. He had played 4 of the generation of miracles. Only the talent monster Murasakibara Atsushi remained. At this moment, Yuuto's understanding of basketball had reached a height far surpassing his age. Yuuto moved, not letting this opportunity slip. The entire audience watched him, holding their breath, watching carefully, afraid to miss a single detail. White steam filled the air. White bangs obscured Yuuto's eyes, making him unclear to see. Except for Akashi, he clearly saw the reflection of that red dead spot in Yuuto's eyes. Then, Yuuto slowly raised his legs. Golden light bloomed from his body bit by bit. The moment his arm waved, the basketball moved with his body. All of this looked so slow, but in reality, it was fast to the extreme. Bam! The basketball hit the floor. Yuuto swayed his body from left to right, a crossover so concise it had no wasted movement, though his feet didn't step out even a centimeter more than necessary. Akashi saw it, but the next second, with a crack, the future he saw was destroyed. Little Yuuto, he passed him. Kai's face changed wildly. If everything was as Midorima said, it meant the Emperor Ai was no longer sufficient to counter Yuuto. He broke the Emperor Ai's prediction, an irreversible result. Akashi's eyes opened wide. The stinging pain from his feet told him what had happened. His center of gravity had been destroyed. Possessing the Emperor Eye, yet having his balance destroyed by someone else. The others from Rakuzen saw this. Although shocked, they swarmed over immediately, trying to buy enough time for Akashi to recover. However, when Yuuto hit the dead spot, the threads connecting Rakuzen also snapped. Rakuzen's defense could no longer stop him. Yuuto turned a blind eye to Rakuzen's double team, accelerating into the Rakuzen paint like a gust of wind. Before the double team could form, he had already passed between the two of them. Finally, Yuuto hit a layup over Nobuya Akichi. Silence fell over the scene. A moment later, earth-shattering cheers erupted from the north stands. He got past. The Lion King of Okyukazome defeated the elite of the Akashi conglomerate. Past 3 people in a row. He shattered Rakuzen's entire defense line alone and scored. Unbelievable. The TV commentators were foaming at the mouth. Did you see that? I told you long ago, Yuuto is the strongest. He cannot be defeated. In Okyukazome, the basketball club of Homie Academy, the old coach was bragging to the new members. Homie Academy's results this year weren't bad. Although they failed to defend their title, they reached the quarterfinals of the Nationals. They were slowly rising. The stories Yuuto left behind at Homie Academy attracted many geniuses to visit Okyukazome. Combined with the core squad Yuuto left last year, the current Homie Academy didn't lack talent. Back then in the decisive battle with Teiko, the media called it the second impact. We encountered similar trouble then, but I didn't call a single timeout. Because I believed the disciple I taught could solve the problem, just like now. The old members watched their coach brag without saying a word. If they remembered correctly, when they encountered trouble last year, their coach was so anxious he paced back and forth, almost jumping up and down. But they didn't expose him. The new first years looked with worship at the bragging coach and the former captain on the TV. Senior Yuuto is truly strong. That's right, Senior Yuuto is the strongest. The players who had fought alongside Yuuto stared intently at the number 10 with white hair on the TV screen. That posture was no different from last year, making them feel incredibly reassured. On the court, Akashi stared dead at Yuuto. Neither moved immediately, both were sweating profusely. They had maintained 100% potential activation for nearly 10 minutes. But now wasn't the time to think about resting. Akashi gritted his teeth, leading Rakuzen to counterattack. There was no doubt he lost the individual battle, but Rakuzen would win the final victory. Complete Emperor Eye. Scanning across the field, the future of all 9 other men on the court appeared in Akashi's eyes and brain. Then, he delivered a pass, stabbing straight into Seiho's heart. Nobuya Aikichi bent down to catch the ball. He had already completed his power accumulation invisibly. With a bump of his hips, he pushed Iwamura Tsutomu away and banked the shot in. The point difference remained unchanged. Both teams could score. So, is it a contest between teamwork and individual ability now? It seems so. Kiyoshi Teppei was eye-opened. The level of this duel shattered his understanding of high school students. Whether it was the complete Emperor Eye, or Yuuto who could see dead spots and cause irreversible endings, or the team-type zone. It all broke his cognition. Looks like the game is entering a tug-of-war. Yeah, one side relies on team offense, the other on pure individual ability. Who can last to the end? On the court, Yuuto and Akashi turned into 2 beams of light rushing at each other, unfolding the final duel. Merging the strengths of 2 Akashis, the usage of the Emperor Eye reached its peak. But individually, Akashi had long been unable to improve further. Buzz tilde. The world before his eyes went black again. A red dot hovered over the entire Rakuzen team. Immediately after, Yuuto, glowing with gold light, charged over, smashing the red dot and dealing Rakuzen a fatal blow. Swish! A mid-range jump shot made, the world regained its color. Akashi clenched his fists, not knowing how to stop the opponent. It seemed there was truly no way left. The Emperor Eye is still superior, but his level has already surpassed the generation of miracles. He knew the Emperor Eye hadn't lost. the talent he possessed was definitely top tier. The reason he couldn't stop Yuuto was simply that he had been left behind by Yuuto. After all this, Yuuto had completely surpassed the generation of miracles. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 272, Chapter 272, The Final Battle. After an unknown number of corrections and evolutions, Yuuto finally crossed a level beyond the generation of miracles. At his current stage, the strength of his opponent's talent was no longer important. He possessed sufficient strength to deal with it. Turning back to the game, Akashi still held the ball himself, connecting Rakuzen's offense with needle-threading passes. Passes so flawless one couldn't pick out any faults, so perfect that his teammates were already shaking off their defenders the moment they caught the ball. Hayama Katero used his five-finger dribble to breeze past Tsugawa Tomoki in one breath, intruding into the Seiho paint. Facing Iwamura Tsutomu's help defense, he changed his shot into a pass midair, flexibly using a double clutch motion to fling the ball to Nebuya Aikichi on the other side. An unguarded Hercules was equivalent to giving away points. Just at this moment, a figure tore through the air and flew in. It was Yuuto. His specialized speed seemed to challenge the limits of speed itself. Bam! He slapped the backboard, but failed to block Nebuya Aikichi's dunk. However, almost got blocked, Nebuya Aikichi's expression was grave. In that moment just now, had he hesitated even slightly, even for a second, this ball would definitely have been blocked. Not just on offense. On the defensive end, he can also see Rakuzen's dead spot. Has his evolution not ended yet? Terrifying. This was the heartfelt thought of most fans and players at the scene. Did he intend to dominate both the offensive and defensive ends alone? In this super high-level duel, destined to be recorded in history. Of course, this was exactly what Yuuto sought. A true genius should be invincible in high school. If he couldn't be like Kobe, turning himself into a magician with Jordan's scoring ability during high school, what qualifications would he have to compete with the world's top prodigies in the future? Releasing his hand. Landing. His brain rapidly analyzed, searching for his own weaknesses, then correcting them, completing yet another self-evolution. Then he took the basketball from his teammate, turning into a bolt of lightning rushing forward. Akashi bit his lip and followed closely, not daring to give an inch, afraid that if he slacked off for a second, the opponent would throw that kind of super long three-pointer. There was 1 minute and 24 seconds left in the third quarter, but a full quarter left in the game. Could they maintain this slight advantage until the end? No, it's not a question of whether we can, but that we must persist until the end. A gap of 2 possessions. The advantage wasn't obvious, but as long as Rakuzen's offense didn't falter, the final winner would be Rakuzen. His tilde. Massive amounts of steam erupted from Yuuto's body, making the duel between the two look hazy, further highlighting the intensity and unpredictability of the battle situation. Finally, Yuuto killed his way out through the steam, once again destroying Akashi and Rakuzen's defense. He looked as if his whole body was burning. The red rings in his pupils made his eyes look crimson when he moved, like a white-haired demon. Bang! Yuuto dunked the ball over Nebuya Aikichi. Mayuzumi Chihiro silently came over for help defense, but ended up adding an unnecessary foul to the play. The result was laughable. The Seiho captain swept a cold glance over him. Mayuzumi instantly felt cold all over, his body stiffening in place, as Yuuto flicked his head and walked past. Beep tilde. Finally, the referee blew the whistle, ending the third quarter. Returning to the bench, the Rakuzen players gasped for air, Akashi included. The third quarter, that was too dangerous. Just now, I almost got blocked. Hayama Katero still felt lingering fear. On the last possession of the third quarter, his layup was nearly chased down and blocked by Yuuto. At that time, the opponent was clearly not even at the three-point line. He felt the massive oppressive force coming from Yuuto. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough, speeding up his release to put the ball in. Thus, ensuring the gap between the two sides remained at 2 possessions. In a game like this, they dared not relax their vigilance for a single round. But if this continues, he will catch up sooner or later. Mibuchi Ryo's long hair stuck to his neck. He was covered in sweat. No matter what, we have to persist until the end. We are Rakuzen. Shirogane Ig had nothing left to adjust. His tactics had been thoroughly dissected by Yuuto. At this time, playing tactics would make it easier for Yuuto to see through them. They could only rely on Akashi's Emperor Eye prediction to complete Rakuzen's offense. Akashi, don't sub me out, coach. Please let me play until the last second of this game. Saying this, he looked back at his teammates. I also hope you can lend me all your strength until the game ends. Does that even need to be said? I've been ready for a long time. My muscles are still very active. As long as Sei-chan wants it, we can give you everything. Mibuchi Ryo and the other two spoke first. Although Mayuzumi Chihiro didn't speak, his expression already told Akashi. No problem. What about Seiho's side? Yuuto, can you still keep going? In this match, Yuuto's consumption was visibly huge. He had firmly controlled the ball possession since the second quarter. In the past 30 minutes of the game, the ball was in Yuuto's hands 50% of the time. The current Seiho completely relied on Yuuto. Yeah, I can hold on for a while, but I won't be able to maintain demon mode much longer. He had been in the demon mode state for 10 minutes. Even with the help of perfect rhythm, the repeated specializations offset the advantage of perfect rhythm. Once he exited the demon mode state, his defensive coverage area would shrink. Is that so? Since that's the case, let the others help you narrow the distance. Yamashita Shio finally had work to do. In the fourth quarter, we'll change some defensive strategies. Akashi's eyes can see our future, so it's hard to stop Rakuzen's offense. But we can shrink their attack range to near the paint. Lock down their shooting, especially you, Kasuga. Don't give that Yaksha a chance to shoot threes anymore. Herd all of Rakuzen's players into the paint to score. Yamashita Shio drew on the tactical board. Focusing on tight man-to-man defense, denying shooting opportunities, while maintaining layered positioning. If one person gets past, nearby players must immediately fill the gap, driving the enemy completely into the paint. Finally, whether we can stop Rakuzen or not depends on you, Yuuto. Also, if both you and Akashi exit demon mode zones simultaneously, the offense can attempt fast break counterattacks. Utilize the advantage of our ancient martial arts running technique. Your past efforts won't let you down. Run them to death for me. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 273, Chapter 273, Kill. Dozens of seconds passed and the fourth quarter began. The audience boiled over immediately, shouting, cheering, and applauding. After 30 minutes of competition, both teams finally arrived at the last 10 minutes. Seiho and Rakuzen 2. In this game, players from both sides displayed their highest personal performances since the start of the Nationals. They broke through their selves and shattered their limits in this most important final. This was absolutely a visual feast of high school basketball. More brilliant than fireworks. More hot-blooded than an anime protagonist's comeback buzzer beater. Rakuzen tilde. Seiho tilde. The fans' shouting contest had lasted for over an hour and still hadn't stopped. The last quarter began. Seiho's possession. After receiving the inbound pass, Yuuto took the lead and rushed out, massive amounts of steam erupting from his body. His pressure reached its peak. It's clearly been 10 minutes, yet his condition hasn't declined. Based on past experience, their physical condition should be reaching its limit. But they dare not exit the zone demon mode easily. In other words, is it a contest of willpower now? Not entirely. Midorima's eyes seemed to glow under his lenses. Those two were types extremely good at strategizing. Their big picture view surpassed all other players. It was certain they would reserve enough strength to finish this game and wouldn't squeeze their stamina completely dry. But no one knew when that point would be. Midorima stared at the white mist on the court, seeing only a golden figure rapidly tangling with a red lightning bolt. This duel wasn't more terrifying than before. but it felt even more intense. After such a long, high-intensity duel, it was unbelievable that these two could still maintain their condition. Akashi's eyes glowed. The Emperor Eye didn't miss a single instant. This great battle entered its final white-hot stage. The two crisscrossed, interweaving like lightning. Then, buzz tilde. Yuuto's vision turned pitch black again. The dead spot of Akashi and Rakuzen appeared. Without unnecessary words, he immediately exploded with high speed and rushed out, seizing this fleeting opportunity. Correct. The future predicted by the Emperor Eye was broken once again. The follow-up couldn't be seen because the dead spot was irreversible. In this moment, Akashi's defense was torn apart, killed. He passed little Akashi again, continuously breaking the Emperor Eye's predictions. How on earth does he do it? Kasumatsu Yukio found it hard to understand. He had understood the terror of the Emperor Eye and thought at most one could draw even, unable to surpass it. It's the gap in player level. Amine spoke the truth. He had matched up with Yuuto twice. His instincts were sharper, understanding the powerlessness of isolating against Yuuto. Gap in player level. Exactly. In this game, from Akashi's initial composure to borrowing teammates' strength to the return of the other personality, he has been passively enduring the whole time. When one player constantly needs to make changes facing another player, it already speaks volumes. In basketball games, most of the time, the side with the advantage doesn't need to change. Seeking change actively while having the advantage is outsmarting oneself. Only the side at a disadvantage needs to actively seek change to find a chance for victory. While they spoke, Yuuto had already cut into Rakuzen's paint. He scored with a simple yet unstoppable floater. Unsolvable individual ability. Rakuzen's entire defense line couldn't stop him, destroyed by one person. This is the strongest high school student of the current era, the king of Seiho, the lion of Okukazome. Reporters on the sidelines pressed their shutters, recording these moments, while countless nicknames floated in their minds. These were all materials for tomorrow's reports. 3-point difference. A one-possession gap. Rakuzen's turn. Akashi also led the charge. With eyes that could see everyone's future, he attacked through passing and making plays for teammates. But this time, the moment Akashi released the ball, Yuuto's right arm shot out like the light of dawn, directly destroying Akashi's pass. I've already seen through your passing tricks. Rakuzen's bigger trouble appeared. While unable to contain Yuuto's offense, Akashi's passes were almost being killed. This is his evolution, surpassing me and the entire generation of miracles. Akashi felt powerless. The feeling was even stronger than his first loss to Yuuto. But this time, there wouldn't be another self to provide help, because that person had disappeared forever. But precisely because of this, he had to win. This is the last chance to defeat Yuuto. The opponent's individual ability had surpassed the entire generation of miracles, including himself. If they played again, the situation would only be worse. They might not even last until this point. This was a situation bought by the sacrifice of his other self. He couldn't just give up. Akashi immediately turned and pulled back to control the ball. Then he actively moved behind a teammate to use as a screen, finally delivering the ball to Mayuzumi Chihiro's hands. He had to do this because Yuuto had corrected himself again, completing a targeted evolution. Swish! The ball went in. Mayuzumi Chihiro hit a wide-open shot. Amuro Yashikazu had no way to deal with this miraculous pass. What you can do, I can do too. You are 200 years too early to defeat Rakuzen. The gap returned to 5 points, a 2-possession difference. Yuuto didn't respond, feeling no fear in his heart. The next second, he held the ball and turned into a beam of light to kill his way out. Using the Tezuka Zone dribble and Demon Eye to break the enemy, he easily nullified the Emperor Eye, rendering its offense and defense ineffective. If Rakuzen loses this time, there probably won't be any chance in the Winter Cup. Nakatani Masaki and the other two were shocked. Such talent, infinite evolution ability. Who could contend with him? The current Rakuzen was already the strongest generation in history. a lineup stronger than Rakuzen might not appear in the future. The leader of the generation of miracles, the ideal point guard, 3 uncrowned kings, and a phantom 6th man. If even Rakuzen lost, other teams' hopes would only be slimmer. Give him a few years, and he might be able to sweep the entire Japan. A few years, it might not take that long. Ada Kagetora felt that Japan could no longer find a player of the younger generation capable of contending with Yuuto. The opponent's talent was world-class. His future was definitely not in Japan. Turning back, Akashi used a screen to pass again. This time, his passing became even more difficult. Yuuto was killing his passing lanes. Visibly to the naked eye, the quality of his passes dropped significantly, but Mayuzumi's misdirection sent the ball to a key position, and Nebuya Aikichi seized the opportunity to score. However, even though they could still score, many fans could see they were running out of steam and could be reversed by Seiho at any moment. Because that Seiho king was truly too strong to the point of being unreasonable, making people's scalps tingle. Yuuto completely took over the ball possession. With wind under his feet like a kunpeng, he flickered in place and vanished, once again shattering the Emperor Ai's prediction. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 274. Chapter 274, The Decisive Round. From the white steam, Yuuto charged out fiercely like a demon from purgatory. He held the absolute initiative. Even the Emperor Ai couldn't predict him. His current technique, muscle memory, and brain calculations were all in the state most suitable for facing Akashi. Right now, Akashi could no longer break through his self, but Yuuto was getting stronger as he played. Seiho's new captain is too amazing. A Rakuzen fan exclaimed, expression uneasy. He felt Akashi didn't seem to be Yuuto's opponent, and Rakuzen might lose the ball game on their own home court. Why do I feel he's getting more and more formidable? Or is Akashi tired? The gap now was just that obvious, even the fans could see it. Rakuzen, and Akashi too, were struggling more and more as they played. The people of Kyoto watched Yuuto return on defense. White steam erupted from his slender figure, red light flickering in his eyes, causing panic and fear. They probably wouldn't be able to forget this figure for the next month. Why do I feel like Rakuzen can't hold on anymore? Kagane Shinji felt Rakuzen was done for. He was very sharp. The wildness talent was hidden in his body. It depends on how long how long Rakuzen can maintain this advantage. Ada Riko was shocked. Rakuzen had been able to maintain a high shooting percentage largely due to Akashi's passing. But now, Yuuto had found the trick, solving the opponent from the source, attempting to kill Akashi's passing. Even though it was hard to achieve, the quality of Akashi's passes was indeed dropping rapidly. At this point, could Rakuzen still catch up with Yuuto's scoring efficiency? Thinking about it, Ada Riko felt the question itself was terrifying. A team blossoming everywhere was actually worried their firepower wouldn't match a player fighting alone. This simply made no sense. But this was basketball. True superstars all possess the ability to turn the tide of battle. So how long could Rakuzen last? The answer was, they couldn't last this round. Over 3/4 of time was enough for Yuuto to evolve multiple times, thoroughly dissecting Rakuzen's offense. However, on the defensive end, he still couldn't find Rakuzen's dead spot. This already spoke volumes. It wasn't that his evolution wasn't enough, nor that his analytical ability was insufficient, but rather it was caused by those eyes of Akashi. Akashi had a limit, and Yuuto had one too. Even with the specialization of the Star Bible, his body had limits. A human couldn't run faster than the flight speed of a basketball, and Yuuto couldn't outrun Akashi's pass speed. This was the root cause. In that case, solve the problem from Akashi. One-on-one isolation defense, death coil exerted to the extreme, putting huge pressure on Akashi in every aspect. Akashi called for a screen. Useless. Yuuto's 360-degree vision, without blind spots and corrected memory, made Rakuzen's screens exist in name only. Using technique to destroy the center of gravity. Equally useless. Yuuto didn't fall for that anymore. Blocked how? There was clearly a chance to pass just now. Why? Probably saw some danger, or perhaps that moment wasn't the best timing to pass. Amine, Kai's, and the others analyzed as they watched. Even they didn't have an accurate answer because their eyes weren't as good as those two. They couldn't see that far. And Akashi. He had discovered Yuuto's plan. The opponent before him had completely analyzed everyone in Rakuzen, every tactic. His positioning was incredibly subtle, always sticking to a half-step distance, able to attack or defend, preventing Akashi from sending those passes with anticipation. Without the assistance of his passes, could his teammates break Seiho's iron wall? Seeing time running out, Akashi had to act whether he wanted to or not. Bam! A bounce pass hit near the free throw line, bouncing into Hayama Katero's hands. Thump tilde. With a muffled sound, Hayama Katero cut straight into the Seiho paint. Iwamura Tsutomu defended extremely well, forcing the former to pass to Mayuzumi Chihiro. Not that he didn't want to give it to Nebuya Aikichi, but Yuuto was watching aggressively from the side. Then, Mayuzumi caught the ball and shot. The basketball hit the rim and bounced out. Clang! The sound of iron striking caused hearts across Rakuzen to tremble. The balance Akashi tried so hard to maintain has been broken. Someone said it, only seeing Yuuto suddenly appear in the paint, securing the rebound in his hands. The next second, it was a lightning-fast counterattack. A one-possession gap. If Yuuto scores this, the difference will be 1 point or even tied directly. But what's important isn't the score difference, but the team's morale. If they get reversed at this time, it will be a heavy blow to Rakuzen, who worked so hard to maintain a tiny lead. Kiyoshi Teppei looked serious. He felt the winner of this match was about to be revealed. Yuuto ran with the ball, golden light exploding from his body. Even his breathing carried white steam. It's not over yet, stop right there, Akashi shouted and chased after him. He had realized the importance of this round for Rakuzen. The two advanced neck and neck, bodies, eyes, and brains clashing simultaneously. Yuuto was indifferent, striding forward. He also realized this would be a key round to defeat Rakuzen. Click! A female reporter on the sideline couldn't help but press the shutter. In the picture, two geniuses, one tall and one short, leaned their centers of gravity forward significantly. One had an indifferent expression, the other clenched his teeth tight. Who was strong and who was weak? This photo already spoke clearly. By the time she lowered her camera, Yuuto had already stepped on the free throw line and taken to the air. It was as if he had grown a pair of wings on his back, challenging the limits of the sky. Beside him was Akashi, who also jumped, but after reaching his peak height, his body fell uncontrollably. His invincible emperor eyes could only watch as Yuuto remained in midair, powerless to change anything. Finally, boom! Meteor jam. Yuuto smashed the ball heavily into the basket. 1 point difference. Although Seiho hadn't reversed the lead yet, the situation was extremely unfavorable for Rakuzen. Shirogane Ig gritted his teeth, his expression indescribable, unwillingness, powerlessness, and one could even see despair in the eyes of this championship coach. Huff tilde. Huff tilde. Huff tilde. Akashi landed, hands supporting his knees, gasping for huge breaths. The red lightning in his eyes flickered uncertainly until it completely dissipated. It wasn't that he couldn't hold on, but if he continued, his stamina wouldn't be enough to finish the game. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 275. Chapter 275. The Scales of Victory. Akashi wanted to persevere, but reason told him that doing so would only doom Rakuzen. This team needed him, and he needed Rakuzen just as much. His tilde. Looking up again, the white steam on Yuuto's body was also dissipating, his white short hair returning to black. His condition was better than Akashi's, but not by much. The consumption from breaking the 100% limit with specialization and demon mode was massive. Even perfect rhythm couldn't offset it. However, it's over, Akashi. Even though the team was still trailing, Yuuto had already issued a declaration of victory. There is still time. The outcome is not decided yet. Akashi stubbornly puffed out his chest, not letting himself show any sign of distress. He was the leader of the generation of miracles, the helmsman of the aircraft carrier Rakuten, and the future and face of the Akashi conglomerate. Beep tilde. Rakuten called their first timeout of the fourth quarter. With both sides exiting the zone demon mode state, there were things he, the coach, could do now. But on the first possession after the timeout, Rakuten's offensive momentum was disintegrated. Seiho's defense was full of targeted counters, locking down Rakuten's shooting, especially Mabuchi Ryo's, forcing them to step into the paint. Then, whoosh, Yuuto, who was prepared, rotated back on defense at extreme speed. One hand blotted out the sun, denying Hayama Katero the chance to pass, and swatted the ball down quickly. Yamashita Shi saw this and pumped his fist forcefully on the sideline. His tactic worked. This was a sheep-herding tactic, and the sheepdog was his most outstanding disciple, Yuuto. Blocked, why did that happen? Someone didn't understand. Even in demon mode, he couldn't stop Rakuten's team offense, so why did he suddenly succeed now? It should be targeted tactics. Seiho is deliberately letting Rakuten's players, probably forcing Rakuten's players into the paint. With declining stamina, shooting percentages inevitably drop. I guess Shirogane arranged to attack the paint during the timeout too. Even superior in tactics, Coach Yamashita, the old blade, hasn't dulled. Harasawa and the other two lamented. Even the championship-winning coach Shirogane Iji had times of miscalculation. As expected of the famous coach who earned the title of king. Ada Riko suddenly felt she had a lot to learn. She wasn't mature enough as a coach. To be honest, for most of this game, Yuuto and Akashi controlled the team offense, breaking away from tactics and playing with individual ability and talent. What about Yamashita Shio and Shirogane Iji? They didn't treat themselves as spectators. They were constantly observing, constantly thinking, silently waiting for the moment the team needed them. That led to the current scene. If Shirogane Iji had arranged a resolute shooting tactic during the timeout, perhaps Yuuto couldn't have completed this iron-blooded block. Seiho's opportunity. Everyone remembered the coach's arrangement and flew to the front court immediately. At this moment, their stamina advantage finally came into play. Running like a pack of wolves, they executed a fast counterattack. Kasugano received Yuuto's pass and smoothly sidestepped under the basket for a layup. Not Akashi's kind of exquisite pass, but a no-motion pass emphasizing speed. The Emperor can't stop it either. Collapsed. Everyone was shocked. The curtain was really falling on this match. Reversed. King Seiho, with only the last 8 minutes left in the game, has taken the lead again. A lightning-fast first pass, cutting into Rakuten's weakness like a scalpel. Player Kasugano hit the target in one strike. The Tokyo radio commentator stood up abruptly. The TV audience, although they had anticipated this scene would come, when it truly appeared, they couldn't help but cheer and jump for joy. It was a magical feeling. Even though Seiho was behind, watching the game gave them a sense of reassurance. Especially seeing Yuuto score repeatedly, this reassurance became stronger, feeling like they wouldn't lose as long as he was there. The balance was broken. The scales of victory had tipped to Seiho's side. Akashi realized their tactics had been seen through again. He wanted to score forcefully through individual ability. Result: smack. A jump shot after a sudden stop, but ruthlessly rejected by Yuuto. Blocked, Akashi lost. Rakuten fans' voices were trembling, feeling like they had lost everything. The strongest generation in Rakuten basketball history failed to achieve an unprecedented consecutive championship streak, and instead was going to lose. Many fans found it hard to accept such a result. But this was reality. This batch of Rakuten was indeed the strongest in history, but the opponent they encountered was also the strongest in history. That Seiho number 10 destroyed the Emperor almost single-handedly. From the third quarter until now. Driving inside and shooting outside, he alone blasted a crazy 34 points. Counting his points from the first half, Yuuto had now scored a heaven-defying 59 points, along with 7 rebounds and 9 assists, an offensive and defensive unit. Smack! A solid big block, like a slap to Akashi's heart. Yuuto landed, squeezed past the opponent to grab the ball, exploded with speed to the three-point line, and hit a pull-up three-pointer. Swish! The ball went in. In the blink of an eye, the 5-point deficit turned into a 4-point lead. It's over. Rakuzen is really going to lose. People exclaimed, incredibly shocked. Yuuto's body was slender, his gaze deep and determined. He held his follow-through, his right arm held high, exuding a ruler's dominance. Rakuzen's players stared at him blankly, their expressions indescribably dejected, the confidence from the start gone. Known as the Emperors of Development, they were now wretched, beaten until they lost their spirit. In the end, I couldn't persist until the last moment. Akashi smiled bitterly. The result, exchanged for the sacrifice of his other self, was this. It can't end like this. I am the proof of his existence. His meaning will be endowed by me. Akashi fought with all his might. This time he still chose to attack himself, because the tactics had already been analyzed. But Yuuto stood horizontally in front of him like a wall of size. The sky went dark, the red dead spot emerged. Yuuto swept a cold glance and thrust his right arm out with full force. Then, snap! The ball was stolen. Akashi, who always delighted in stealing the ball, was stolen by Yuuto in a head-on one-on-one. Not just passing, even his individual offense was killed by Yuuto. Seiho's counterattack came again. It seemed as if the game had only truly begun now, and everything before was just a warm-up. One could clearly see their actions were swifter than Rakuzen's. The advantage of Seiho's ancient martial arts running technique is showing. Their stamina is higher than Rakuzen's. Many realized this final battle was really coming to a close. Seiho played smoother and smoother, the advantage becoming more obvious as time passed. This was exactly Seiho's favorite winning rhythm from the past. The biggest advantage of the ancient martial arts running technique was never that weird same-side limb movement, but the stamina advantage it brought, allowing them to maintain a high level of play even at the final moments. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 276. Chapter 276. The finals conclude. Your physical data is declining exponentially. You have no chance left, Akashi. Yuuto dribbled rapidly to the top of the three-point arc. In front of him was an unresigned Akashi, putting up his final resistance. You're the same. Your breathing and heartbeat tell me you're near your limit, too. Even at this moment, Akashi refused to admit defeat. Yuuto's condition had indeed declined. No one could maintain their peak for 40 minutes, not even a player named Jordan. But in comparison, his condition was much better than Akashi's. This was the greatest strength of the Star Bible. Wasting no more words, he launched into action, tangling fiercely with Akashi. The sky went dark again. The red dead spot bloomed, emitting an eerie sheen, pulsing like the heart of Rakuzen. Finally, whoosh tilde. In the middle of his dribble, Yuuto flicked his 5 fingers. The ball seemed to travel through space-time, landing in Himuro Yashikazu's hands. Mayuzumi Chihiro still wanted to use his lack of presence to block Himuro. Yuuto looked on coldly, his expression unwavering. The dead spot seen by the demon eye was an absolute and irreversible result. As for Himuro Yashikazu, the moment he caught the ball, he didn't even realize that he could clearly see Mayuzumi Chihiro's presence. Turning with a post move, he squeezed into the paint, spun, and banked the shot in. The time limit for misdirection is up. When it rains, it pours. Rakuzen's troubles came one after another, problems erupting continuously. Even Akashi couldn't manage the overall situation at this stage. Shirogane Iji wanted to make substitutions, but thinking back to what happened during the break, he gave up. This match was likely over. He didn't want to blow the players' confidence further. They still had the Winter Cup to play. Only, facing such a Seiho, facing a player like Yuuto, did they really still have a chance to win? Shirogane Iji sighed silently. Coaching Rakuzen for so many years, he had won countless honors and experienced an unknown number of great battles. But no battle, not even the ones lost, gave him a stronger sense of defeat than Yuuto and Seiho today. The point difference unknowingly reached 8 points. Even though Akashi tenaciously hit a jump shot with individual ability in the next round, it was a drop in the bucket. Rakuzen's collapse was inevitable. Last 3 minutes of the game. Yuuto executed a double step back to the 3-point line and pulled up for another 3. In front of him, Akashi stumbled. His Emperor Eye was still powerful, a top-tier talent, but his body had reached its limit. Shirogane Iji wanted to substitute again. His disciple was right. The bodies of the generation of miracles weren't fully ready yet. They couldn't support their talents. Playing like this carried the risk of injury. And Akashi, he just stubbornly told his coach with his eyes, "Don't take me out." No matter what, he had to fight. Even if the result was destined to be defeat, he would fight until the last second of the game. Yuuto didn't dislike such players. Giving up was always more shameful than persisting. No one could question such a fool. And for such an opponent, the greatest respect was to go all out. Bam tilde. After passing 3 people in a row, a tomahawk dunk shook the rim violently. People's hearts skipped a beat. This Seiho king was truly too heaven-defying, seemingly invincible, frighteningly unbelievable. This is the first time I've seen such a player in Japan, Harasawa, and the other veterans lamented. This was a monster never seen before in Japanese high schools. Perhaps he was qualified to compete with the chosen ones across the Pacific. It's not over yet," Akashi shouted, charging forward. His perseverance ignited the blood of everyone in Rakuzen. However, the result was already destined. Seiho didn't lose to anyone in their hunger for victory. Mibuchi Ryo and the others had at least won a championship. What about Kasuga, Ryuhei, and his team? They had never tasted victory. In the last year of high school, in the most important game, they gave their all. At this moment, both sides were still fighting desperately. Akashi used a teammate's screen to pass the ball. But although Hayama Katero's drive got past Tsugawa Tomoki, he was thwarted by Iwamura Tsutomu. The former captain of Seiho completed a beautiful block. Then, they turned for a fast counterattack. Akashi chased but lacked the strength. His body was protesting his actions. Whoosh tilde. The ball passed through layers of defense without warning, landing in Iwamura Tsutomu's hands. The latter forced a dunk over Nebuya Aikichi with sheer power. This dunk pushed the point difference into double digits. Rakuzen persisted for 3 quarters, but collapsed in the final moments. Oh tilde tilde tilde. The whistle tore through the air. The referee blew the final whistle, ending the game. Only at this moment did Akashi stop running. Lost. Lost to the same opponent again. His eyes stung, filled with immense pain, but he could only tilt his head back to let the tears flow back in. The arena fell eerily silent. The fans had expected this result for a long time, but when the moment arrived, it plunged people into a brief silence. Everyone was incomparably shocked. The arrogant Rakuzen, the so-called emperors of development, were defeated just like that. Then, boom! The arena boiled over. A cacophony of noise, voices like a tidal wave, sweeping every corner. Fans who came from Tokyo to Kyoto loudly vented their emotions. Some girls hugged each other, jumping up and down. Even the 3 women beside Kasugano Haruka hugged each other at this moment. In contrast, the Rakuzen fan section was deathly silent. Some of them, like the players on the court, closed their eyes in pain, not wanting to see, unable to bear witnessing this cruel result. The strongest Rakuzen lost. They couldn't accept such a cruel outcome. Golden confetti fell from the sky above the court. Just as brilliant as last year. Yuuto stood at center court. Before him was Akashi, head tilted back. He was waiting for the other to recover. This proud man didn't make him wait long. Akashi ultimately didn't let a single tear fall, though his eyes were already red. Seeing him like this, some female fans completely broke down, crying sadly while shouting things like Akashi-sama. You won, congratulations. Yeah. Yuuto wouldn't kick him while he was down at a moment like this. He reached out and shook hands with Akashi. At the same time, the the broadcast announced the result of the match. The 88th Summer Inter-High Final. Seiho High School versus Rakuzen High School. The winner is the number 1 seed from the Tokyo district, Seiho High School. It ended. Yamashita Shia took a deep breath. For a man of his age, he almost couldn't control his emotions. These years, the old man hadn't had it easy, losing until he almost wanted to retire. Fortunately, he had an eye for talent and brought Yuuto back to Seiho. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 277, Chapter 277, Target, Grand Slam. The game ended. The score was 103-92. Seiho defeated the high school overlord Rakuzen by 11 points, winning the 4th national championship in team history. Golden rain fell, landing on Yuuto and Akashi. At this moment, thunderous applause erupted from the audience, thanking these two geniuses for a wonderful duel. Many say that the end of every era means the rise of another. I want to say, yes, from now on, high school basketball officially enters the era of the Lion King Yuuto. This genius from Okukazome has conquered the nation once again. Let's congratulate Seiho. They have ascended the throne again, returning to the position of kings. TV commentators spoke up, delivering their final closing arguments. Let's go back, Satsuki. Aomine turned and walked away. After watching such a game, he couldn't wait to go back and train. The year wasn't over yet. Two still had a chance to complete their revenge against Seiho in the Winter Cup. Dai-chan, go back first. You're not leaving. Nope, I'm going to celebrate with you, Chan. Momoi said matter-of-factly. At such an important moment, how could she not be by Yuuto's side? Whose side are you on anyway? Aomine was speechless, rolling his eyes and ignoring her, walking back alone. But upon exiting the arena, he realized he didn't bring any money. His wallet betrayed him. He scratched his head awkwardly on the spot. Fortunately, Kai's and the others walked out at this time, sparing him from looking too pathetic. What's wrong, Aomine Sichai? You guys brought money when you went out, right? What kind of hellish joke are you telling? Money is an important component of this society. Only people who haven't fully evolved would go out without money. Midorima completely didn't understand why this guy asked such a stupid question. But Kai seemed to realize something and asked quietly, Aomine Sichai didn't forget to bring money, right? Aren't you smart? Midorima stiffened visibly, then pushed his glasses up as if nothing happened. He seemed to have cursed quite filthily just now. There really were such idiots in this world. I'll lend you the money for now, Aomine, but you have to pay it back. This was the only way he could apologize. I'll pay you back with interest at the Winter Cup. Aomine breathed a sigh of relief. At least he didn't have to run back and look uncool borrowing money from Mom. Winter Cup. Hearing these words, the others' expressions became very subtle. Aomine had set his sights on the Winter Cup, and weren't they the same? Then see you in the winter. On the other side, inside the arena. On a simple podium, the organizers and sponsors were giving speeches. After a good while, the third and second place teams took the stage to receive their medals. Finally, it was the champion Seiho. As the team captain, Yuuto led his teammates onto the stage to receive the gold medals belonging to them. Kasuga Ryuhei and the others clutched the gold medals around their necks, cherishing them dearly. Although not pure gold, the meaning they represented couldn't be measured by gold. This batch of players had fantasized about conquering the nation countless times in their dreams or in the club room. Young people were like this, always harboring huge dreams in their hearts. To be able to fulfill the big talk they boasted in their final year of high school, there was no better ending to the story than this. Next, they turned their gaze to Yuuto. The Seiho captain didn't waste words. He walked to the championship trophy, grabbed it with one hand, and lifted it high. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted at the scene. Click tilde. Reporters pressed their shutters, recording this clear scene. This was the end of this summer's story. Seiho High School became the biggest winner this year. Besides the championship, the Nationals also had individual awards like the best lineup. Scoring King was snatched by Aomine. Assist King belonged to Akashi. Rebound King was Murasakibara's. Steel King was also Akashi's. But Best Player and Finals, MVP, both belonged to Yuuto. Eventually, the organizers came up with this best lineup. Akashi Seijuro, Kai's Ryota, Yuuto, Aomine Daiki, and Murasakibara Tsushi. Midorima fell behind because he failed to reach the final rounds. It is worth mentioning that Yuuto's stats in the finals were astonishing, creating a new record. He achieved a super large triple-double of 60-plus points, 10-plus rebounds, and 10-plus assists. This was an unprecedented achievement, and his single-game score of 68 points set a finals history record. Before him, the highest single-game score in a national final was 41. Yuuto raised this record by a full 27 points. The awards ceremony ended. The Seiho group celebrated at a yakiniku restaurant near Kyoto. Many people were present. Aside from Sora and Mom, Kasugano Haruka also brought his 3 rumored girlfriends. Everyone's expressions were odd, making Kasugano Haruka feel uncomfortable all over. What a scumbag, right? Yuuto was the first to roast him. Do you have the right to say that about others? Kasuga Ryuhei and the others rolled their eyes in unison. This guy really had no self-awareness. Look who was beside him. Sora on the left, Mom on the right. Did he even know how much hatred he drew from his male compatriots? Chattering noisily, the conversation inevitably turned to the second major tournament of the year, the Winter Cup. There's still the Winter Cup left. That's right, next our goal is the Grand Slam. Having won the Nationals, they naturally wouldn't let the Winter Cup go. Opportunities for a Grand Slam existed every year, but not every year saw one realized. Some might think getting a Grand Slam of the Nationals and Winter Cup was easy. After all, if you won the Nationals, the Winter Cup should be a piece of cake. It really wasn't. The cruel best-of-one format meant countless variables existed to achieve a Grand Slam. History had too many cases of national champions crashing out in the Winter Cup. There were even several instances of first-round exits. So this wasn't a simple goal or task. However, Seiho had enough confidence to complete it. This Winter Cup, Tokyo will have 3 teams. With 2 tickets left, I wonder who will get them. Iwamura Tsutomu pondered this question. According to the current landscape of the Tokyo district, it seemed Shotoku and 2 were bound to qualify. However, Seirin had also left a deep impression on them. As long as Shotoku and 2 don't meet in the preliminaries, it should be them. Not necessarily. I think Seirin has a chance. That team has Yuuto's former teammate, Kuroko Tatsuya. Now that you mention it, it is possible. That guy named Kagami Taiga is also pretty good. They recalled the preliminary match. If not for Yuuto, Seiho might not have passed. Also, I heard the Iron Heart is coming back. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 278, Chapter 278, Future Plans. Iron Heart Kiyoshi Teppei. A member of the Uncrowned Kings, one of the best centers in high school today. I heard he played against Nebuya Aikichi in middle school. Yeah, and Kiyoshi Teppei won in the end, though Nebuya Aikichi has improved greatly since then. In that case, Seirin's lineup for the Winter Cup shouldn't be underestimated. Everyone discussed animatedly. This year's high school basketball world was different from usual, although the number of favorites for the championship decreased. Only teams possessing those few geniuses had a chance. But because of this, the level of these teams was frighteningly high. In the past, they would have been super teams achieving consecutive championships. Historic level talent and undeniable strength. It could be said that this year and the next 2 years should be the hardest years for a dark horse to emerge. Yet Seirin appeared. The competition in this generation of high school basketball was unbelievably fierce. You guys got one thing wrong. This isn't a problem a champion should worry about. Right now, they are the ones chasing us. Yamashita Shio was full of ambition. If he could achieve a consecutive championship near retirement, it would definitely be the best retirement gift. Yes, he planned to retire after finishing these 3 years. Although Seiho had just won the championship, and he had even suppressed Shirogane IG tactically in the finals, proving his blade hadn't dulled. Thinking carefully, without Yuuto, Seiho couldn't possibly have defeated Rakuzen. It was time for this stubborn old man to retire and leave the stage to younger coaches. Challenger. Yuuto muttered the word softly. Indeed, in Japan today, he was the strongest. Everyone else was a challenger before him. But what about the other side of the Pacific? Perhaps he was the challenger there. Coach, I know what you're thinking. Let's talk about it when we get back. Fine. After the celebration, Seiho rested for a night in Kyoto and took the bus back to Tokyo the next day. That day, when Seiho's bus returned to school, the school gate was already crowded with people. Iwamura and the others had never enjoyed such treatment despite winning the nationals before. The students were eagerly anticipating. The moment Yuuto got off the bus with the trophy, everyone raised their hands and cheered. There was no custom of a championship parade for the nationals, but this small-scale celebration wasn't bad. Yuuto raised the trophy high again in front of the whole school, sharing this joy with everyone at Seiho. Finally, he carried the championship trophy all the way to Seiho's trophy room. From now on, this generation of players would be forever recorded in the history of the Seiho Basketball Club. Done with all this, Yuuto came alone to Yamashita Shio's office. Coach, come in. Yuuto pushed the door open and walked in. This was his first time in the coach's office. Not tidy, but not particularly messy either. Some white hairs fallen from Yamashita Shio's head could still be seen on the desk. This showed the old man did his job well. In the basketball coaching profession, as long as you work hard, you will lose hair. A coach who doesn't lose hair isn't passing the grade. Sit first. Yamashita Shio let him sit and poured him a cup of tea. Then, before Yuuto could speak, he proactively said, "Since recruiting you last year, I knew what you wanted. You aren't interested in the title of a basketball powerhouse like Seiho or even Rakuzen. I guessed early on that your goal is overseas." Yuuto didn't deny it. He indeed wanted to go abroad to play. No matter which world, the center of basketball was in the US. That was the holy land for basketball people, possessing the world's largest basketball league, the NBA. As long as one was a basketball player, no one didn't want to play there. This was the same as football, soccer, players wanting to land in Europe. The US was the center of gravity for world basketball. There were many reasons. Honor. It's no exaggeration to say the NBA championship holds more weight than the Olympics or World Championships. The US dominance in this sport is so strong that Olympic gold medals and World Championship titles often feel less significant than the NBA. When fans discuss a player's historical status now, they talk about NBA championships, regular season MVPs, finals MVPs, scoring titles, etc., not how many Olympic gold medals or World Championships they won. In the minds of most fans, the Larry O'Brien Trophy is the highest honor in basketball. Olympic champion, World Championship champion. Send out the dream team, and they can farm as many as they want. Second money. This is 2009. Leaving aside the salaries of superstars, let's talk about rookies this year. The number 1 pick Blake Griffin signed a 4-year, $23 million contract with the Clippers upon entering the league. The average annual salary reached $5.75 million. Converted to yen, that's 770 million JPY. What is the average annual salary in Japan right now? 3 to 4 million JPY. Does that feel more impactful? And this is just on-court income. Off-court income like shoes, endorsements, etc. conservatively estimated, earning over $10 million a year is no problem. Keep in mind, this is just the salary of a rookie player who hasn't even graduated college. From the moment Griffin was selected, his income in 1 year is money ordinary people would need several lifetimes to earn. And this is just 2009. As times develop, by 2025, the annual income of top stars will be astronomical. For example, LeBron, at 41, could still get a contract of $52.63 million in the 25-26 season. Counting off-court income, his annual earnings could reach $130 million. This is all real gold and silver income. Stepping back, even if you aren't a top superstar, not a number 1 pick or even a first-round pick. As long as you are selected, as long as you can secure a guaranteed contract in the NBA, you can easily transform from a poor kid into a millionaire. Glory, money. Just these two are enough to make basketball players all over the world flock to the NBA. Not to mention the NBA has the world's largest spotlight. Once on that stage, it's equivalent to entering the view of fans worldwide. This is the third undeniable reason for the NBA: fame. It can be said that as long as one plays basketball, there isn't a single person who hasn't thought about entering the NBA. Do you know Donald Haskins? That black basketball godfather. Correct, that was my teacher when I was in the US. Yamashita Shio's face carried sadness. Just last year, this legendary coach known as the godfather of black basketball passed away. Speaking of this person, his career could indeed be called a legend. This gentleman was a member of the Oklahoma University basketball team in his youth, but his talent was average, failing to enter the league to play. His playing career honors were lackluster. But out of love for basketball, this white coach began working as a basketball coach after graduation. Initially, he coached a girls' high school team. Because of his outstanding coaching results and the strict discipline of the team he led, he was scouted by Texas Western College. In 1965, he became the head coach of the Miners, coaching for a full 38 years. He led the team to the NCAA tournament 14 times in his career and won the NCAA national championship once. It was this championship that made him famous worldwide. Why? Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patron Rose Whiskey, 279, Chapter 279, Times Have Changed. Compared to his team-leading achievements in the NCAA, Donald Haskins was better known for his glorious deeds. The era when Haskins became the Miners coach in 1965 was the peak of racial discrimination. In this era, the black civil rights leader Martin Luther King Jr. had just delivered his famous "I Have a Dream" speech. In the society of that time, arrogant whites looked down on the stupid, ugly, barbaric blacks. This atmosphere was especially strong in campus basketball, like the NCAA. Even though geniuses like Chamberlain and Russell had already appeared in the NBA, white people still held prejudices against blacks, considering them a group of savage monkeys. At that time, the 10 players starting on the NCAA finals court were all white. Black players were always the lowest creatures on the team, suffering cold stares from whites in the locker room, unable to resist when beaten or scolded. Daring to resist would prove blacks were savage. Light punishment would be expulsion from the university. Heavy punishment could even involve jail time. And Haskins, in such an era, recruited 7 black players in one breath. At that time, this could be said to be treasonous. Whites generally believed Haskins betrayed the white race. He even received a large number of insults and death threat letters demanding he stop using blacks. All of Texas was ashamed of him, rejecting his team. However, Haskins went his own way, insisting on using black players. Because the Miners only had this way to win at the time. Yes, Yuuto didn't think Donald was truly that noble. He was just forced by circumstances. Thinking about it, why would the Miners hire a rookie coach who had only coached a high school girls' basketball team before? The Miners at the time were completely ignored by the school. The market was dismal, and their record wasn't even worth mentioning. They had reached a dispensable stage, which gave Haskins the opportunity to take the position. However, perhaps Haskins wasn't truly that noble, but he was definitely brave and had a unique eye for talent. He boldly utilized 7 black players with explosive athletic talent. This decision affected his entire life. In early 1966, the Miners set sail completely. They swept through everything that year, breaking into March Madness and finally reaching the championship game. Their opponent in the final was the Kentucky Wildcats, with countless star players, including the future NBA godfather Pat Riley. The Wildcats' rep showed no respect in the pregame interview, saying, "I'll teach those blacks a lesson." These words gained him a lot of support. 36 years later, Donald recalled the situation back then like this. They couldn't wait for us to lose, to see us leave the arena in disgrace. But at least 13 people firmly believed we could win. Players and coaching staff. That was the situation. But Donald was definitely wrong. Blacks in the US at the time all hoped they could defeat the all-white Wildcats. In the end, Haskins succeeded. He led the Miners to defeat the Wildcats 72-65 to lift the cup. This was the greatest achievement of his life. Through this battle, Donald became one of the greatest head coaches in basketball history. His achievement didn't lie in how many accolades he won in his life, but that he gave black people the qualification to step onto the court. The famous coach Rick Majerus, who coached college basketball for a long time, also evaluated this game. He believed this was a victory of great social significance in sports history. This final changed the fate of Haskins and black people. They allowed U.S. basketball to enter a new era of black and white coexistence. Such a coach, his actions had long surpassed the achievements of his career. And such a person turned out to be Yamashita Shio's teacher. But I heard he passed away last year. Yuuto naturally knew Haskins. The movie Glory Road adapted the story of Haskins and his disciples, released in 2006. Yes, he passed away. Yamashita Shio returned from sadness to reality. In fact, Teacher had already announced his retirement in 1999. He hasn't been the coach of the Miners for a long time. Then, when Teacher was alive, he had a good friend, Coach Bob Knight, another NCAA legend, but this one didn't have as good a reputation as Haskins. This man was the legendary coach of Indiana University and had once scolded the god of basketball, Jordan, to tears. He was the same type of coach as the bald instructor in Whiplash. He was once fired for choking a student who wasn't polite during an etiquette class on campus. After that, Knight rested for a year before setting off again, going to TTU, Texas Tech University, to coach, becoming the head coach of the Texas Tech Red Raiders basketball team. Setting aside this person's character, his coaching ability was beyond reproach. During his time at TTU, he led the team to the Sweet 16, creating the team's best record in half a century. However, according to Yuuto's knowledge, shouldn't this extremely bad-tempered head coach have retired last year? Yuuto thought for a moment but didn't delve into it. The world was different. He couldn't project the original world onto it. What does this have to do with me going abroad? I plan to recommend you to play under Coach Knight. Although the Texas Tech basketball team isn't a basketball powerhouse, the head coach is an excellent coach. Could he not be excellent? For TTU, the national top 16 was a historic achievement, but for Bob Knight, it wasn't worth mentioning. He had won all honors in campus basketball in the mid-1970s and early 80s, including the Olympic gold medal and NCAA championship. A college top 16 meant nothing to him. I talked to Coach Knight about you. He is very interested in you, but you are still too young. I hope you finish high school before landing in the U.S. Yamashita Shio lit a cigarette for himself. He believed Yuuto wasn't ready yet, not physically, but more importantly, psychologically. In Japan, Yuuto would be held in the palms of all head coaches, treated like a treasure. Not in the U.S. There were plenty of geniuses like Yuuto there, not to mention Coach Knight's fiery temper, which even scolded Jordan to collapse. Without preparation, one couldn't play normally under him. He's interested in me. Yes, because times have changed. Yamashita Shio looked a bit despondent when saying this. The era belonging to him, Haskins, and Knight had indeed changed. After Knight coached TTU, he wasn't satisfied with a top 16. His goal was always the national championship. That was the only place he belonged. However, he had to admit, he could no longer persuade the parents of those geniuses by saying, "Come to my school, and I will ensure your son graduates with a degree like in the past." In this era, a degree was worthless to a prospective NBA player. Geniuses just wanted to enter the NBA quickly to make big money. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 280, Chapter 280, Future Plans. Geniuses nowadays were very pragmatic. Everyone wanted to join a powerhouse, put up good results and beautiful stats, and participate directly in the draft to become millionaires. A degree. How much was that damn thing worth? So Knight wasn't having an easy time now. His outdated methods couldn't help him recruit talented players. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Without genius players joining, no matter how much ink he had in his belly, it was useless. Thus, to solve this chronic illness, part of TTU's recruiting scope had extended overseas in recent years. Yamashita Shio knew this, so he mentioned Yuuto to Bob Knight and provided relevant game tapes. After watching, Bob Knight immediately became interested in Yuuto. He even actively proposed letting Yuuto play in Japan for 2 years to prepare before landing in the US. At the same time, he stated he would continue to follow Yuuto for these 2 years, designing training plans and tactics for him. This way, when Yuuto lands in the US 2 years later, he could help him integrate into TTU and the American basketball style as quickly as possible, ultimately helping him realize the dream of entering the NBA. After listening, Yuuto couldn't help but look at the old man in front of him. If he didn't know in advance what kind of guy Bob Knight was, he would probably be grateful enough to prostrate himself and acknowledge him as a godfather on the spot. The problem was Yuuto knew what kind of person Knight was and guessed his current situation. Bullshit, wait 2 years for everyone to be ready. Bob Knight was probably worried that if Yuuto played 2 years of high school in the US, he wouldn't have the chance to bring him back to TTU. Sounds good, but that's not what I want, coach. Why? Yamashita Shio was stunned. He thought this was the best arrangement for Yuuto. After all, that was a legendary NCAA coach who had coached the Dream Team and won gold medals. Coach, my goal is the NBA. Yuuto said helplessly. The NCAA was just a springboard for him to enter the NBA. With the NCAA custom of leveling up in the first year, starting to play in the second, and becoming a team starter in the third or fourth year, he would need at least 2 years to have a chance to participate in the draft and be selected. Yuuto didn't want to spend that much time on campus basketball. He hoped to play in the high school league sooner, using his performance to attract NCAA powerhouse universities to join. Only in this way could he get a lot of playing time in his first year of college, then put up stats and participate in the draft directly. So Bob Knight and TTU had no attraction for Yuuto. After all, draft stock was heavily related to team performance. The most watch time for the NCAA was March every year. At this time, even NBA general managers would turn their eyes to the college league to see how these rookies performed under pressure. The better the team performance, the higher the attention received, which could greatly increase a player's draft stock. Greg Oden beat Durant to become the #1 pick largely because he led his team to overturn Florida University in the NCAA finals. Yuuto naturally wanted to join a powerhouse and achieve good results, not Texas Tech, whose strength hovered in the middle tier. Also, the most important point was, he could no longer feel pressure in Japan. He needed more games and greater challenges to keep improving. Coach, I can't find opponents in Japan anymore. I need a bigger challenge. Yamashita Shio fell into thought upon hearing this. He certainly knew about Yuuto's correction talent. It was just that the US was different from Japan. Basketball there relied more on physique. Going over rashly without preparation might harm him. There were countless examples of geniuses failing. Yamashita Shio had actually prepared to use the American methods to fully help Yuuto train for the next 2 years, even possibly changing the team's tactics to Bob Knight's. This way, when Yuuto arrived in the US, he could establish himself as a starter at TTU with the fastest speed. It could be said he had considered everything he could do. He truly wanted the best for Yuuto. Yuuto knew what his coach was thinking by looking at his expression, but being indecisive wasn't his style. Time waits for no one. Preparation. Prepare for 2 years this time, how long for the next? He had seen too many cases of people having their edges ground down during preparation, ending up mediocre. Walking out the door, Yuuto sighed, not blaming Yamashita Shio. For most players, following Yamashita Shio's arrangement would actually be smoother. But Yuuto wasn't part of that majority. Looks like I have to contact Kagami's master later. If worst comes to worst, I'll just run to the US directly after this year ends. If nothing unexpected happened, Kagami's master would come to Japan during the Winter Cup. This former female professional player had quite a few connections, as shown in the movie. She recommended and sent her disciple Kagami Taiga to a famous basketball high school in the US. What Yuuto wanted, Alexandra Garcia had. Making up his mind, Yuuto went to the school rooftop again, lying comfortably on his frozen throne. He had completed the simulation last night. The talents obtained were unsatisfactory. Even after fusion, there was nothing that satisfied him. It is worth mentioning that he didn't encounter Team Jabberwock in this simulation. It seemed the movie's events didn't happen before last year's Nationals, but after the Nationals. It can only wait until the Winter Cup. Yuuto's current target was no longer the generation of miracles, but Team Jabberwock and Nash. Nash was strong. Although his Dow heart was broken in the NCAA, at this stage, he was Yuuto's biggest target. The ability to suppress the generation of miracles without entering the zone spoke for itself. Judging from online information, Nash performed as a top 20 player in the nation during high school, a 5-star recruit, and part of the most talented batch of players in this generation. As for who broke his Dow heart, looking at the rookies in 2009 tells a thing or two. Griffin, Harden, Curry, DeRozan, etc. Looking at it this way, Nash getting beaten into retirement seemed quite reasonable. After the Nationals, Yuuto welcomed a rare vacation. The basketball club didn't hold a farewell ceremony because there was still the Winter Cup to play. The third year's retirement would be after the Winter Cup. This year, Yuuto didn't require the members to gather for training every week like at Homie Academy. He went on 2 separate trips, each lasting a week. One was with Sora, the other was with Mommy. The things that happened therein could fill 100,000 words. Anyway, after returning from these 2 short trips, even the Lion of Okyukazome had to rest for a few days. By the time the vacation ended, it was already autumn. At this time, the start of the Winter Cup wasn't far off. To welcome the upcoming qualifiers, all teams were seizing the time to practice. Training camps were happening everywhere. As the national champion, Seiho didn't need to participate in the qualifiers and would enter the championship round directly. However, to keep the team in shape, Yamashita Shio still arranged several practice matches for Seiho. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 281, Chapter 281, Himuro Tatsuya. Seiho Basketball Club. Hey, Yuuto, want to check this out tomorrow? Sugawa Tomoki walked over with a poster in hand. They didn't need to play in the Winter Cup qualifiers, but Seiho's training never stopped, not with a grand slam as their goal. Of course, players weren't machines. Every week there was a rest day for them to do whatever they wanted and recover from the exhaustion of extra practice. Street basketball tournament. It wasn't the theatrical exhibition match from the movie. This was a grassroots street ball competition organized by regular people. Yuuto studied the poster, memories surfacing in his mind. There had been a similar amateur tournament at the start of the second season in the original story. Registration was open to anyone. All you had to do was form a team and show up. The reason he remembered it was because Murasakibara at Sushi and Himuro Tatsuya made their first appearance at this very event. In that case, sure, let's go have some fun. There weren't many players left in the country who could hold his interest anymore. Murasakibara and Himuro were 2 of the precious few. Since even the king himself has spoken, we commoners shall follow. Kasuga Ryuhei said half-jokingly, "Count me in, Tsugawa." I'll tag along too. Think of it as a team outing. Iwamura Tsutomu and the others chimed in one after another, treating it as a casual excursion. The next day, street basketball tournament venue. Yuuto arrived at the entrance with Sora at his side. Sugawa Tomoki and the others had already been waiting for a while. "Over here, Captain." "Coming." Yuuto and Sora, walked over to join up with the Seiho crew. The turnout was impressive. Events like this happened at most once a year, drawing street ball enthusiasts from all over, some traveling considerable distances just to participate. Beyond the hardcore street ballers, there were also regular players and curious onlookers who'd come to watch. Among them were members of Saren, Yuuto, the King's Seiho squad. At the sound of these voices, Yuuto's group turned while approaching the registration booth to find familiar faces. Sora tilted her head, peeking out from behind Yuuto to see the Saren contingent. It wasn't the full roster, just Kagami, Kuroko, Kiyoshi Teppei, and a few other first-years. "Oh, it's you guys." Yuuto greeted Kagami and the others with a casual wave. A short while later, the two groups found a grassy spot to sit and wait for the tournament to begin. Sora had bought a hot dog and was nibbling on it beside Yuuto, occasionally offering him bites. The sight drew more than a few envious glances. "So what brings you here? Don't you have practice?" Kasuga plopped down beside them. "The Winter Cup is right around the corner, isn't it?" "We still train, but today's a rest day." At this, the Saren players couldn't help feeling a twinge of envy. As national champions, Seiho had secured a direct spot in the finals bracket without needing to go through qualifiers. "I see, so how are things? Teppei, you good to play again?" Iwamura Tsutomu asked, genuine concern in his voice. "Yeah, pretty much back to normal." "That's good to hear, but be careful during the Winter Cup." At this, Iwamura and Kasuga's expressions turned serious. Kagami, Kuroko, and the other first-years looked confused. "What do you mean, be careful?" "You didn't tell them?" Iwamura looked at Kiyoshi Teppei, who shook his head. He hadn't wanted his teammates to worry too much about him. Noticing the questioning looks from Kagami and the others, Iwamura finally revealed the truth. Kiyoshi's injury wasn't an accident. It was deliberate. "What?" Kagami and Kuroko's expressions shifted immediately. Though they hadn't known Kiyoshi long, they could tell he was a genuinely good senpai. "What happened?" they pressed. "Kurosaki Daiichi, and Hanamiya Makoto, he's one of the uncrowned kings, just like Kiyoshi." Kasuga began slowly, a flash of disgust crossing his face. But unlike the other four, Hanamiya doesn't play basketball because he loves it. He recounted what had happened when Saren faced Kurosaki Daiichi last year. During that match, Hanamiya had used violent tactics to take Kiyoshi out of the game. The injury had required months of treatment, causing Kiyoshi to miss this year's Inter-High entirely. The Saren players' anger flared immediately upon hearing this. They'd assumed Kiyoshi's injury was just bad luck. They never imagined it was intentional. How could they do that? Didn't the referees do anything? "It's not that they didn't want to, they just couldn't see it," Yuuto said, then leaned down to give Sora a quick kiss, smoothly swiping her bag in the process. "It works something like that." Sora's face flushed bright red, and Kagami's group was momentarily stunned by the public display of affection. Broad daylight, right out in the open, how could they just? "You mean they block the ref's line of sight before making their moves?" Leave it to Kuroko to stay completely unfazed by Sora's cuteness, focused entirely on the basketball discussion. No wonder the guy was such a formidable player. Kagami and the others snapped back to attention, their expressions grave. Yeah, their dirty plays are incredibly subtle, so if you run into them during the Winter Cup, be careful. The refs won't be on your side. Yuuto warned them, especially you, Teppei. Another injury like that might end your career for good. His blunt words sent a chill through the Saren players. Still, someone tried to stay optimistic. There are so many teams competing. We might not even run into them, right? No, Iwamura's expression was deadly serious. Setting aside Hanamiya's despicable personality, Kurosaki Daiichi's strength is genuinely top tier. You'd better hope they get eliminated early by 2 or Shudoku. Otherwise, you'll almost certainly cross paths. Kasuga didn't like Hanamiya, but he couldn't deny the man's abilities. That guy's IQ is 160. His strategic capabilities are on par with any generation of Miracle's member. First round starting. Seiho, please report to the court. The announcement signaled that Seiho's match was about to begin. That's our cue, catch you later. Yuuto dusted himself off and pulled the still blushing Sora to her feet. Oh, right. The Saren players were still processing everything they'd just heard, wondering what they'd do if they really did face Kurosaki Daiichi. Kiyoshi Teppei, ever the optimist, reassured his teammates. Relax, if we meet them, we beat them fair and square. Besides, maybe they'll run into Shotoku or two before we even get the chance. True, Saren's match is starting. Want to go watch? Let's go. Meanwhile, Yuuto had led his group to the court. Their opponents were already waiting. One player caught his attention immediately, short black hair with long bangs covering half his face, a beauty mark beneath his eye. Himuro Tatsuya, Kagami Taiga's brother. This should be interesting. I've never played street ball before, wonder what it'll be like. Most people here are just enthusiasts. It's more about enjoying the game than winning, Tsugawa. Seiho wasn't here to dominate. They were here to relax and experience something different. They'd grown up playing organized basketball. Street ball was unfamiliar territory. Wait, that's the Seiho Basketball Club. Seiho, the national champion Seiho. Who else? Look, that's Yuuto, it's really him. Their appearance caused quite a stir. After all, they were the fresh-faced national champions. Himuro Tatsuya noticed too. Yuuto. His calm expression changed instantly, eyes fixed intently on the newcomer. Where's Murasakibara? He should be here with you, right? Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 282, Chapter 282, Brothers Reunited. Yuuto. Himuro Tatsuya spotted him immediately. Surprise flickered across his face. He clearly hadn't expected to encounter the so-called strongest high school player in Japan at a casual event like this. Where's Murasakibara? Yuuto scanned the surroundings, but couldn't spot Murasakibara's towering figure. He'd come here specifically for these two. Not sure, Atsushi and I agreed to meet here, but I haven't seen him yet. Himuro had also come because of the poster. Like Kagami, he'd only returned to Japan this year. Growing up in America, he was fascinated by his homeland's basketball culture, enough to travel all the way from Akita to Tokyo. I see, want to play. Yuuto had already shed his jacket. He wasn't wearing athletic gear, just regular clothes. Our coach doesn't allow us to play unofficial matches. Himuro had only joined this team because they were short a player. He'd planned to mess around a bit while waiting for his teammate. But facing Seiho and Yuuto of all people, he immediately decided to back out. This opponent was too monstrous. Even his teammate Murasakibara was wary of him. Whenever Atsushi mentioned Yuuto, that usually blank face would grow serious. The Murasakibara he knew was someone who found everything in the world tedious and boring. Only when facing Yuuto and Akashi Seijuro did his expression change. Because both of them had defeated him. Himuro turned to leave, but at that moment, Kagami Taiga's voice rang out from the sidelines. Is that Tatsuya? Taiga? Himuro whipped around, his gaze immediately locking onto Kagami. He pushed through the crowd to find his brother standing there with a stunned expression. What are you doing here? The two stared at each other, calling out each other's names. Why do these two look so intense? Kuroko and the others were curious about the relationship between them. Kagami hesitated for a moment before explaining. We're brothers. Huh, brothers? Kagami, you have an older brother. Not by blood, it's more like sworn brothers. Their relationship was complicated, and also not complicated at all. It all came down to talent. Kagami's thoughts drifted back to America. The first time they met, they'd been just kids in elementary school. Back then, Kagami had been bullied because of his ethnicity, with few friends to speak of. Himuro Tatsuya had appeared and made his life less lonely. Basketball itself was something Himuro had taught him. Naturally, they became close friends who shared everything, eventually becoming sworn brothers. Himuro was the older brother, Kagami was the younger. This continued for years, until their third year of middle school, when Himuro, who had always been the better player, lost to Kagami for the first time. At first, Himuro thought nothing of it. Wins and losses were normal, and he hadn't been taking it seriously anyway. But as their record reached 49-49, Himuro finally recognized the problem. His younger brother's talent was extraordinary. Through their matches, he could clearly feel the gap in their natural abilities widening. He treasured their bond deeply, yet was stubbornly convinced that if his younger brother surpassed him, he no longer deserved to be called Big Brother. And so the drama unfolded. Himuro challenged Kagami to a decisive match. If he lost, he would no longer be Kagami's brother, because the loser didn't deserve to be the older one. And Kagami, desperate to preserve their relationship, deliberately threw the game. He didn't understand Himuro well enough. His well-intentioned gesture inadvertently wounded Himuro's pride. Himuro erupted after the match, even striking his brother for the first time. But this needed a resolution. Kagami's intentional loss meant they still hadn't settled things. They agreed to have a proper rematch to determine everything. Except before that match could happen, Kagami moved back to Japan. That was the gist of it. Tatsuya, Taiga, they gazed at each other, calling out each other's names once more. Why are these two acting so dramatic? Yuuto couldn't take it anymore and cut in. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt your reunion, but if you're not going to play, get off the court. As he spoke, a fierce, primal aura radiated from him, making sure this pair of brothers didn't get too lost in their moment and forget about him. Himuro's expression cooled, and he shot Yuuto a cold look. I've changed my mind. I'll play this match. If I remember correctly, you personally eliminated my Yosin during the qualifiers. That's right, here to avenge your dear Atsushi. Yuuto spun the ball on his finger. This guy was Kuroko, no basket's master of fakes. His fakes were so realistic they could fool almost anyone. More importantly, he was a type of player Yuuto hadn't encountered before. No, Taiga has his own matches to fight. But if I beat you, it'll prove that I still surpass Taiga in talent. Himuro thought this but didn't say it aloud, only glancing at Kagami. Wait, Tatsuya Yuuto, he's. Taiga, Himuro cut him off with a cold look. This is my game. It was like watching a soap opera. Yuuto had no interest in watching these two work through their emotional baggage. He walked straight to center court. A moment later, the match finally began. The organizers had even provided a referee, just one. The whistle blew, the ball was tossed into the air. Iwamura Tsutomu roared and easily tipped it to Kasuga Ryuhei. First possession to Seiho. Kasuga shook his defender effortlessly and drove to the basket for an easy layup. They're still so strong, Sei. Of course, after all those tough battles, they're even sharper than during the qualifiers. Even though their opponents were mostly amateurs with one Himuro Tatsuya mixed in, Seiho, tempered by their national tournament run, had clearly leveled up. The change was evident in their team chemistry, refined, cohesive. Everyone could feel their strength. But then, actually, something's been bugging me since earlier. What is it, Kuroko? Kagami and the others turned to look at Kuroko's serious face. Kagami's brother. He gives me a feeling similar to the generation of miracles. Huh? The Seirin players were shocked. The generation of miracles. Those 4 words now represented the absolute pinnacle, one level below only Yuuto himself. Put simply, any player associated with the generation of miracles was terrifyingly good. He mentioned earlier that after returning to Japan, he's been at Yosin, right? Yeah. Which means? That's right, he and Murasakibara are on the same team. His brother is at Yosin. Everyone was stunned. One generation of miracles member was already overwhelming. A team with 2 players of that caliber, how absurd would that be? As they talked, Himuro Tatsuya had already brought the ball up to face Yuuto directly. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 283, Chapter 283, The Best Below the Miracles. Himuro Tatsuya took a deep breath. He knew the opponent before him was extraordinarily powerful, Japan's strongest high school player, the one even his teammate Murasakibara was wary of. But still, he refused to be inferior to anyone. To defeat his brother, he'd put an effort beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Triple threat into an acceleration, driving straight toward Yuuto's right. This obviously wouldn't be enough to shake Yuuto. With a simple step forward, he cut off Himuro's path. Fast as expected. Himuro noted this internally. He hadn't thought he could blow by that easily. No player worthy of being called the strongest was ever simple. Speed, power, stamina, court vision, technique, basketball IQ, all of it was elite for this generation. That battle against Rakuzen had been eye-opening, showing him basketball could be played at such heights. But again, that same sentiment. He, Himuro Tatsuya, would not be weaker than anyone. Slap, his rightward motion halted instantly, and he shifted left, movements fluid and seamless. Pump fake, the essence of basketball's deception. This technique creates false movements to deceive defenders, opening opportunities for subsequent offense. The core lies in the instant ball control after initiating the first motion. Whether shooting, driving, or passing, you use your actions to manipulate the defender's weight, then exploit their imbalance. The true masters could make fakes indistinguishable from real moves. Hall of Fame legend Hakeem Olajuwon's Dream Shake was also a form of fake, though it emphasized footwork. Himuro, his entire body was the performance. Eyes, body language, everything carried massive misdirection potential. The instant Yuuto's weight shifted for a lateral movement, Himuro's body was already swaying back to the original right side. The speed of the transition made the watching Seiren players gasp. But his quickness was different from Yuuto's or Aomine's. It manifested primarily in the ball pickup phase. It feels kind of like Phantom Mirage. Kagami couldn't help but think of Yuuto's signature move that split into two. Fundamentally, both are about deceiving the opponent. If even Kagami senses that, it proves Himuro's mastery of fakes is extremely high. Kiyoshi Teppei understood how sharp Kagami's instincts were, a wild talent on par with Yuuto's. Players like that had instincts that could be eerily accurate. But if Kagami can sense it, Yuuto probably won't be fooled by moves of that level. Indeed, Yuuto wasn't fooled by Himuro's fake at all. The instant Himuro accelerated past his side, Yuuto simultaneously stepped back. That step was precise to the millimeter, perfect, without any opening. Then people watched as Yuuto pivoted, lunged forward, and reached out to swipe at the ball. Himuro felt a sudden chill run through his entire body. This opponent's instincts were terrifyingly sharp. Even though he hadn't gone all out yet, being read so easily wasn't something he could accept. He retreated, actively backing off to create distance from Yuuto. Is that all you've got? Yuuto didn't advance, waiting for his opponent to make a move. After being refined by Aomine, Akashi, Midorima, and Kai's, his defensive abilities had reached an almost perfected state. His defense was now essentially without weaknesses, but Himuro represented a rare type he hadn't faced before, someone whose fakes could push him further. Don't disappoint me. This guy. Himuro was shaken. This opponent was every bit as monstrous as he'd heard. Even in America's street courts, he'd never encountered anything like this. But still, what's there to be surprised about? I already knew this going in. Yosen's own roster included a monster like Murasakibara. Nothing should surprise him anymore. He steadied himself and tried again. The result, barely one step in, a sharp slap rang out. Himuro's expression changed dramatically. Before he could process it, his hands had already lost contact with the ball. If that's all you have, then disappear. What Yuuto wanted to see wasn't this. This level wouldn't contribute anything to his evolution. His brain hadn't even needed to engage. This. The Seiren players were speechless. This king of Seiho was ruthless beyond measure. Just one possession, and he's already finished calibrating. It can't be that simple. Kiyoshi Teppei had some understanding of Yuuto's adaptation ability. Every evolution and calibration required his brain to perform massive analysis, identifying vulnerabilities and patching them rapidly. That process took time, but here there was no sign of it. It's more like pure overwhelming force. Exactly. No calibration needed. This level of offense couldn't threaten him for even a second. Meanwhile, Seiho counterattacked and scored again. Himuro's teammates were simply outclassed, body, technique, everything fell short. They were background characters. But Yuuto remembered that in the original story, Himuro's debut had been carrying a team exactly like this to defeat Seiho. So that means Tsugawa isn't actually a match for Himuro. Himuro Tatsuya, the best player below the generation of miracles. The title was well-deserved. Himuro had the ball again. All traces of hope for luck had vanished from his eyes. Against this king of Saren, anything less than his full effort would mean instant defeat. Visibly, his dribbling rhythm accelerated. Same probing footwork to start, but significantly faster than before. Kagami and the others immediately noticed the change. His brother was getting serious. And compared to a year ago, Himuro had improved dramatically, truly giving off a generation of miracles-level presence. As they observed, Himuro was already in motion. Same playing style. Every action carried enormous misdirection, using his movements to bait his opponent into reacting. As his movements sped up, the defender's reaction window shrank dramatically. Probing step into a dramatic crossover pull, then a sudden spin move. That's the Yosin shooting guard. Someone recognized him. After all, Yosin was Akita's dominant power, and one of the most prominent basketball schools nationally. Outside Tokyo, most regions weren't as competitive. Rakuzen, Kaijo, Yosin. These schools had monopolized national tournament berths for years, reigning as regional kings. Such programs naturally attracted attention. As a starter, Himuro being recognized wasn't strange at all. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 284, Chapter 284, Facing Himuro Tatsuya. Yosin was strong, one of the most watched teams this year. The reason was simple. Their roster included generation of Miracles center Murasakibara at Sashi. The current generation of Miracles essentially represented the best at each position, excluding Yuuto from the equation. But this year, what surprised everyone most about Yosin wasn't Murasakibara. Many analysts and fans agreed. Yosin's biggest discovery was the transfer student, Himuro Tatsuya. His debut came during the summer inter-high, where he dropped 60 points in his first game. People said Yosin, like Seiho, had finally addressed their roster's last weakness and achieved perfection. Tokyo's iron wall, Akita's absolute defense. This referred to Seiho and Yosin, both teams built around the same philosophy: defense wins championships. Such teams were incredibly hard to score against, but their weakness was equally obvious: insufficient offensive firepower. Himuro Tatsuya's arrival solved that problem for Yosin. Throughout the entire tournament, Yosin's leading scorer wasn't generation of Miracles member Murasakibara, it was Himuro. So naturally, a talent like him wouldn't go unnoticed for long. Himuro had no intention of passing. He was determined to defeat Yuuto head-on. The first possession had just been a probe. Now the real game began. His speed picked up, body undulating constantly as he moved. In that moment, he seemed to vanish. People's attention followed his rhythm unconsciously, drawn into his flow. Spectators watched as Himuro, who should have been charging right, suddenly materialized on the left in the blink of an eye. HMPH. The next instant, Yuuto turned his head and lunged forward, arm whipping out like a lash. But this was another fake. Himuro snapped the ball back to the opposite side in a flash. Though his physical stats didn't match the generation of Miracles, his blindingly fast ball control created driving speed comparable to theirs. Another fake, someone shouted. This street tournament's level was getting ridiculous. This wasn't like before. Usually everyone just came out to have fun, nothing this intense. Himuro blew past Yuuto by half a step and rose for a quick pull-up. Tsugawa Tomoki, positioned nearby, immediately jumped to contest, arm firmly blocking the ball's path. The next second, his eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Himuro ignored the defense entirely, calmly releasing his shot. The ball leaving his hand seemed to phase through Tsugawa's palm like a phantom, before dropping cleanly through the net with a pure swish. The crowd erupted. "Isn't that Yuuto's mirage shot?" The Saren players exclaimed in shock. "The mirage shot isn't yours alone. I don't know where you learned it, but this is something I mastered long ago." He'd learned it from his mentor back in America, dedicated countless hours to perfecting it. Then he discovered someone on the other side of the Pacific had taught themselves the same technique. That had been a real blow at the time. But he'd moved past it. Himuro finished speaking and deliberately glanced at Kagami, as if saying, "See that? I scored on him." Unfortunately, Kagami didn't understand the message. Or rather, even if he did, he couldn't acknowledge it. He knew too well how terrifying Yuuto could be. This was just the beginning, not the end. Amazing, that guy can do the mirage shot too. "Hey, Yuuto, let me take him on." Sugawa Tomoki was buzzing with excitement, like he'd spotted prime prey. "You'll get your chance later. For now, let me handle it. This is getting interesting." His mood had improved. His brain was already churning, rapidly dissecting his opponent's style. Yuuto took the inbound pass and looked at Himuro. "Not bad." "Is that you admitting defeat?" Himuro's eyes turned cold. "It means you're worthy of being my opponent." Yuuto's arms blurred, simple movements unleashing devastating force. This level of fundamentals. Himuro had seen it on TV, but experiencing it firsthand was something else entirely. He understood this playing style better than anyone. Because his own talent was limited, once he'd recognized that ceiling, he'd committed to mastering everything within his reach. That included fundamentals. He believed he'd pushed them to the absolute limit. His reality-bending fakes were the proof. Without rock-solid fundamentals, that style was impossible. And yet, these same basic skills became an entirely different weapon in Yuuto's hands. Bang, bang, tilde. Within seconds, Himuro felt his defense crumbling. Speed, power, technique, court vision, instincts, every metric exceeded his own. Is it only effective on offense? Yuuto probed several times and discovered Himuro's fakes only worked on the attacking end. Made sense. How would you use fakes to deceive someone on defense? With that thought, he suddenly accelerated, a blur slicing past Himuro's right side. What? Himuro's heart lurched. By the time his brain caught up, Yuuto had already blown by, impossible to stop. Boom! A one-armed slam. Seiho extended their lead. Your turn, then. Yuuto landed and walked directly to Himuro's side. He would shadow the self-proclaimed best below the miracles for the entire game. Full court press, what's he planning? Probably completing his calibration. Kuroko sensed ulterior motives. He's using Kagami's brother as a whetstone. Completing his calibration, you mean? It appears so. Yuuto isn't treating this as a real match. He just wants to use it for self-improvement. The Saren players didn't know what expression to wear. This was absurdly confident. Such a powerful opponent, someone who radiated generation of miracles-level intensity, being treated as nothing more than a sharpening stone. It meant Yuuto was certain he could win. Himuro Tatsuya was his to crush whenever he chose. On the court, Yuuto and Himuro's battle continued. Himuro's earlier confidence had completely evaporated. This opponent's defense was impenetrable. He couldn't find a single gap. He's only played one possession against me. This kind of talent. Himuro was shaken by Yuuto's evolution speed, while deep down, resentment burned. The natural gifts this opponent possessed were exactly what he'd always yearned for in his heart, and never had. Losing focus mid-play isn't a good habit. Yuuto's arms swept out, powerfully stripping the ball and slapping it out of bounds. At this level, you'll never beat Kagami. He wanted Himuro to try harder. Time for some provocation. The approach wasn't subtle, but for a brother complex like Himuro, it would be devastatingly effective. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 285. Chapter 285, He Hasn't Used His Eyes. You're saying I can't beat Taiga. Himuro Tatsuya wasn't an irrational player, but when it came to Kagami Taiga, rationality went out the window. I know what you're trying to do. You want to use me to perfect your game. Fine, I'll play along. Yuuto's intentions were transparent. Everyone here wasn't stupid. His head coach, Araki Masako, forbade players from unofficial matches, especially not against other schools' starters. But Himuro had his own agenda. He saw this as the perfect opportunity to test his current strength. Most importantly, if he could defeat Yuuto, he could still be Kagami's older brother. Taking the inbound pass from a teammate, his entire demeanor shifted in an instant. Like his surname suggested, he became ice cold, a frozen domain unto himself. Everyone could clearly see that Himuro's movement frequency had increased yet again. Every part of his body, down to the cellular level, worked in concert to deceive his opponent. Rightward acceleration into a mid-drive snap-back directional change, creating speed comparable to Amine's blur-fast drives. No matter how clearly you tracked his movements, his feints could throw you off. The reaction window was simply too short. Unless you possessed eyes like Akashi's that could see through everything. He can go even faster. I'm starting to think he's not below the generation of miracles at all. Is that even possible? Could there really be someone else at their level this year? Spectators murmured in amazement. Himuro's display was genuinely on par with the generation of miracles. I heard he's a transfer student who grew up in America, immersed in their basketball culture since childhood. Ah, that explains it. No wonder he can go toe-to-toe with Yuuto. The crowd discussed among themselves. None of this reached Himuro's ears. Only the enemy before him existed. Utterly different from every opponent he'd faced before, defense without a single crack, not a single opening. If there are no gaps, I'll create them. He growled internally. His lean frame continued its rhythmic undulations. Not the chaotic unpredictability of Amine's movements, quite the opposite. There was a silky, flowing quality that almost made you wonder if staying still might actually be the correct response. Yuuto's eyes gleamed like polished black gems. His feet never stopped shuffling, making micro-adjustments. Each tiny movement precisely cut off his opponent's path. Bang! Himuro retreated half a step. Just as observers thought he was pulling up for a shot, he suddenly accelerated again past Yuuto's side. Very nice, keep it coming. Yuuto's lips curved into a grin. His brain had already kicked into gear, rapidly analyzing this opponent's style. Gradually, he grew more and more accustomed to Himuro's fakes, responding with increasing ease, nearly immune to the deception. At this rate, Himuro's fakes will soon be completely useless against him. Kiyoshi Teppei could see that Yuuto was rapidly adapting to Kagami's brother's game. He was using Himuro to perfect his own basketball, to evolve further. Players like this were terrifying. No wonder he could topple even the generation of miracles. Yuuto was in no rush, simply enjoying the matchup against Himuro. But the shot clock wouldn't wait. Himuro's body swayed left and right, each motion committing halfway before shifting again. This style of maximally compressing the defender's reaction time was lethal to most players. Even Sugawa Tomoki couldn't handle it. But Yuuto wasn't Sugawa Tomoki. Slap! Time nearly expired. Himuro had no choice but to plant his left foot quickly, gather the ball, and rise. The mirage shot again, ethereal as a desert mirage, seemingly unreal yet undeniably present. Swish! The ball went in. Himuro scored on Yuuto for the second time. Real and fake intertwined, that was the mirage shot's true terror. You could release immediately the first time, or pump fake and shoot on the second motion. Complete control rested with the shooter. What's going on? Doesn't Yuuto know this shot inside and out? Sora wrinkled her cute nose in confusion. The problem is the reaction window. Kuroko's insight was sharp. Yuuto was intimately familiar with the mirage shot. But Himuro's fakes compressed Yuuto's reaction time to the extreme. That was where the mirage shot's true danger lay. But what about Yuuto's eyes? That's exactly the issue. From start to finish, he hasn't used his eyes at all. Those eyes that could see death points, the ones that created irreversible outcomes. A demonic pair of eyes, capable of rivaling even Akashi's Emperor Eye. Himuro had noticed this too. His opponent's composure infuriated him. He felt disrespected, but Yuuto absolutely had the credentials to disrespect him. Transition to offense, Yuuto had the ball against Himuro. Triple threat, then one step toward Himuro's right. But mid-acceleration, he suddenly snapped the ball back to the opposite direction. Himuro's eyes went wide. It was like watching himself in a mirror. Everyone's expressions shifted to shock. The scene immediately reminded them of Kaijo's ace Kai's Ryuta and his perfect copy. Could that be imitation? No, he can probably just do it. The key to effective fakes is baiting the defender into losing balance or making wrong reads. To maximize fakes, a player needs exceptional fundamentals. And fundamentals. In that department, nobody surpasses Yuuto. This last declaration came from Kagami. When it came to fundamental technique, Yuuto was the best he'd ever seen, bar none. Exactly. Throughout the Nationals, Yuuto's drives constantly incorporated realistic fakes. Kiyoshi recalled Yuuto's tournament performances, countless instances of defenders being completely fooled. As long as he masters the technical principles, replicating similar movements isn't difficult for him. And the same moves become even more devastating in his hands. Everyone understood why, because Yuuto possessed elite-tier wild instincts. As they spoke, Yuuto's figure suddenly split in two, simultaneously passing by both sides of Himuro. Himuro stood frozen, unable to discern which was real and which was fake. As someone who specialized in defeating opponents with fakes, he'd just been completely fooled and left directionally challenged. But this wasn't Yuuto having quickly replicated his style. He could beat Himuro primarily because his abilities were simply superior. Harder than I expected, Yuuto's brain shifted into intensive processing mode. Himuro's basketball could be absorbed further. If he could integrate these fakes into his maximum speed drives, he'd compress opponents' reaction windows even further, making his penetration even more unstoppable. But I'll get there. His pupils refocused. This signified his understanding of this technique had deepened yet again. This bastard. Himuro gritted his teeth, expression ugly. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 286, Chapter 286, World Class Below the Neck. Himuro Tatsuya's expression was grave. He knew about Yuuto's calibration ability, but it required time. Whether against Aomine Daiki, Kai's Ryuta, Midorima Shintaro, or even Akashi Seijura, it always took a while. Right now, he and Yuuto had only exchanged a handful of possessions. This shouldn't be happening. He refused to accept it. Ball in hand, he attacked aggressively, pushing his tempo even higher. He had to prove he wasn't inferior to anyone. Get out of my way. Himuro roared, giving everything he had, using his entire body to deceive Yuuto's senses. Fakes so convincing they were indistinguishable from reality. Every motion completed only halfway before the real strike emerged from an unexpected angle. To the spectators, he looked like he was dancing. One moment left, the next moment right. Real and fake, impossible to tell apart. He was genuinely powerful. Every time the crowd thought he was about to explode forward, it turned out to be another fake. People watched with bated breath, never expecting to witness this caliber of duel at a casual event like this. But they weren't worried. They didn't believe Yuuto would lose. Because he was Yuuto, Seiho's king, the strongest high schooler in the nation. He wouldn't lose to anyone. Kagami Taiga had been amazed by his brother's improvement, but seeing the expressions of the spectators around him, he felt a pang of bitterness. That's right, no matter how strong Himuro had become, he still couldn't be Yuuto's opponent. Death's embrace locked onto Himuro completely. Yuuto's mind raced, analyzing his opponent's movement patterns while absorbing that playing style, the one that compressed the defender's reaction time to the absolute limit. How is this possible? He couldn't get through it all. After just 2 possessions, Himuro discovered his drives had become impossibly difficult. So this was what it felt like to face Yuuto. He began to doubt himself. He'd believed he was no worse than the generation of miracles. After all, he'd grown up in America, basketball's holy land, facing challenges these people couldn't imagine. Naturally, a sense of superiority had taken root in his heart. Perhaps the generation of miracles were truly powerful, but they weren't necessarily stronger than him. His environment had been superior. Now he saw that wasn't the case. Atsashi's former teammates had ultimately fallen to Yuuto as well, but their battles had been intense, nothing like this. On the court, Yuuto piled even more pressure onto Himuro. He was rapidly dissecting his opponent's movements, laying them bare like an anatomy lesson, every organ visible. Each insight fed back into himself, deepening his understanding of fake techniques. Himuro was struggling. Despite his strength, he was completely passive against Yuuto. It's not over yet. Bang tilde. At that moment, Himuro erupted, throwing everything he had into the attack. No more half measures, he accelerated forward. Real or fake, the player decides. That was the true terror of the fake. One step forward, creating just enough space, and he rose immediately for the shot. The Mirage shot again. This was his most trusted weapon now, one of his mentor's two ultimate techniques. His shot was an illusion, real and unreal intertwined, nearly impossible to distinguish. Himuro knew Yuuto could use this shot too, but he was confident his own Mirage shot was superior. Yuuto didn't even treat it as his primary offensive weapon. But, just as Himuro was certain of success, he caught sight of Yuuto's lips curving upward. That confidence sent a tremor through his heart, filling him with dread. Then, as if reaching through the void itself, Yuuto's arm materialized directly in the ball's path. He'd seen through the Mirage shot. Slap! A thunderous block, like a punch to Himuro's heart, shattering his icy composure. But at that very moment, on the other side of the ball, another massive hand appeared. Everyone froze, then looked closer to find someone had entered the court without anyone noticing. This person was extraordinarily tall, definitely over 2 meters. Atsushi. Murasakibara-kun. Himuro and Kuroko recognized the newcomer, their current former teammate. The generation of Miracles Center, Murasakibara Atsushi. Why are you only showing up now, Atsushi? Huh. Murasakibara grabbed the ball with one hand while apologizing casually. Sorry, I got lost. But you can't blame me entirely. It's your fault for suddenly changing the meeting spot. I thought you came to Tokyo for something important, but it's just basketball again. He tore open a bag of snacks and started munching without a care. But careful observers would notice his gaze had never left Yuuto. Playing basketball was fine, but against Yuuto. Not good. Murasakibara's thoughts drifted back to middle school, to those days when they, the generation of miracles, had been thoroughly crushed by Yuuto. Everyone said he was simple, like a child who never grew up. Little did they know his thoughts could run quite deep. For instance, he'd noticed that Himuro was troubled by the issue of talent. So, it would be best not to play against Yuuto. Who would have thought you actually care about people, Murasakibara? Yuuto stood casually, smile unwavering as he watched the two of them. Despite constantly threatening to crush people, Murasakibara Atsushi was surprisingly gentle. Worried about hurting opponents, he subconsciously sealed away his own power, until the movie where he faced a truly equal opponent and finally unleashed everything. I don't know what you're talking about. Murasakibara tried to hide it. I just came to remind Muro-chin that Coach Araki forbids us from playing unofficial matches. So let's go. Murasakibara didn't want to stay here a second longer. He urged Himuro to leave with him. He'd never been enthusiastic about basketball to begin with. Why would he want to play against someone he wasn't even sure he could beat? Tiring and potentially unwinnable. No thanks. So you're going to run away. I said, are you really that afraid of me? Yuuto stood with hands on his hips, watching the pair. Just because I took down your old teammates, you've already decided you can't win, so you won't even try. I'm not running away, and I'm not afraid of you. Murasakibara's expression shifted instantly. He spun around, loudly denying everything. Then prove it to me. Actions, not words. Fine, let's play. Then, a short while later, he appeared on the court in athletic gear. The Seirin players were somewhat speechless. Kuroko, is he really part of the generation of miracles? He seems so. Bizarre, completely different from the other geniuses. What were the other prodigies like? Yuuto and Akashi were both supremely domineering types. Ayamine was wild and untamed. Midorima was calm to the point of being intimidating. Even Kai's was deadly serious when he got going. Only this Murasakibara. Outside of basketball, he's not really capable of much. Not capable in what way? Every way, really. It's rare, but occasionally you get people like this, extraordinarily talented in one area, but missing something in everything else. Like Balotelli in the football world. Murasakibara was clearly that type of player, world-class below the neck. A natural airhead. More or less. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 287. Chapter 287, Don't Do Unnecessary Things. A natural airhead. Nobody had expected Murasakibara Atsushi to be this kind of person. How to put it? That monstrous physique paired with this personality, the contrast was jarring. Completely different from the other geniuses they'd learned about. Then they looked at Yuuto. They couldn't help but swallow hard. He really was like a lion, radiating immense pressure, intimidating just to look at. The match resumed. Himuro's team had possession. Right away, they fed the ball to Murasakibara in the paint. Iwamura Tsutomu instinctively bodied up against him, but the next second, his expression turned to pure shock. Murasakibara hadn't budged an inch. Dead fish eyes looked down at him. The message was clear. Did you actually put any effort into that? Boom. Spin, rise, slam. In that moment, the entire basketball hoop shook violently. Terrifying power, making the structure itself seem ready to collapse. Yet Murasakibara looked like he hadn't even tried. This kind of strength, Kagami was dumbfounded. This wasn't just the rim, it was the entire structure. Kuroko, they turned to look at him. Besides Yuuto, only Kuroko here truly understood Murasakibara. Within the generation of miracles, everyone believes Murasakibara-kun's talent might actually be the highest. The highest? If they hadn't witnessed Amine and the others' power firsthand, they might have dismissed this. But they'd seen them play. A talent that surpassed even those monsters. How terrifying would that be? An exceptional physique with athletic ability that completely defies it. Murasakibara-kun was born for basketball. As he spoke, Yuuto had already brought the ball to the top of the arc. Let's test this. He fixed his gaze on Murasakibara in the paint. Himuro stood before him, trying to anticipate his next move. Then, whoosh! The ball vanished from Yuuto's hands without a sound. So fast, Himuro's heart clenched. This pass was faster than any player could react to. From start to finish, he never saw Yuuto's passing motion. The ball bounced rapidly in front of him, then suddenly disappeared. It's Yuuto's no-motion pass. People exclaimed. No matter how many times they saw it, this pass was absurdly quick. No visible passing motion, everything completed in an instant. This was truly compressing a defender's reaction time to the limit. But Iwamura intercepted at the basket and went straight up for the dunk. They were already familiar with Yuuto's passing style. Their reactions were faster than normal. Yet just as his slam was about to complete, a massive hand descended from the sky, looming over Iwamura's head. Impossible. Seiho's former captain stared in disbelief. His teammates' expressions weren't any better. That was Yuuto's pass. Tsugawa Tomoki and the others' faces went pale. Apart from that monster Akashi Seijiro, nobody should be able to react to that pass. He didn't read it, it was pure reaction. Kiyoshi Teppei had a clear view from the sidelines. Murasakibara had arrived late. He hadn't initially read Yuuto's intent. He'd simply reacted fast enough to complete the turn. This was challenging the very limits of human reaction. That's some reaction time. Yuuto watched the entire sequence from beyond the arc. As Kiyoshi said, Murasakibara hadn't read his pass. He'd simply reacted in time. But this wasn't a flaw in his passing. The receiver's tempo was too slow. In the movie, when Nash used his no-motion pass, even if Murasakibara could react, he still couldn't stop it. Because Jabberwock's other members operated at a faster tempo. This tempo included jump speed, release speed, timing of shots. Simply put, Japanese basketball's rhythm was still far slower than American ball. This wasn't exactly a secret. Compare any two games from this era, and you'd notice NBA game tempo was on an entirely different level from other leagues. So what if I compressed Murasakibara's reaction window even further? Yuuto could still compress the defender's reaction time more. Through his matchup with Himuro, he'd gained insights. But then he shook his head. He could make his passes faster, but doing so would mean not just the opponent couldn't react, his own teammates couldn't either. He'd have to go back and let them adapt before putting it into use. Transition. Himuro had the ball, intending to feed it inside. But the next second, 2 crimson rings suddenly filled his entire vision, occupying everything he could see. Then, these rings began to rapidly contract, shrinking until they disappeared into Yuuto's pupils. The demon eyes, Himuro felt ice run through his veins. His opponent had finally opened those eyes. Relax, this is just to remove that unnecessary idea from your head, the one about passing inside. Yuuto meant nothing else by it. He simply didn't want his opponent passing. Himuro still had value. He hadn't been fully mined yet. Like I care what you want, Himuro wouldn't comply. Wasn't this the nature of basketball? They had a massive advantage inside. Why would they ignore it? Himuro gripped the ball and faked a pass to one side, but it was a fake. Mid-motion, he pulled back, even fooling his own teammate who'd prepared to catch it. The next second, he hurled the ball hard into the paint. You won't rest until you've hit rock bottom. Yuuto's voice was cold. His eyes erupted with crimson light, the red rings completely engulfing Himuro. Everything went dark. The death point symbolizing Himuro bloomed quietly. The next instant, Yuuto's hand flashed forward at blinding speed. Slap! The ball was stripped clean. Himuro's expression crumbled, mouth falling open in shock. He looked down to see Yuuto's utterly emotionless gaze. His heart shook violently. Only now did he understand what an incredible feat it was for Akashi to complete passes while facing those eyes. Don't do unnecessary things. Yuuto didn't move after the steal. He just stood there, waiting for Himuro to regain possession, domineering beyond reason. He has no intention of guarding the passing lanes at all, just like me. Kagami watched from the sidelines, his expression worried. Without experiencing it firsthand, you couldn't understand the despair Yuuto inflicted. Murasakibara's brow had furrowed deeply in the paint. His Muro chin was strong, but still not rational enough. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 288, Chapter 288, The Interrupted Match. Himuro hit it well, at least most of Yosen couldn't tell. Murasakibara was the exception. After spending so much time together, he'd gradually sensed Himuro's yearning. In practice, during games, whenever he completed a defensive stop or scored, there would be a flash of something in the way Himuro looked at him, an imperceptible envy. Himuro had pushed himself to the absolute limit of what he could achieve. Within the constraints of his physical gifts, he'd maximized every weapon. But Yuuto wasn't someone Murochin could defeat. That monster had long transcended the realm of ordinary players. Murasakibara raised his hand to call for the ball, but after Himuro regained possession, he immediately engaged Yuuto in combat, ignoring the request. This wasn't like him at all. Was it because of Kagami? Murasakibara knew Himuro's story. He'd told the team the day he joined. Such a pain, Murasakibara couldn't understand it at all. If you can't beat someone, just don't play. Meanwhile, 10 seconds of shot clock had elapsed. Throughout, Himuro couldn't break through Yuuto's defense. He tried everything, real moves, fake moves. But whether real or fake, Yuuto saw through them all. Those eyes seemed capable of reading every pattern like it was laid bare before him. At this rate, Yuuto will become completely immune to fakes. The Saren player sighed. Already the strongest in the nation, and still improving. A player like this was terrifying. Himuro was in deep trouble. His expression had never been this grave. His once invincible fakes were no longer working. How is he doing this? Himuro's usual icy demeanor was cracking. He gave everything he had, trying to carve a path forward. Flowing movements, seamless transitions. real within fake, fake within real. Yet Yuuto was like a shackle binding him, imprisoning him, impossible to escape. Yuuto's brain churned at maximum speed, performing the deepest level of analysis, practically dissecting Himuro. And every insight immediately fed back into himself, elevating both his offense and defense. He was absorbing his opponent's strengths to reinforce himself. The spectator's expressions set of course. Even giving off a generation of miracles vibe wasn't enough. Himuro was completely frozen, extremely desperate. Finally, with just 4 seconds left on the shot clock, Himuro had to move whether he wanted to or not. But, almost simultaneously, the instant Himuro prepared to force his way through, Yuuto's arms swept through the darkening world. Slap! Himuro was stripped again. He saw it coming but was powerless to stop it. Kagami watched from the sidelines, unable to say a word. The impact was too great. His record against his brother was currently 49-49, which meant if he faced Yuuto, the result wouldn't be any better. His opponent's rate of improvement was too fast. Did he really have a chance to catch up? Kagami felt the frustration, his heart wavering. He'd made Yuuto his ultimate goal, but now it seemed impossibly distant. On the court, this time Yuuto didn't return possession to his opponent. He accelerated forward, secured the ball, then transformed into a streak of light heading for the other basket. Almost simultaneously, just as Himuro gritted his teeth, expression ugly, preparing to chase, a purple blur shot past him. Atsushi, he called out instinctively, but Murasakibara had already given chase. His speed was jaw-dropping, athletic ability completely at odds with his body. Even Yuuto was being tracked. So fast. Is this real? The court erupted in shock. This was even more impactful than watching Yuuto demolish Himuro. A player over 2 meters tall, weighing nearly 100 kilograms, possessed this kind of agility. This had to be a joke. So this is the generation of Miracle Center. Monstrous beyond belief. Yuuto didn't need to turn around to sense the pursuer. He didn't slow down, but Murasakibara still managed to get in front of him at the last moment, spreading his arms near the free throw line to block his path. Nice look in your eyes, you seem fired up. Is it because of Himuro? Yuuto stopped, meeting Murasakibara's gaze directly. In the original story, during Seren's battle against Yosen, Murasakibara had only truly erupted after taking a hit from Kagami's zone-enhanced play, finally entering the zone himself. He was actually the same type of player as Kagami. He didn't care what happened to himself, but he couldn't let the people close to him be bullied. I don't know what you're talking about, I just don't want to lose. If he was going to play, he was going to win. That was Murasakibara's philosophy. It had nothing to do with Muro-chin or anyone else. HMPH, like a little kid. I'm not a little kid. You're not, then who is? Without another word, Yuuto accelerated and drove forward. The same technique, movements completed halfway before snapping back, just like Himuro's fakes. But compared to a few possessions ago, his motions were even sharper, because his analysis of Himuro was nearly complete. Under Himuro's watchful gaze, Yuuto split into two, attacking from both sides simultaneously. But Murasakibara's reaction was absurdly fast. He instantly recognized which was real and which was fake, spinning to pursue. That's ridiculous. Even Yuuto marveled at Murasakibara's reaction speed. That kind of lateral coverage from the restricted area nearly reached the three-point line. He couldn't help but think of Hakeem Olajuwon, one of the 4 great centers of the 90s. Among those 4, perhaps in all of NBA history, Olajuwon had one of the fastest reaction times for a center. He'd played soccer as a child, and volleyball too. Those sports demanded exceptional reactions, which forged Olajuwon's monstrous defensive range. Coverage spanning from the paint to the three-point line, combined with a center's strength and a guard's agility. Absurdly versatile. There was a reason Olajuwon was selected ahead of Jordan as the #1 pick. Like the ill-fated Greg Oden, without hindsight, you pick him first 100 times out of 100. As for Murasakibara, He gave Yuuto the impression of an unpolished Olajuwon. Golden light erupted from Yuuto's body. He quickly entered his heightened state, because only this could break through Murasakibara's absolute defense. But then, pitter-patter tilde. The heavens weren't cooperating. Just as Yuuto was elevating his state further, rain began falling from the sky. The rain intensified from light to heavy, instantly soaking the entire court. Yuuto and Murasakibara stopped simultaneously, looking up at the sky. Somehow, the clear sky had darkened. This match, it seemed, couldn't continue. Get 20-plus chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. 289, Chapter 289, Go Commit Seppuku. The PA system soon announced that the tournament was suspended. Yuuto. Sora immediately jogged over from the sidelines, raising her hands to shield her head. But the rain was relentless, even defeating her bangs, which drooped limply. We'll settle this match another time. There was nothing to be done. Yuuto grabbed Sora's hand and ran for shelter. It was a shame, but at least he hadn't come away empty-handed. Let's head back to Atsushi. Murasakibara nodded immediately. If not for Himuro, he really hadn't wanted to play this match. Finally, Himuro took one long look at his younger brother. Taiga, we'll settle our score at the Winter Cup. Tatsuya, Kagami's expression was conflicted. He mustered his courage. I don't want to fight. Why? Woof. Before he could finish, Nigu, in Kuroko's arms, slapped a paw over his mouth, cutting him off. What are you doing, you bastard Kuroko? Kagami exploded. Kuroko ignored him, instead addressing Himuro and Murasakibara. The next time we meet, it'll be an official match with both of us in uniform. I'm sorry, Murasakibara-kun, but we absolutely must defeat Seiho and overcome Yuuto. Suit yourself. Murasakibara waved dismissively, then left with Himuro. Heaven isn't cooperating, huh? Yuuto took shelter with Sora and the others. He even crouched down to remove Sora's shoes, pouring out the water before setting them aside. Are you disappointed? Sora enjoyed the attention, playfully kicking her bare feet back and forth. A little, but saving it for the main tournament isn't bad either. Yuuto finished with Sora's shoes before taking off his own jacket to wring it out. Should we head back? Haruka should have dinner ready by now, right? Let's go. Sora pulled an umbrella from her bag, and the two headed off together. See you tomorrow, Tsugawa. And you too, Saren folks. Oh sure, wait, why do you have an umbrella? Kasugano yelled. Because the weather forecast said there'd be scattered showers today. Showers, if you knew, why didn't you tell us? I assumed you senpai would be smart enough. Turns out you're only at Saren's level. Yuuto spoke with an exaggeratedly pitying expression, utterly punchable, making everyone grind their teeth involuntarily. This time, it wasn't just Kasuga and the others. Even Saren had been dragged into it. Our level, you bastard. Kagami was about to charge forward, but was caught by Kiyoshi Teppei. Calm down, Kagami. He's not wrong. Not wrong? How is he not wrong? I just realized how annoying this guy really is. Kagami was still struggling. Setting aside strength, this guy was just insufferable. Do you have confidence you could beat Himuro and Murasakibara from just now? That stopped Kagami cold. He calmed down a little. After watching that match, he had to admit, he really didn't have that confidence. Not just against the generation of Miracle's Murasakibara, but even his own brother Himuro. So Yuuto's not wrong. Fair enough, but why lump us together with Saren? It wasn't just Saren who'd been provoked. Seiho's players glared at their departing captain's back. The next day, when Himuro and Murasakibara returned to their Akita basketball club, they were met with their head coach's thunderous fury. You two idiots. Didn't I tell you not to participate in unofficial matches, and especially not to play against that Yuuto? Coach Araki Masako's roar echoed through the entire gym. She didn't hold back, raising her bamboo sword and bringing it down. These two idiots were already idiots enough. Hitting them couldn't make things worse. Ow. Sorry, coach. The two accepted their punishment obediently. They understood their coach's concerns. So, how far did you get? After a while, Araki's temper cooled slightly. It started raining, so the match was cut short. We didn't even finish one quarter. Good, that's some good news at least. What else? Also, it seems Yuuto has already finished calibrating against me. Go commit seppuku. Araki was absolutely furious now. She'd warned them 1,000 times not to play Yuuto privately, precisely to prevent this from happening. Everyone in high school basketball knew by now. The best chance to beat Seiho's king was the first time you faced him. His evolution ability was completely unreasonable. But through that match, I realized something. Alone, I'm not Yuuto's opponent. A night had been enough for Himuro to calm down. True, he wasn't Yuuto's match, but his younger brother wouldn't necessarily perform any better. More importantly, he'd figured out how to defeat Seiho. Although Yuuto is incredibly strong, I can handle everyone else on Seiho. Now that was good news. Himuro Tatsuya was indeed Araki's greatest discovery this year. As for Murasakibara, she'd personally recruited that one. She knew exactly what he was capable of. With these two as the inside-outside dual aces, she could hold her head high. HMPH, get out there and train, double the usual amount. Though she was still annoyed, at least it wasn't a total loss. Recognizing the gap with Yuuto beforehand was better than getting crushed in an actual match and facing reality then. Yes, Araki had never believed Himuro could beat Yuuto. That monster was simply the strongest individual player. No question about it. The key to defeating Seiho and its king lay in the team's two aces. Only by combining inside and outside play did Yosen have any hope of victory. Meanwhile, Seiho's basketball club. Yuuto pulled Tsugawa Tomoki aside for special training. This is all the intel on Himuro Tatsuya. Your job is to memorize everything. According to the original story, Saren would face Yosen. But he had a feeling Seiho would encounter Yosen early. You want me to guard Himuro? Don't worry, I'll help you. Action followed words. He dragged Tsugawa onto the court. One-on-one. Triple threat, one step forward, drive right. But halfway through, he snapped the ball back. He was holding back, matching his tempo to Himuro's as closely as possible. But even so, Tsugawa's defense crumbled in about 3 moves. Swish. Yuuto's pull-up jumper went in easily. What's going on? It feels like Captain got even stronger. Seiho's newer players sensed their captain had improved again. Get 20+ chapters ahead on Patreon Rose Whiskey. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.